All is lost there. While the enemy is beguiling us with letters and talk of truce, observed Toussaint to Pascal, where was your battle, Jacques? How can all the West be lost? The French have bought La Plume, they told him your cause was desperate, and promised him honors and office in France. Get me cured, and let me win a battle for you, and I have no doubt I can buy him back again meantime. Meantime, what has Damage done? Is he with me or La Plume, and is Cheney safe? Damage never received your instructions, La Plume carried them, and no doubt your aide-de-camp, also straight to the French. Cheney has not been seen, he is traitor or prisoner. Then Keyes is not burned, nor Jeremy defended. Neither the one nor the other, both are lost, and so is Port-au-Prince. My troops and I did our best at the Croix de Bosques, but what could we do in such a case? I am here wounded within an inch of my life, and they are in the fastnesses. You were a doctor once, L'Ouverture, set me up again, and I will gather my men from the mountains and prick these whites all across the peninsula into the sea. I will be doctor or nurse or anything to save you, Jacques. What if I have more bad news? Will you not hate me? Lose no time, my friend, this is no hour for trifling. There is no room for trifling, my friend. I fear I am not certain, but I fear the East is lost. Is Clairvaux bought too? Not bought, he is more of your sort than La Plume's. He is incorruptible by money, but he likes the French, and he loves peace. He would be a very brother to you, if he only loved liberty better than either. As it is, he is thought to have delivered over the whole East from the Isabella to Cap Samana without a blow. And my brother, he has disappeared from the city. He did not yield, but he could do nothing by himself, or with only his guard. He disappeared in the night, and is thought to have put off by water. You will soon hear from him, I doubt not. Now I have told my news, and I am faint. Where is Therese? She is here. Look more like yourself, and she shall be called. You have told all your news. All, and I am glad it is out. Keep up your heart, Dessalines. I have you, and Henry, and God is with the faithful. Now to your bed, my friend. Instead of the attendants who were summoned, Therese entered. She spoke no word, but aided by her servant, had her husband carried to his chamber. When the door was closed, sad and serious, as were the tidings which had now to be acted upon, the secretary could not help asking L'Ouverture if he had ever seen Madame Dessalines look as she did just now. Yes, he replied, on certain occasions, some years since, but here she is again. Therese came to say that her husband had yet something to relate into Toussaint's own ear before he could sleep, but on her own part, she entreated that she might first be permitted to dress his wounds. Send for me when you think fit, and I will come, madame. But Therese, one word. I am aware that Monsieur Papelier is here. Do not forget that you are a Christian, and pledged to forgive injuries. You think you read my thoughts, L'Ouverture, but you do not listen, and I am gone. His voice once had power over me through love, and then through hatred. I never missed the lightest word he speaks. I heard him tell his old friends from Cap that I was his slave, and that the time was coming when masters would claim their own again. Now you know my thoughts. And she was gone. When Toussaint returned from his visit to Dessalines' chamber, he found Monsieur Pascal sitting with his face hid in his hands. Meditation is good, said Toussaint, laying his hand on his friend's shoulder. Lamentation is unworthy. It is so, and we have much to do, replied the secretary, rousing himself. Fear not, resumed Toussaint, but that your bride will bloom in the air of the mountains. We may have to entrench ourselves in the Mornessa, at least, to place there our ladies and the civil officers of the government. But we ought to thank God for providing those natural homes so full of health and beauty for the free in spirit. I have still 3 brigades, and the great body of the cultivators in reserve, but we shall all act with stronger hearts, if our heart's treasure is safe in the morns. Are we to lose Dessalines? Asked Monsieur Pascal. I believe not. He is severely wounded, and at this moment, exasperated, he vows the death of Monsieur Papelier, and I vow his safety while he is my guest. Papelier and Madame Dessalines cannot exist in one house, and therefore must this deputation be dismissed early in the morning. If there were no other reasons, notice must be carried to them with their coffee that I am awaiting them with my replies. Those delivered, negotiation is at an end, and we must act. My foes have struck the blow which unties my hands. What has Monsieur Papelier to do with the deputation? Nothing but that he uses its protection to attempt to resume his estates. They are in commission, and he may have them, though not, as he thinks, with men and women, as part of his chattels. No more of him. Of whom next, then, except Christophe, who is there worthy to be named by you? Asked Monsieur Pascal with emotion. Every one who has deserted us, except perhaps La Plume. He is sordid, and I dismiss him. As for Clervaux and his thousands, they have been weak, but not perhaps wicked. They may be recovered. I take the blame of their weakness upon myself. Would that I alone could bear the consequences. You take the blame of their weakness. Is not their former slavery the cause of it? Is there anything in their act but the servility in which they were reared? There is much of that, but I have deepened the taint in striving to avoid the opposite corruption of revenge. I have the taint myself. The stain of slavery exists in the first of the blacks himself. Let all others then be forgiven. They may thus be recovered. I gave them the lesson of loving and trusting the whites. They have done so to the point of being treacherous to me. I must now give them another lesson and time to learn it, and they may possibly be redeemed. You will hold out in the Mornis conduct your resistance on a pinnacle where the eyes of the blacks may be raised to you, fixed upon you, just sown where they may flock to me, when time shall have taught them my principle and my policy, and revealed the temper and purpose of our invaders. Now, then, to prepare. Before dawn, the dispatches for the French on the coast and at home were prepared, and messengers were dismissed in every direction with orders by which the troops which remained faithful would be concentrated, the cultivators raised, and collected stores provided in the fastnesses, and the new acquisitions of the enemy rendered useless to them. Never had the heads of these two able men, working in perfect concert, achieved such a mass of work in a single night. A little after sunrise, the French party appeared in the salon, where already almost every member of the household was collected, all being under the impression that a crisis had arrived, and that memorable words were about to be spoken. Toussaint acknowledged the apparent discourtesy of appointing the hour for the departure of his guests, but declared that he had no apology to offer, that the time for courteous observance was past, when his guests were discovered to be sent merely to amuse and disarm him for the hour, while blows were struck at a distance against the liberties of his race. In delivering his dispatches, he said he was delivering his farewell. Within an hour, the deputation and himself must be traveling in different directions. Monsieur Cousin, on receiving the packets, said that he had no other desire than to be on his way. There could be no satisfaction and little safety in remaining in a house where, under a hypocritical pretense of magnanimity and goodwill, there lurked a spirit of hideous malice, of diabolical revenge, towards a race to whom nature and the universal consent of men had given a superiority which they could never lose. In unaffected surprise, Toussaint looked in the face of the envoy, observing that for himself he disclaimed all such passion and such dissimulation as his household was charged with. "Of course you do," replied Cousin, "but I require not your testimony. The men of a family may, where there is occasion, conceal its ruling passion, but where there is occasion, it will be revealed by the women." Toussaint's eyes, like everyone's else, turned to the ladies of his family. It was not Madame L'Ouverture that was intended for her countenance asked of her husband what this could mean. It could not be Amy, who now stood drowned in tears, where she could best conceal her grief. Jennifer explained, she told calmly, and without the slightest confusion, that Monsieur Cousin had sought a conversation with her for the purpose of winning over her feelings and her influence with her father to the side of the French. He had endeavored to make her acknowledge that the whole family, with the exception of its head, were in favor of peace, admirers of Bonaparte, and aware that they were likely to be victims to the ambition of their father. Her reply, in which she declared that she gloried, was that the deepest passion of her soul was hatred of the whites, and that she prayed for their annihilation. "And did you also declare, my daughter," said Toussaint, "that in this you differ from us all? Did you avow that your parents look upon this passion in you as a disease for which you have their daily and nightly prayers?" "I did declare, my father, that I alone of the Ouvertures know how to feel for the wrongs of my race, but Monsieur Cousin did not believe me, and vowed that we should all suffer for the opinions held by me alone. It is true I did not believe, nor do I now believe, said Cosin, that the devil would single out one of a family to corrupt her heart with such atrocious hatred as that whose avowal chilled the marrow of my bones. It was her countenance of wretchedness that attracted me. I saw that she was less capable of dissimulation than the rest of you, and so I have found. A wise man truly has the Captain General chosen for an envoy, observed Toussaint. A wise and an honorable man, he sees woe in the face of a woman, and makes it his instrument for discovering the secret souls of her family, blindly bent upon this object. And having laid open, as he thinks, one heart, he reads the rest by it. But he may, with all his wisdom and all this honor, be no less ignorant than before he saw us. So far from reading all our souls, he has not even read the suffering one that he has tempted. You have opened the sluices of the waters of bitterness in my child's soul, Monsieur Cosin, but you have not found the source. Time will show that, observed the envoy. It will, replied Toussaint, and also the worth of your threat of revenge for the words of my suffering child. I have no more to say to you, my sons. Placide sprang to his side, and Isaac followed. I no longer call you boys, for the choice of this hour makes you men. The Captain General insists that you go from me. He has no right to do so, neither have I a right to bid you stay here and decide for yourselves. The cause of the blacks is not so promising as it appeared last night. News has arrived from various quarters of defeat and defection. Our struggle for our liberties will be fierce and long. It will never be relinquished, and my own conviction is that the cause of the blacks will finally prevail, that Saint Domingo will never more belong to France. The ruler of France has been a guardian to Yuan, indulgent guardian. I do not ask you to tight against him. The faces of both the young men showed strong and joyful emotion, but it was not the same emotion in them both. Decide according to your reason and your hearts, my children, whether to go or stay, remembering the importance of your choice. Putting a hand on the shoulder of each, he said impressively, go to the Captain General or remain with me. Whichever you do, I shall always equally love and cherish you. Margaret looked upon her sons as if awaiting from them life or death. Amy's face was still hidden in her handkerchief. She had nothing to learn of her brother's inclinations. Isaac spoke before Placide could open his lips. We knew, father, he said, that your love and your rare liberality, that liberality which gave us our French education, would not fail now, and this it is that persuades me that this quarrel cannot proceed to extremities, that it will not be necessary for your sons to take any part, as you propose, when Placide and I think of your love of peace, your loyalty, and your admiration of Bonaparte, and then, when we think of Bonaparte, his astonishment at what you have done in the colony, and the terms in which he always spoke of you to us, when we consider how you two are fitted to appreciate each other, we cannot believe but that the Captain General and you will soon be acting in harmony for the good of both races. But for this assurance, we could hardly have courage to return. Speak for yourself alone, Isaac, said his brother. Well then, I say for myself that but for this, certainly it would almost break my heart to leave you so soon again, though to go at present no further off than Tortuga. But I am quite confident that there will soon be perfect freedom of intercourse among all who are on the island. You return with me? Asked Monsieur Cosin. Certainly, as my father gives me my choice, I feel myself bound in honor and gratitude to return, instead of appearing to escape at the very first opportunity from those with whom I can never quarrel. Returning to Leclerc under his conditional orders can never be considered a declaration against my father, while remaining here against Leclerc's orders is an undeniable declaration against Bonaparte and Francia, declaration which I never will make. I stay with my father, said Placide. Your reasons? Asked Monsieur Cosin, that I may report them to the Captain General. I have no reasons, replied Placide, or if I have, I cannot recollect them now. I shall stay with my father. Welcome home, my boy, said Toussaint, and Isaac, my son, may God bless you wherever you go. And he opened his arms to them both. I am not afraid, said Madame L'Ouverture timidly, as if scarcely venturing to say so much. I am not afraid. But that happen what may, we can always make a comfortable home for Placide. Never mind comfort, mother, and least of all for me, we have something better than comfort to try for now. Give me your blessing too, father, said Amy faintly as Isaac led her forward, and Vincent closely followed. You said you would bless those that went, and those that stayed, and I am going with Isaac. The parents were speechless, so that Isaac could explain that the Captain General offered a welcome to as many of the ouvertures as were disposed to join him, and that Madame Leclerc had said that his sisters would find a home and protection with her. And I cannot separate from Isaac, yet pleaded Amy, and with Madame Leclerc. General Vincent, said Toussaint, addressing his aide, before noticing his daughter have the goodness to prepare for an immediate journey, I will give you your commission when you are ready to ride. After one moment's hesitation, Vincent bowed and withdrew. He was not prepared to desert his general while actually busy in his affairs. He reflected that the great object in order to the peace and reconciliation he hoped for was to serve and keep on a good understanding with both parties. He would discharge this commission, and then follow Amy and her brother, as he had promised. Thus, he settled with himself, while he ordered his horses, and prepared for departure. Toussaint was sufficiently aware that he should prosper better without his shallow-minded and unstable aide, but he meant to retain him about his person on business in his service, till Amy should have opportunity in his absence to explore her own mind and determine her course while far from the voice of the tempter. Go with your brother, Amy, he said, rather than remain unwillingly with us. Whenever you wish it, return. You will find our arms ever open to you. And he blessed her, as did her weeping mother. Last, however, not without a word of reproach. Oh, Amy, why did not you tell me? Mother, I did not know myself. I was uncertain. I was, oh, mother, it will not be for long. It is but a little way, and Isaac, and I shall soon write. I will tell you everything about Madame Leclerc. Kiss me once more, mother, and take care of Jennifer. As Toussaint abruptly turned away with a parting bow to the envoy and entered the piazza on his way to the urgent business of the day, and as the shortest escape from the many eyes that were upon him, he encountered Monsieur Pascal, who stood awaiting him there. My friend, said Monsieur Pascal with emotion, as he looked in the face of Toussaint. I, Pascal, it is bitter. Bonaparte rose up as my rival, and cheerfully did I accept him for such in the council and in the field. But now he is my rival in my family. He looks defiance at me through my children's eyes. It is too much. God give me patience. Monsieur Pascal did not speak, for what could he say? Chapter 30. Speculation in the Plateaus. Pongadin was no longer safe as headquarters for the commander-in-chief. His family and guests. The defeats which had been sustained were bad enough, but the defection was worse. Amidst the contagion of defection, there was no saying who out of the circle of immediate friends might next join the French for the sake of peace, and for the sake of peace, perhaps deliver up the persons of the ouvertures with their wounded friend Dessalines and the brave young officers who formed the guard of the household. Christophe's letters had already proved to Toussaint and his secretary that no reliance was to be placed on the honor of the French in their dealings with Negroes. Cajolery, in speech-covering plots against their persons, appeared to be considered the conduct appropriate to business with blacks, who had no concern, it seemed, with the usages of war as established among whites. La Plume had fallen by bribery, Clervaux by cajolery, and both means had been attempted with Christophe. The troops were assailed on the side of their best affections. They were told that Leclerc came to do honor to El Ouverturito, thank him for his government of the island during the troubles of France, and to convoy to him the approbation of the first consul in papers enclosed in a golden box. It is probable that if they had not heard from Toussaint's own lips of the establishment of slavery in the other French colonies, the authorization of the slave trade, and the threat to do what was convenient with Saint Domingo, the Negroes would have made the French welcome, as Clervaux had done, as it was large numbers unquestionably remained faithful to their liberties, and their chief enough, as Toussaint never doubted, to secure their liberties at last. But how many, and after how long and arduous a struggle, it remained for time to show. Many houses had been offered as a retreat for the household of the commander-in-chief. The one chosen this day was his friend Raymond's cacao plantation La Zephyr in the Mornes du Caisse among the mountains, which retired above the light bank of the Artibonite, it was a spacious mansion sheltered from storms, but enjoying a pleasant mountain air the most wholesome that could be found if the retreat should continue through the hot season. It was surrounded with never-failing springs of pure water. There were kids on all the hills and cattle in every valley round. Grain and fruits were in the fields and gardens, and it was thought that one well-guarded post at a pass below the plateaus de la Ravine would render the place inaccessible to the enemy, to the satisfaction of Raymond and his daughter. And the delight of Euphrosyne, this their beloved summer mansion, was fixed on for the abode of the whole party, provided Toussaint should find on examination that it would answer his purposes as well as was now supposed. Such was the plan settled presently after the deputation had left the gate. Settled among the few confidential friends whose tastes as well as interests Toussaint chose to consult. Madame de Salins was among those, and one of the most eager to be gone. She engaged to remove her husband safely to a place where his recovery must proceed better than among the agitations of Pongadin. By one of these agitations her desire to go had been much quickened. Before the departure of the deputation, she had chanced to meet Monsieur Papelier in one of the corridors equipped for his journey. She could not avoid passing him, and he had greeted her with a significant au revoir. Therese fervently she prayed that she might never meet him again, and anxious was she to be gone to a place where he could not come. Before noon, L'Ouverture, with Placide riding by his side, and followed by some officers who were themselves followed by a few soldiers, was among the heights which commanded the plain of the Artibonite on one side, and on the other the valleys which lay between their party and the Gros Morne. They had visited Le Zephyr, and were now about to examine the pass where their post was to be established. "This heat, Placide," said his father, as the sun beat down upon their heads, "is it not too much for you? Perhaps you had better, but I beg your pardon," he added, smiling. "I had forgotten that you are no longer my growing boy, Placide, whom I must take care of. I beg your pardon, Placide, but it is so new to me to have a manly son beside me." And he looked at him with eyes of pride. Placide told how often at Paris he had longed to bask in such a sunshine as this, tempered by the fragrant breezes from the mountainside. He was transported now to hear the blows of the axe in the woods, and the shock of the falling trunks as the hewers of the logwood and the mahogany trees were at their hidden work. He was charmed with the songs of the cultivators, which rose from the hot plain below where they were preparing the furrows for the indigo swing. He greeted every housewife who, with her children about her, was on her knees by the mountain stream washing linen, and splashing her little ones in sport. All these native sights and sounds, so unlike Paris, exhilarated Placide in the highest degree. He was willing to brave either heats or hurricanes on the mountains for the sake of thus feeling himself once more in his tropical home. "One would think it a time of peace," said he, "with the woodcutters and cultivators all about us, where will be the first cropping from those indigo fields? And if that is saved, where will be the second?" "Of that last question ask me again when we are alone," replied his father. "As for the rest, it is by no will of mine that our people are to be called off from their woodcutting and their tillage to the last moment. You see, I encourage the pursuits of peace. But if you could see closely these men in the forest and the fields, you would find that as formerly they have the cutlass at their belt and the rifle slung across their shoulders. They are my most trusty soldiery, because they love you best and owe most to you. What has Vincent discovered below their farof? Have you your glass, father?" "The deputation, perhaps," said Toussaint. "Yes, there they are. They have crossed the Trois Rivières, and they are creeping up towards Plaisance. What a mere handful the party looks at this distance. What mere insects to be about to pull the thunder down upon so many heads. What an atom of space they cover. Yet Vincent's heart is on that little spot, I believe. Is it not so, father?" "Yes, unless some of it is, as I fear, with the fleet beyond the ridge. He will be missing some day soon then. For his own sake, and Amy's, I trust not. This step of hers has disconcerted me, but no harm can be done by detaining Vincent in honor near me till the turn of events may decide his inclinations in favor of Amy's father, and of his own race. Detained he must be for the present in dishonor, if not in honor, for he knows too much of my affairs to be allowed to see Leclerc. If Amy returns to us, or if we gain a battle, Vincent will be ours without compulsion. Meantime, I keep him always employed beside me." "This is the place for our post, surely," said Placide. "See, how the rocks are rising on either hand above this level. No one could pass here whom we choose to obstruct. Yes, this is the spot, these are the plateaus, replied his father, awaiting the officers, and soldiers the latter being prepared with tools to mark out and begin their work. While the consultations and measurements were going on, Placid's eye was caught by the motion of a young fawn in the high grass of a lawny slope on one side of the valley. He snatched the loaded rifle, which one of the soldiers had exchanged for a spade, and fired. The passion for sport was instantly roused by the act. Kids were seen here and there on the rocks. Marks were not wanting, and first Vincent, and then one and another followed Placid's example, and there were several shots at the same instant whose echoes reverberated to the delighted ear of Placide, who was sorry when the last had died away among the mountain tops. Your first and last sport for today, observed Toussaint. You have given the game a sufficient alarm for the present. We must find our game as we have shot it, exclaimed Vincent. My kid is not far off. After it, then, you will find me under the large cotton tree. Yonder the heat is too great here, Placide, between these walls of rock. Every man of the party was off in pursuit of his game, except Placide, who remained to ask his father. Now they were alone. What was to happen at the season of the second indigo cutting? They threw themselves down beneath the cotton tree, which with its own broad shades, deepened by the masses of creepers which twined and clustered about it, and weighed it down on every side, afforded as complete a shelter from the shower of sunrays as any artificial roof could have done. The second indigo cutting is in August, you know, said Toussaint. August will decide our freedom. If it is not decided before August, is the season when nature comes in, as our ally comes in with her army of horrors, which we should not have the heart to invoke, but which will arrive with or without our will, and which it will be the fault of the French themselves if they break. Foul airs and pestilence, you mean, said Placide. I mean foul airs and pestilence. All our plans, my sonnet, is a comfort to make a counselor of my own sonol. The plans of my generals and myself are directed to provide for our defense till August, certain that then the French will be occupied in grappling with a deadlier foe than even men fighting for their liberties. Till August, repeated Placide, nearly 6 months. I scarcely think the French could hold their footing so long, if but that. If what, except for what? If it were not for the tremendous reinforcements which I fear will be sent. I thought so, said his father. All France is eager to come, continued Placide. The thousands who are here, about 12,000 I fancy, but they did what they could to prevent our knowing the numbers exactly. Thousands who are here are looked upon with envy by those who are left behind. The jealousy was incredible. Clamor to gain appointments to the St. Domingo expedition, to be appointed to pestilence in the hospitals and a grave in the sands, exclaimed Toussaint. It is strange Frenchmen enough have died here in seasons of trouble to convince all France that only in times of peace, leisure, stillness, and choice of residence have Europeans a fair chance of life here for a single year. It is strange that they do not foresee their own death angels clustering on our shores. The delusion is so strong, said Placide, that I verily believe that if these 12,000 were all dead today, 20,000 more would be ready to come tomorrow. If every officer was buried here, the choicest commanders, they would press forward over their graves. If even the Leclercs should perish, I believe that other relatives of the first consul, and perhaps some other of his sisters, would kneel to him, as these have done, to implore him to appoint them to the new expedition to St. Domingo. The madness of numbers is never without an open cause, said Toussaint. What is the cause here? Clear and plain enough, the representations of the emigrants coming in aid of the secret wishes of Bonaparte have under his encouragement turned the heads of his family, his court, and after them of his people. The emigrants sigh for their country, and it is a country to sigh after, and they look back on their estates and their power, I suppose, while the interval of 10 years dims in their memories all inconveniences from the climate and from the degradation of their order. They appear to forget that any form of evil, but Oge and you, father, ever entered their paradise. They say that, but for you they might have been all this while in paradise. They have boasted of its wealth and its pleasures, till there is not a lady in the court of France who does not long to come and dwell in palaces of perfumed woods, marbles, and gold and silver. They dream of passing the day in breezy shades, and of sipping the nectar of tropical fruits from hour to hour. They think a good deal too of the plate and wines and equipages and trains of attendants, of which they have heard so much, and at the same time of martial glory and laurel crowns. So these are the ideas with which they have come to languish on Tortuga and be buried in its sands. These emigrants have much to answer for. So Isaac and I perpetually told them, but they would not listen to anything said by an ouverture, nor could we wonder at this, when persons of every color were given to the same boastings, so that Isaac and I found ourselves tempted into a like strain upon occasion. It appears as if the old days had returned, said Toussaint, the days of Columbus, and his crows. We are as the unhappy Indians to the rapacity of Europe. No wonder if mulattoes and blacks speak of the colony as if it were the old Haiti. They do from Lanville, the coffee planter, to our Mars Plaisir. Mars Plaisir has brought orders for I do not know how many parrots, and for pearls and perfumes and spices and variegated woods. Is it possible, said Toussaint, smiling, does he really believe his own stories? If so, that accounts for his staying with you instead of going with Isaac, which I wondered at. I thought he could not have condescended to us after having lived in France. He condescends to be wherever he finds most scope for boasting, on Tortuga or among the ashes of Cap. He can boast no more with us. He can extol France, as there he extolled Saint Domingo. If August brings the destruction we look for, the poor fellow ought to die of remorse. But he has not head enough to suffer for the past. You can hold out till August, father. If Maurepas joins us here with his force, I have no doubt of holding out till August in these morns. As many as will not yield might resist for life. But my own forces, aided by those of Maurepas, may effectually keep off the grasp of the French from all places. But those in which they are actually quartered, a few actions may be needful. Merely needfulto, show them that the blacks can fight. If this lesson will not suffice, August, alas, will exterminate the foe. What do I see stirring among the ferns there? Is it more game? Placide started up. Too near us for game, he whispered, and then added aloud, shall we carry home another deer? Shall I fire? At these words, some good French was heard out of the tall tree-like ferns, voices of men, entreating that no one would fire, and two Frenchmen. Presently appeared an army and a navy officer. How came you here, gentlemen? Are you residents in the colony? If we had been, we should not have lost ourselves. As you perceive we have done, we are sent by the Captain General to parley as a last hope of avoiding the collision, which the Captain General deprecates. Here are our credentials, by which you will discover our names. Lieutenant Martin, pointing to his companion, and Captain Sabes, bowing for himself. It is too late for negotiation, gentlemen, said L'Ouverture, as the news from the south will already have informed the Captain General. I regret the accident of your having lost your way, as it will deprive you for a time of your liberty. You must be aware that voluntarily or involuntarily you have fulfilled the office of spies, and for the present, therefore, I cannot part with you. Placide, summon our attendants, and with them escort these gentlemen to Le Zephyr. I shall soon join you there and hear anything that your charge may have to say. The officers protested, but in vain. It is too late, gentlemen. You may thank your own commanders for compelling me to run no more risks, for having made trust in a French officer's honor a crime to my own people. You may have heard and seen so much that I am compelled to hold you prisoners. As I have no proof, however, that you are spies, your lives are safe. In answer to Placid's shout, well-known mounting cry, which he was delighted to revive, their followers appeared on all sides, some bringing in their game, some empty-handed. The French officers saw that escape was impossible, neither had they any thought but for a passing moment of fighting for their liberty. The ouvertures were completely armed, and there never was an occasion when a man would lightly engage hand-to-hand with Toussaint or his son. Half the collected party, including Vincent, accompanied Toussaint to Pongadin. The other half escorted Placide and his prisoners up the Morne to Le Zephyr. These carried all the game for a present provision. Placide observed an interchange of glances between his prisoners as they passed the spades, pickaxes, and fresh-dug earth in the plateaus. He had little idea how that glance was connected with the romancing he had just been describing, nor how much of insult and weary suffering it boded to his father. Chapter 31. Retreat. Pungadin was indeed no longer safe immediately on the return of Kosen to the fleet. Under the date of the 17th of February, the Captain General issued a proclamation of outlawry against El Overture, and Christophe pronouncing it the imperative duty of everyone who had the power to seize and deliver up the traitors. As Toussaint said to his family, Pungadin was a residence for a citizen. Outlaws must go to the mountains. The mountain they went, not weeping and trembling, but in a temper of high courage and hope. The rocks rang with the military music which accompanied them. Their very horses seemed to feel the spirit of their cause much more, were the humblest of the soldiery animated with the hope of success in the struggle which was now to be carried on in a mode which they much preferred to keeping watch in the plains. They found the pass well fortified, they found the morn above it still and undisturbed, untrod, as it seemed now likely to remain by the foot of an invader. They found the mansion at Les Zephyrs spacious, as it was much enlarged by temporary erections, and prepared for the abode of more than the number that had come. Madame Pascal looked at her husband with a sigh when the alterations met her eye, and Raymond himself did not much relish seeing sentinels posted at all his gates. Euphrosyne, however, was still quite happy. Here was her beloved Les Zephyrs, with its blossoming cacao groves. Here were space, freedom, and friends, and neither convent rules nor nuns. A perpetual line of communication was established between the pass and this mansion. Vincent with a troop was appointed to guard the estate, and the persons on it, including the 2 French prisoners. Placide was to join his father below to receive the forces which flocked to the rendezvous. Before he went, he pointed out to Vincent and his own family a station on a steep at some distance in the rear of the house, whence they might discern with a good glass the road which wound through the plain of the Artibonite within 2 miles of the plateaus and up towards Plaisance to the north. Many and wonderful were the objects seen from this lofty station, but not one of them, not even the green knolls and hollows of the Morne, stretched out from Les Zephyrs to the pass, not the brimming river of the Plainot. The distant azure sea, with its tufted islets, was so interesting under present circumstances as this yellow winding road, way of approach of either friend or foe. But for the apprehensions belonging to a state of warfare, apprehensions which embitter life in all its hours to women, and possibly more than is generally acknowledged to men, but for the speculations as to who was destined to die, who to fall into the most cruel hands that ever abused their power over a helpless foe. For the French of former wars were not forgotten, and what was to be the lot of those who escaped death and capture, but for these speculations, which was stirring in every woman's heart, in all that household, the way of life at Les Zephyrs was pleasant enough. Even poor Jennifer appeared to revive here. She showed more interest in nursing Dessalines than in any previous occupation, since the death of her lover Therese was delighted to afford her the opportunity of feeling herself useful, and permitted herself many a walk in the groves, many an hour of relaxation in the salon, which she would have despised, but for their affording an interest to Jennifer. The 3 were more than ever drawn together by their new experience of the conduct of the French. Never was sick man more impatient to be strong than Dessalines. Jennifer regarded him as the pillar of the cause on account of his uncompromising passion for vengeance, and his wife herself counted the days till he could be again abroad at the head of his forces. When not in attendance upon him, Jennifer spent the hours of daylight at the station on the height. She cared neither for heat nor chill while there, and forgot food and rest, and there was sometimes that in her countenance when she returned, and in the tone of her prophesying about the destruction of the enemy, which caused the whisper to go round that she met her lover there, just under the clouds. Monsieur Pascal, rational, sagacious Monsieur Pascal, was of opinion that she believed this herself. On this station and other heights which surrounded the mansion, there were other objects of interest than the visitations of the clouds and the whisperings of the breezes from the depths of the woods. For many days, a constant excitement was caused by the accession of troops. Not only Toussaint's own bands followed him to the post, but 3,000 more on whom he could rely were spared from his other strong posts in the mountains. Soon after these 3,000, Christophe appeared with such force as could be spared from the garrisons in the north. The officers under Dessalines, also aware that the main struggle, whenever the French would come to an engagement, must be in the plateaus de la Ravine, drew thither with the remnants of the force which had suffered defeat in the southwest hitherto, came Belair with his family, and the little garrison which had fortified and held El Etel till it became necessary to burn and leave it. Messenger arrived after messenger to announce these accessions of force, and the whole household poured out upon the heights to see and hear. If it was at noon, the clear music of the wind instruments floated faintly in the still air. If the morning or evening breezes were abroad, the harmony came in gushes, and the shouts of greeting and reception were plainly distinguishable and were responded to involuntarily by all at Le Zephyr, but the two prisoners under the impulse of the moment. No voice was louder or more joyous than Vincent's. It now only remained for Maurepas to bring his numerous troops up to the point of junction. He must presently arrive, and then as Placide and other sanguine young soldiers thought, and as Sabes and his companion began seriously to fear the Negro force under L'Ouverture might defy all Europe. News-stirring news came from all corners of the colony, with every fresh arrival. Disha especially could tell all that had been done not only at El Etel and in all the plain of Cul-de-Sac, but within the districts of the unfaithful generals Clervaux and La Plume. Her boy, just though too young to take practical part in the war, carried the passion and energy of a man into the cause, and was versed in all the details of the events which had taken place since the landing of the French. It was a sore mortification to Just that he was not permitted to remain by his father's side at the plateaus, but he consoled himself with teaching his little brother Toby the military exercise, and with sport. Just was as fond of sport as on the day when he floated under calabashes to catch wild ducks. And this was well, for, at Le Zephyr, under present circumstances, the sportsman was one of the most useful members of the establishment. The air of the morns was celebrated for its power of creating an appetite, and there were many mouths to feed, so that Just was assured on all hands that he had as important a function to fulfill as if he had been a soldier, as it was believed impossible for human foot to stray beyond the morn by any other passage than that of the plateaus. The boys were permitted to be out early and late in the woods and upon the hillsides, and often did Jennifer and the sentries hear the far-off shouts of the little sportsmen, or see the puff of smoke from Just's rifle in the valley or under the verge of the groves. Many a nest of young orioles did Toby abstract from the last fork of a branch, when the peculiar note of the parent bird led him on into the midst of the thicket, where these delicate creatures hide themselves. The ringtail dove, one of the most exquisite of table luxuries, he was very successful in liming, and he would bring home a dozen in a morning. He could catch turkeys with a noose, and young pigs to barbecue. He filled baskets with plovers' eggs from the high lands, and of the wildfowl he brought in there was no end. In the midst of these feats, he engaged for far greater things in a little while when soldier crabs should make their annual march down the mountains on their way to the sea. In those days, Toby promised the tables at Le Zephyr should groan under the profusion of savory soups, which should banish for the season the salt beef and saltfish, which meantime formed part of the daily diet of the household. While his little brother was thus busy with smaller game, Just was indulging a higher ambition when nothing better was to be had. He could condescend to plovers and pigeons, but he liked better to bring down a dainty young heifer among the herds of wild cattle or several head of deer. In a day, it was his triumph to return heavily laden, and to go forth again with 3 or 4 soldiers, or half a dozen servants, whichever could best be spared, to gather up from the hillsides the fallen game, which he had covered with branches of trees to keep off hawk and vulture. It was triumph to point out to his aides spot after spot where the bird of prey hovered, seeking in vain for a space on which to pounce. Amidst these triumphs, Just was almost satisfied not to be at the plateau. Perhaps the heaviest heart among all that household, scarcely excepting Jennifer's, was Madame L'Ouverture's, and yet her chief companionship, strangely enough, was with the one who carried the lightest Euphrosyne. It was not exactly settled whether Madame L'Ouverture or Madame Pascal was hostess, and they therefore divided the onerous duties of the office, and Euphrosyne was their handmaid, charmed to be with those she loved, charmed to be busy in new way, charmed to hear from time to time that she was useful, she useful to the Ouvertures. It was an honor, it was an exquisite pleasure. She was perhaps the first white lady in the island out of the convent who had gathered fruits, prepared vegetables, and made sweet dishes with her own hands morning after morning. The three ladies spent together in domestic occupations, finding that the servants, numerous as they were, could not get through the whole work of hospitality to such a household morning after morning. They spent in the shaded storeroom, amidst the fragrance of fruits and spices. Here the unhappy mother, the anxious wife, opened her heart to the young people, and they consoled and ministered to her as daughters. "If you are not my daughters," said she, "on one of these mornings, I have none. But you will have, they will return to you," said Afra. "Think of them as you did of your sons, when they were at Paris's, absent for a while to gain experience, and sure to return. You will find one of them, perhaps, both as happy on your bosom hereafter, as we see your Placide by his father's side." "How can you say so, Afra? Which of my girls will ever come to me again, as they did at Breda?" "Jenna Fred is better," said Euphrosyne. "Better, since we came here but her every day, and I should wonder if she were not. No one can long be sullen here." "Do not be hard, Euphrosyne, my love. Sullen is a hard word for my poor unhappy child." "Nay, madam, no one can be more sorry for her than I am, as you will find if you ask Father Gabriel. He will tell you how angry I was with L'Ouverture, how cruel I thought him on that dreadful day. But now, in these stirring times, when our whole world, our little world in the middle of the sea, is to be destroyed or made free and glorious forever, I do think it is being sullen to mope on the mountain as she does, and speak to nobody, care for nobody. But the Dessalines, however, I would not say a word about it if I were not sure that she is getting better. And if she were growing worse instead of better, there is nothing that I would not do to help or console her, though I must still think her sullen, not only towards her father here, but—" And Euphrosyne crossed herself. "It is hard," sighed Madame L'Ouverture. "It is hard to do all one ought, even in the serious hours of one's prayers. I do try with my husband's help when he is here, and from the thought of him when he is absent to pray as he desires for our enemies. But it generally ends, God forgive me, in my praying that Bonaparte may be held back from the work of estranging our children from us." "It can only be for a time," said Afra again. She could think of no other consolation. "Those who know best say that everything is for good," continued Margaret. "If so, I wonder whether anyone can foretell what can be the good of a stranger, a man that we have never seen, and who has everything about him to make him great, thrusting himself between us and our children to take their hearts from us. I asked L'Ouverture to foretell to me how this would be explained, and he put his hand upon my month, and asked me to kneel down and pray with him that we might have patience to wait God's own time." "And could you do so?" asked Euphrosyne with brimming eyes. "I did, but I added a prayer that Bonaparte might be moved to leave us the glory and dominion which we value as duty, and the hearts of our children, and that he might be contented with gaining the homage of the French nation, and grasping the kingdoms of Europe." "I think God will hear that prayer," said Afra cheerfully. "And I am sure Bonaparte will thank you for it," said Euphrosyne. "In that day, when hearts will be known, and things seen as they are." "One might expect," sighed Madame L'Ouverture, "as one's children grow up, that they should go mad for love, but I never thought of such a thing as their going mad for loyalty." "Do you think it is for loyalty?" asked Euphrosyne. "I should call Placide the most loyal of your children, and next to him Denis." "They think they are loyal and patriotic, my dear. I am sure, I hope they will go on to think so, for it is the best excuse for them." "I wish I had a magic glass," said Euphrosyne. "My dear, do not wish any such thing. It is very dangerous and wicked to have anything to do with that kind of people. I could tell you such a story of poor Moise, and of many other unhappy persons, too, as would show you the mischief of meddling with charms." Euphrosyne: "Do not be afraid, dear madam. I was not thinking of any witchcraft, but only wishing your children the bright mirror of a clear and settled mind. I think such a mirror would show them that what they take for loyalty and patriotism in their own feelings and conduct is no more loyalty and patriotism than the dancing lights in our rice grounds are stars." "What is it, my dear, do you think?" "I think it is weakness remaining from their former condition. When people are reared in humiliation, there will be weakness left behind. Loyal minds must call Bonaparte's conduct to L'Ouverture vulgar. Those who admire it, it seems to me, either have been or are ready to be slaves." One may pity rather than blame the first, said Afra, but I do not pretend to have any patience with the last. I pity our poor faithless generals here, and dear Amy with her mind so perplexed, and her struggling heart. But I have no toleration for Leclerc and Rochambeau and the whole train of Bonaparte's worshippers in France. They are not like your husband, indeed, Afra. And they might all have been as right as he, they might all have known, as well as he, what l'ouverture is. And what he has done, why do they not know that he might long ago have been a king? Why do they not tell one another that his throne might at this day have been visited by ambassadors from all the nations, but for his loyalty to France? Why do they not see, as my husband does, that it is for want of personal ambition that l'ouverture is now an outlaw in the Morns, instead of being hand in hand as a brother king with George of England? They might have known whom to honor and whom to restrain, as my husband does, if they had had his clearness of soul and his love of freedom. And because they have not, said Euphrosyne, they are lost in amazement at his devotion to a Negro outlaw. Do not shrink, dear madam, from those words, if they were meant in anything but honor they would not be spoken before you, Afra, and I feel that to be the first of the blacks is now to be the greatest man in the world, and that to be an outlaw in the Morns in the cause of a redeemed race is a higher glory than to be the conqueror of Europe. Do we not, Afra? Assuredly we do. They will soon learn whom they have to deal with in this outlaw, said Madame. I can tell you, my dears, that Rochambeau is drawing near us, and that there is likely soon to be a battle. Heyo. Is that bad news or good? Asked Euphrosyne. My husband means it for good news, my dear, at least if Maurepas arrives from the south, as soon as Rochambeau from the north. I wish Maurepas would come side, Afra. Madame l'ouverture went on. It has been a great mortification to my husband that there has been no fair battle, yet his people, those who are faithful, have had no opportunity of showing how they feel and what they can do. The French have been busy spying and bribing and cajoling and pretending to negotiate, and the one thing they will not do is fighting. But I tell you, my dears, the battle day is coming on now. Heyo. There was a pause, after which Euphrosyne said, I suppose we shall hear the battle. There was another pause, during which Madame's tears were dropping into her lap. Afra wondered how General Dessalines would bear to hear the firing from his chamber so near, and be unable to. That puts me in mind, said Madame, rising hurriedly. How could I forget it? Was the very reason why my husband told me that Rochambeau was so near. We must prepare for the wounded, my dears. They will be sent up here, as many as the house will hold. And the tents which my husband is sending up, we must be making lint, my dears, and preparing bandages. My husband has provided simples, and Madame Dessalines will tell us so. Dear, what was I about to forget all this? Do not hurry yourself, dear madam, said Afra. We will take care that everything is done with Madame Dessalines to direct us. We shall be quite prepared. Do not hurry yourself. So I dare say Rochambeau is not at hand at this moment. At the very next moment, however, Euphrosyne's countenance showed that she was by no means certain of this. Madame l'ouverture stood still to listen in her agitated walk about the room. There were distant shouts heard, and a bustle and buzz of voices within and about the house, which made Euphrosyne empty her lap of the shaddocks she was peeling, and run out for news. Joy, joy, she cried, returning. Maurepas is coming. We can see his march from the station. His army has crossed the river. Make haste, Afra. Dear madam, will you go with me to the station? No, my love, said Madame, sitting down trembling. We can go as slowly as you like. There is plenty of time. You need not hurry, and it will be a glorious sight. No, my dear, do you young people go, but Euphrosyne, are you quite sure it is not Rochambeau? Oh dear, yes, quite certain. They come from the south, and have crossed the Artibonite. They come from the very point they ought to come from. It is good news, you may rely upon it, the best possible news. I am thankful, said Madame in a low, sad voice. Go, my dears, go, and see what you can. All who could leave the house or the post of Dudathat is all but the two prisoners. The sentries and Madame were at the station or on their way to it. The first notice had been given. It appeared by some huntsmen who had brought in game. My boys, said Madame Belair, what a pity they should miss this sight, only that I suppose we could not keep just within bounds. He would be off to the camp before we could stop him. It may be a fortunate chance that he is on the northern hills instead of the southern today. But I am sorry for my little Toby. Whereabouts are they, I wonder? Has anyone seen them within these 2 hours? The hunters had parted with the boys in the valley at sunrise, when they said they should seek fish and fowl today in the logwood grove and the pond above it, as there were hunters enough out upon the hills. If they are really no farther off than that, said their mother, they may hear us, and come for their share of the sight you walk. Well, General Dessalines. Dessalines declared himself, well, the rumor of war was the tonic he needed even at this distance. It had done more for him than all Therese's medicines in a month. Therese saw that it was indeed so, and that he would lie at the plateaus now before the enemy. Look at General Vincent, whispered Madame Pascal to her husband, on whose arm she was leaning, as all stood on the height, anxiously gazing at the road, which wound like a yellow thread across the plain. And round the base of the hills, the troops were now hidden by a hanging wood, so that Afra rested her strained eyes for a moment, and happened to notice Vincent's countenance. Do look at General Vincent. Her husband shook his head, and said that was what he was then thinking of. Dessalines and his wife were similarly occupied, and they and the Pascals communicated with each other by glances. What is the matter, Vincent? Asked Dessalines outright. Here are the long expected come at last, and you look as gloomily upon them as if they were all France. I'm not such a man of blood as you, Dessalines. I have never given up the hope of accommodation and peace. It is strange when the great men on both sides profess such a desire for peace that we must see this breach made. Nobody can tell why. Why, my good fellow, exclaimed Dessalines, staring into his face, surely you are talking in your sleep. The heats put you to sleep last summer, and you are not awake, yet you know nothing that has been done since December. I do believe. Come, let me tell you, as little Toby is not here to do it. Don't, love, said Therese, pressing her husband's arm. No disputes today, Jacques. The times are too serious. At another time, General, said Vincent, I will instruct you a little in my opinions formed when my eyes were wide open in France, which yours have never been. There they are, there they come from behind the wood. If we could but see them for the dust, exclaimed some. Oh, this dust, we can see nothing, cried others, who can give a guess how many they are. It is impossible, said Belair, without previous knowledge. One could not tell them from droves of bullocks and goats going to market at St. Mark. Except for their caps, said Euphrosyne, I see a dozen or two of feathers through the crowd. Do not you, Afra? Yes, but where is their music? We should hear something of it here, surely. Yes, it is a dumb march, said Dessalines. At present they will strike up when they have turned the shoulder of that hill. No doubt there. Now listen. All listened, so that the brook half a mile behind made its babbling heard, but there was not a breath of music. Is it possible that Rochambeau should be in the way? Asked Therese. He cannot be in the way, said her husband, for where I stand I command every foot of the road up to our posts, but he may be nearer than we thought. I conclude that he is. Look, see, cried several, they are taking another road. Where are they going? General Dessalines, what does it mean? I would thank anyone to tell me that it is not as I fear, replied Dessalines. I fear Maurepas is effecting a junction not with us, but with someone else. With Rochambeau. Traitor. The traitor, Maurepas. His head. Are all for his head, cried the enraged gazers, as they saw Maurepas indeed diverging from the road to the post, and a large body of French troops turning a reach of the same road. From behind a hill the two clouds of dust met, and now there was no more silence, but sound enough from below and afar. There was evidently clamor and rage among the troops in the plateaus, and bursts of music from the army of their foes, triumphant and insulting, swelled the breeze. Are all for the head of Maurepas? Cried the group again. Nay, said Vincent, leave Maurepas his head, who knows, but that peace may come out of it. If all had done as he has now done, there could be no war. In the same way, exclaimed Pascal, as if all of your color thought as you do, there would then be no war, because there would be no men to fight, but only slaves to walk quietly under the yoke. Be as angry as you will, said Vincent, in a low voice to Pascal. No one's anger can alter the truth. it is impious and vain here as elsewhere to oppose Bonaparte l'ouverture. Will have to yield you know that as well as I do Monsieur Pascal and those are the best friends of the blacks, who help to render war impossible, and who bring the affair to a close, while the first consul may yet be placable. Has that opinion of yours been offered to your commander Vincent? It would have been if he had asked for it. He probably knows that I had rather have seen him high in honor and function under Leclerc than an outlaw entrenched in the Mournes. Then why are you here? I am here to protect those who cannot protect themselves in these rough times. I am here to guard these ladies against all foes, come they whence they may, from France, or out of our own Savanos, from earth, air, or sea. But hark, silence, ladies, silence, all for a moment. They listened, ready to take alarm from him. They knew not why nothing was heard, but the distant baying of hounds, hunters coming home, as it was supposed. Those are not Saint Domingo hounds, said Vincent, in a low voice to Dessalines. No, indeed, home, all of you run for your lives, no questions, but run, Therese, leave me, I command you, if this is your doing, Vincent. Upon my soul, it is not. I know nothing about it. Home, ladies, as fast as possible. My children, exclaimed Madame Belair, I can find them, if you will only tell me the danger. What is the danger? You hear those hounds, they are Cuba bloodhounds, said Dessalines. The fear is that they are leading an enemy over the hills. Not a word more was necessary. Every one fled who could, except Therese, who would not go faster than her husband's strength permitted him to precede the voice of the hounds, and the tramp of horses' feet were apparently so near before they could reach the first sentry that both were glad to see Pascal hurrying towards them with 2 soldiers who carried Dessalines to the house, while Pascal and Therese ran for their lives, striving to thank her companion for remembering to bring this aid. No thanks, said Pascal. General Dessalines is our great man. Now we cannot do without him here. Is to be a siege. A French troop has come over by some unsuspected pass. I do not understand it. Have you sent to the plateaus? Of course, instantly, but our messengers will probably be intercepted, though we have spared 3 men to try 3 different paths. If l'ouverture learns our condition, it will be by the firing. Some of the sportsmen had brought in from the hills the news of the presence of an enemy in the Martineau, apparently on their way to the plantation. But engaged in some search among the hills, others spoke tidings which would not have been told for hours, but for the determination of Madame Belair to set out in search of her children, whatever foe might be in the path. It became necessary to relate that it was too late to save her children. They had been seen lying in a track of the wood, torn in pieces by the bloodhounds, whose cry was heard now close at hand. Though there was no one who would at first undertake to tell the mother this, there were none who in the end could conceal it from her. They need not have feared that their work of defense would be impeded by her waitings and tears. There was not a cry, there was not a tear. Those who dared to look in her face saw that the fires of vengeance were consuming all that was womanish in Disha's nature. She was the soldier to whom, under Dessalines, the successful defense of Le Zephyr was mainly owing. Dessalines gave the orders and superintended the arrangements, which she, with a frantic courage, executed from that hour to the day when she and her husband expired in tortures. The forces of the first consul had no more vindictive and mischievous enemy than the wife of Charles Belair, never propitiated and long unsubdued. Charles Belair and his wife lived henceforth in the fastnesses of the interior, and never for a day desisted from harassing the foe and laying low every Frenchman on whom a sleepless and apparently ubiquitous vengeance could fix its grasp. Disha was not the only woman who seemed to bear a foeman's soul. Therese looked as few had seen her look before, and busy as was her husband with his arrangements for the defense of the house, he could not but smile in the face, which expressed so much to her and any companions she could find among the women, was confided the charge. Sabes and Martin, who locked into a room whence they must hear the firing of their comrades outside, could not be supposed likely to make a desperate attempt to escape. Therese answered for their detention, if she had arms for herself, and 2 companions, whoever these heroines might be. The prisoners were found safe after the French had decamped. There were doubts which at any other time would have needed deliberation. It was a doubt for a moment whether to imprison Vincent, whose good faith was now extremely questionable. But there was no one to guard him, and his surprise and concern were evidently so real, and his activity was so great in preparing for defense that there seemed nothing for it but trusting him to protect the women who were under his charge. Dessalines, however, kept his eye upon him and his piece in readiness to shoot him down on the first evidence of treachery. Another doubt was as to the foe they had to contend against, how they got into the Morne, and why such an approach was made to an object so important as securing a party of hostages like these, whether, if Vincent had nothing to do with it, the spies had, and whether therefore more attacks might not be looked for, were questions which passed through many minds, but to which no consideration could now be given. Here were the foe, and they must be kept off. The struggle was short and Sharp small, as was the force without it far outnumbered that of the fighting men in what had been supposed the secure retreat of Lezephe, and there is no saying but that the ladies might have found themselves at length on Tortuga, and in the presence of Bonaparte's sister, if the firing had not reached the watchful ear of L'Ouverture at the plateaus on the way to which all the three messengers had been captured. Toussaint arrived with a troop in time to deliver his household. After his first onset, the enemy retreated, at first carrying away some prisoners, but dropping them on their road one after another, as they were more and more hardly pressed by L'Ouverture, till the few survivors were glad to escape as they could by the way they came. Toussaint returned his soldiers, bringing in the mangled bodies of the two boys. When he inquired what loss had been sustained, he found that 3 besides the children were killed, and that Vincent was the only prisoner besides the 3 messengers turned back in the Morne. "Never was there a more willing prisoner, in my opinion," observed Pascal. "He carries away a mark from us, thank heaven," said Dessalines. "Madame Belair shot him." It was so. Decia saw Vincent join the French and go off with them on the arrival of L'Ouverture, and partly through revenge, but not without a thought of the disclosures it was in his power to make. She strove to silence him for ever. She only reached a limb, however, and sent him away, as Dessalines said, bearing a mark from Lezephe. One of the French troop made prisoner was as communicative as could have been desired, much so as Vincent would probably be on the other side. He declared that the attack on Lezephe was a mere accident, that his company had entered the Morne, led by the bloodhounds, in pursuit of some Negroes, from whom they wanted certain information for Rochambeau respecting the localities that they had thus become acquainted with, the almost impracticable pass by which they had entered, that, when the hounds had destroyed the children, and proved that there were inhabitants in the Morne, the situation of Lezephe had been discovered, and afterwards the rank of its inhabitants, that the temptation of carrying off these hostages to Rochambeau had been too strong to be resisted, and hence the attack. "We shall have to remove," the ladies said to each other, "now that our retreat is known." "Shall we have to remove?" asked Euphrosyne, whose love of the place could not be quenched even by the blood upon its threshold. "I am not afraid to stay if anyone else will." "How can you be so rash, Euphrosyne?" asked Afra. "I would not be rash," Euphrosyne replied, "but we know now how these people came into the Morne, and L'Ouverture will guard the pass, and remember, Afra, we have beaten them, and they will take care how they attack us another time. Remember, we have beaten them." "We have beaten them," said Dessalines, laughing. "And what did you do to beat off the French, my little lady?" "I watched the prisoners through the keyhole, and if they had made the least attempt to set the house on fire, you would have put it out with your tirchi, Mademoiselle Euphrosyne. Ask Madame your lady what she would have done in such a case. She stood beside me. But does L'Ouverture say we must remove?" "L'Ouverture thinks," said Toussaint, who heard her question, "that this is still the safest place for the brave women who keep up his heart by their cheerful faces. He is ashamed that they have been negligently guarded. It shall not happen again." He was just departing for the plateaus. As he went out, he said to his wife, while he cast a look of tender compassion upon Madame Belair, "I shall tell Charles that you will cherish Decia. It is well that we can let her remain here beside the graves of her children. Bury them with honor, Margaret." Chapter 32. Auguste Farov. In time of peace, and if her children had perished by any other mode, it might have been a consolation to Decia to dwell for a time beside their graves, as it was the deep bark of the murderous dogs filled her ear perpetually, and their fangs seemed to tear her heart. Her misery in the quiet mansion of the Morns was unendurable, and the very day after the funeral, she departed with her husband to a place where no woman's eye could mark her maternal anguish, where no semblance of a home kept alive the sense of desolation. She retired with her husband and his troop to a fastness higher up in the Martineau chaos, whence they kept watch over the regular entrenchments below. Cut off supplies of provisions from the French harassed all their marches, and waged a special war against the bloodhounds. The Negros, most dreaded foe, more however, were perpetually brought over from Cuba, and regularly trained by means too barbarous for detail to make Negroes their prey. From the hour when Disha first heard the cry of a bloodhound, more than barbarism of her native Congo took possession of her. Never more was she seen sewing under the shade of the tamarind tree. Never more did she spread the table for husband or guests within a house. Never more was her voice heard singing gaily or plaintively the songs that she had gathered from the palm groves of Africa, or the vineyards of France, or from the flowery fields of a mother's hopes. Henceforth she carried the rifle and ate her meal in stern silence in the cave of the rock. When she laughed, it was as her shot went straight to her victim's heart. When she spoke, it was of the maneuvers of her mountain war. And the only time that she was ever seen to shed tears was when a rumor of a truce reached the pinnacle on which she dwelt, though assured that any truce could be only as every Negro knew a truce. Till August the mere semblance of accommodation with the foe forced tears of vexation from eyes which were forever after dry. If she felt a gleam of satisfaction before leaving Le Zephyr, it was at the singular accident by which, just always so bent upon being a soldier, shared the honors of a military funeral. Just and Toby were buried with the soldiers who had fallen in the defense of the house, and to the father who followed the coffins and the mother who hid herself in the thicket, there was something like pleasure in the roll of the drum and the measure of the dead march, and the warlike tone of the shrill dirge which was sung round the open graves, and the discharge of firearms over them. A satisfaction like that of fulfilling the last wish of their boy. This done, and the graves fenced and planted, the childless pair departed, wishing perhaps in their own hearts that they could weep their misfortune like those whom they left behind. For some time forward from that day, there was no more cause for weeping at Le Zephyr. The season had come for the blacks to show what they could do, in the hope, as he said, of hastening on the peace. Vincent told all that he knew of the plans and resources of the outlawed chiefs, and in consequence the French at length proceeded to vigorous action, believing that if they could force the post at the plateaus, they could so impoverish and disable the Negro leaders as to compel them to become mere banditti who might be kept in check by guarding the mountain passes. The French force was therefore brought up again and again to the attack, and always in vain. The ill success of the invaders was no doubt partly owing to the distress which overtook their soldiery whenever they had been a few days absent from their camp, and their ships, whichever way they turned, and however sudden the changes of their march, they found the country laid waste, with houses unroofed, the cattle driven away, the fields burned or inundated, and nothing but a desert under their feet and flames on the horizon, while the sun of the tropic grew daily hotter overhead. These were disadvantages, but the French had greatly the superiority in numbers, in experience, and in supplies of ammunition. Yet for many weeks they failed in all their attempts. They left their dead before the entrance of the plateaus, or heaped up in the neighboring fields, or strewed along the mountain paths, now to the number of 700, now 12, and now 1,500, while the Negroes numbered their losses by tens or scores. The first combined attack, when Maurepas with his army joined Rochambeau, and 2 other divisions met them from different points, was decisively disastrous, and even Vincent began to doubt whether the day of peace, the day of chastisement of L'Ouverture's romance, was so near as he had supposed. The last time that the French dared the blacks to come forth from their entrenchments and fight on the plain afforded the most triumphant result to the Negroes. So tremendous was the havoc among the French, while the blacks charged without intermission, rolling on their force from their entrenchments, each advancing line throwing itself upon the ground immediately after the charge, while those behind passed over their bodies, enabling them to rise and retreat in order to rush forward again in their turn. That the troops of the Rhine and the Alps were seized with a panic, and spread a rumor that there was sorcery among the blacks, by which they were made invulnerable. It was scarcely possible, too, to believe in the inferiority of their numbers, so interminable seemed the succession of foes. That presented a fresh front. Rochambeau saw that if not ordered to retreat his troops would fly, and whether it was a retreat or a flight at last, nobody could afterwards determine. They left 1,500 dead on the field, and made no pause till they reached Plaisance. From this time, the French generals resolved against more fighting, till reinforcements arrived from France. New hopes inspired the black soul of them at least, who did not like l'ouverture and Christophe anticipate another inundation of the foe from the sea. Placide, who was foremost in every fight, was confident that the struggle was nearly over, and rode up to Le Zephyr occasionally with tidings which spread hope and joy among the household, and not only made his mother proud, but lightened her heart. He told at length that the French, not relishing the offensive war begun by Christophe, had blockaded his father in the plateaus. He treated this blockade as a mere farce, a mode of warfare which would damage the French irreparably as the heats came on, while it could not injure the blacks acquainted, as they were, with the passes of the country. Placide would have been right if only one single circumstance had been otherwise than as it was. L'ouverture had nothing to fear from a blockade. In regard to provisions, he had adherents above among the heights, who could supply his forces with food for themselves and fodder for their horses. Inexhaustibly, every ravine in their rear yielded water. They had arms enough, and in their climate, and with the summer coming on the clothing of the troops, was a matter of small concern. But their ammunition was running short. Everything was endeavored, and timely, to remedy this. But there was no effectual remedy. Many a perilous march over the heights and descent upon the shore did one and another troop attempt. Many a seizure of French supplies did they actually effect. Many a trip did Paul and others who had boats make to one and another place, where it was hoped that powder and ball might be obtained, but no sufficient supply could be got. The foe were not slow in discovering this, and in deriving courage from their discovery, from the moment that they found themselves assailed with flights of arrows from the heights, and that their men were wounded not always with ball or even shot, but with buttons, nails, and other bits of old metal. With anything rather than Lethe kept a closer watch along the coast, and the roads, that no little boat, no cart or pack-horse might escape capture. Towards the end of April, the difficulty became so pressing that l'ouverture found himself compelled to give up his plan of defensive war with all its advantages, and risk much to obtain the indispensable means of carrying on the struggle. It was with this view that he mustered his force, gave out nearly the last remains of his ammunition, burst victoriously through the blockading troops, routed them, and advanced to attack the French lines posted at Plaisance. Behind him he left few, but his wounded, commanded by Dessalines, who was yet hardly sufficiently recovered to undertake a more arduous service. Before him were the troops under Maurepas, whom he had always believed he could recall with a word, if he could but meet them face to face. Others probably believed so too, for those troops had on every occasion been kept back, and so surrounded, as that no one from their old haunts and their old companions could reach them now. However, the French force was so reduced by the many defeats they had undergone that it was probable they would be obliged to put faith in the renegado division, if attacked, and l'ouverture was not without hopes of striking a decisive blow by recalling the Negroes in the French lines to their allegiance to himself. Everything answered to his anticipations. When he advanced to the attack, he found the troops of Maurepas posted in the front to weaken the resolution of their former comrades, or receive their first fire. His heart bounded at the sight, and all his resentment against them as renegades melted into compassion for the weakness of those who had been reared in terror and servility. He rushed forward, placing himself, without a thought of fear, between the two armies, and extended his arms towards the black lines of the enemy, shouting to them, "My soldiers, will you kill your general? Will you kill your father, your comrades, your brothers?" In an instant, every black was on his knees. It was a critical moment for the French. They rushed on, drowning the single voice on which their destruction seemed to hang through. The kneeling soldiers on their faces strode over their prostrate bodies, and nearly effected their object of closing round l'ouverture and capturing him. His danger was imminent. The struggle was desperate, but his soldiers saved him. The battle was fierce and long, but again and again turning in his favor, till all seemed secure. He was forcing the enemy from their lines and giving out the inspiring Negro cry of victory, when a new force marched up against him, stopped the retreat of the French, and finally repulsed the blacks exhausted, as they were, and unable to cope with a fresh foe in the most critical moment. 4,000 troops, fresh from the ships, had arrived to convert the defeat of the French into a victory, and they brought into the battle more than their own strength in the news that reinforcements from France were pouring in upon every point of the coast. The news reached l'Ouverture and completed the discouragement of his little army. It decided him at once in what direction to retreat. It was useless to return to the plateaus, as the force there was more than proportioned to the supply of ammunition. This fresh descent of the French upon the coast would have the effect of dispersing the small bodies of black troops in the north. A rendezvous was necessary in order to make the most both of the men and stores. He proceeded to post his troops at Ledondon and Marmalade, sending orders to Christophe to meet him there. They might possibly be usefully employed in cutting off access to the French army at Plaisance, and at the same time supplying their own wants, while deliberating on what plan to carry on the struggle under the new circumstances, till August, for whatever treachery and defection might have to be encountered elsewhere. There was never a moment's doubt that nature would prove a faithful ally when her appointed season came. Chapter 33. Conflicting. What to do, said l'Ouverture to Christophe as they entered his apartment at Ledondon. What to do, everything this year, and for the future, may depend on what we decide on for our next step, and we must decide before we leave this room. Say your thoughts, Henry. I am for a truce. I am for a retreat in the mountains now, for our reasons. Why do you desire a truce? Because I see that Leclerc so earnestly wishes it, that I am confident we may make good terms for the interval of waiting, till we recover altogether our power, our territory, and our people. Leclerc will revoke our outlawry, that done you will be the virtual rider of our people, till August, after which no foes will be left upon our soil. What have you to say against this? That it is yielding unnecessarily and fatally to the invaders, where are our censures of Clairvaux and Maurepas, if we too yield to Leclerc and make terms with him. Every one of our people will understand the difference in the cases. Every one of them sees the difference between falling at the feet of Leclerc like Clairvaux, or joining him on the very field on which you are about to oppose him like Maurepas, and making a truce for a short interval when you are almost destitute of ammunition, and the enemy so exhausted with the heats as to decline coming into the field, while at the same time fresh troops are pouring in upon the coast in such numbers as to prevent you regaining your independence by remaining in arms. If every man of the Negroes has not wit enough to understand this for himself, who is better able than you to inform them of whatsoever you desire them to know, be assured, Toussaint powerful, as your influence is this day among our people, it will be more so when you are no longer an outlaw. It is worth a large sacrifice of our feelings to have our outlawry revoked. Have you more reasons to give for accepting a truce, or, as the French understand it, a peace? Let me first hear your reasons for a retreat in the mountains. A retreat in the mountains is the more honest proceeding of the two, Henry. If we make terms with the French, it will be knowing that that which goes by the name of peace is no more than a truce till August. And will not they know that as well as we is it necessary to tell the whites at this day that they are liable to the fever in the heats, and that any army, however glorious in its strength, previously becomes a skeleton at that season? This is a matter that is perfectly understood by all the parties. We must look forward, Henry, to the days to come, when August itself is past. The influence of myself or my successor will be injured by my having even apparently yielded to the invaders. My power over our people's minds will be immeasurably greater if I shall have consistently refused to tolerate the foe from the moment of their first hostile act to the end of the struggle. Am I not right? That character of consistency will be purchased at a price too dear, at the cost of your characteristic of mercy, Toussaint, reverence for human life. You will be ranked with Dessalines if you keep up for 4 months the disturbance and devastation of war, when every one knows that your end will be as certainly gained after these 4 months have been spent in peace. What a grief it would be to see you changed in all eyes from the adored l'Ouverture to Toussaint the bandit. Pardon my freedom. I required it of you, my friend, so do not speak of pardon. We are agreed that the moral influence of my conduct is the main consideration, as the destruction of the French army is certain, sooner or later independence secure, if we so will it. If we remain in the mountains, cutting off in detail the grasp which France shall attempt to lay on any part of our territory or our system, training our people meantime for another campaign, if France should attempt another, replenishing gradually our stores with perpetual small captures from the enemy, allowing them no asylum, discountenancing their presence in every possible way, shall be taking the shortest, and therefore the most merciful method of convincing the French and the blacks at once that their empire here is at an end, and slavery henceforth impossible for the Negroes of St. Domingo. But if I make a peace or truce, how dim and perplexed will be the impression of my conduct. I cannot hold office, civil or military, under the French. Henry, you would not have me do so. Certainly not till August retire to your estate, that every office in the colony may thereafter be in your hand. If I cooperate with the French, even in the faintest appearance, my moral influence will be all on their side, and a second year of warfare will find us farther from peace or independence than the first. If I act more or less, for the blacks Leclerc will send me to France as a traitor. If I do nothing, neither party will believe in my doing nothing. Each will suspect me of secret dealings with the other. It is also true that I cannot, if I would be inoperative, every glance of my eye, every word of my lips, in my own piazza at Pongadin, would be made to bear its interpretation, and go to disturb the single and distinct image, which I now stand before every eye and in every mind. I do not agree with you, said Henry. While the image of August is distinct in the minds of the St. Domingo people, it will keep your influence single and intelligible to them. As for what the French think, that is their own affair. They have the means of knowledge, let them use them. There is one fact which no one can misunderstand, the while that, after the defections under which you have suffered, and under your known want of military stores, an incursive war from the mountains appears ferocious, both revengeful and cruel, when every one knows that time will render it unnecessary. These defections do not discourage me, as they do you, Henry. Full 1/3 of my forces are faithfully proved, so by trial these with the goodness of our cause are enough for my hopes, almost for my desires. There is no ferocity, but rather mercy, in hastening on the day of our independence and peace, by using a force so respectable, so honored, as this tried remnant of my army. You reckon fallaciously, Toussaint, you include my troops in the force you speak of. Henry, exclaimed L'Ouverture, stopping in his walk up the apartment. It cannot be that you will desert me. No, no, forgive me, that the words passed my lips. Never will I desert you or our cause, Toussaint. Never will I intermit my enmity to our invaders. Never will I live for any other object than the liberties of our people. But the time may be come for us to pursue our common object by different paths. I cannot go and play the bandit in the mountains. Why did you not call me a bandit when I was at the plateaus? Because you were then waging an honorable war, not peace, was then beckoning you on to freedom. A state of voluntary outlawry, a practice of needless ravage, will make a different man of you. Say no more of it, Toussaint. I cannot be lieutenant, to do not make me utter the word. You have always hitherto obeyed me, Henry. I have, and when we are in a state of war, I will obey you again. Do not class me with La Plume and Clervaux, rather do if you will, and when August is past, I will prove to you the difference. Do not you see, Henry, that you not only cease to aid me at a great crisis, but that you put a force upon me? I cannot help it. I must do so rather than go and be a butcher in the morns with Dessalines. Say with me too, call me a butcher too, after the long years that you have known my heart. Call me a butcher too. Let us talk sense, Toussaint. This is no time for trifling. After August, I shall join you again to fight if it be necessary, but I hope it will not. Not if heaven strengthens me to do my work. Without you, Christophe, after the fever, it is much for the sick to walk. We do not expect the dead to rise. When I join you after August, resumed Christophe, whether for the labors of war or peace, you, and perhaps even Jacques, will wish that your hands were as clean from blood as mine. Your thought, Toussaint, tell me your thought. If I was thinking that you will join us, Henry, you will labor till our great work is done. You may err, and you may injure our cause by your error, but you will never be seduced from the rectitude of your own intentions. That is what I was thinking. I would fain keep my judgment of you undisturbed. by a grieving heart. You are more than generous, Toussaint, you are just I was neither, pardon me, but I am unhappy, I am wretched that you are about to forfeit your greatness, when, oh Toussaint, nothing should ever grieve me again. If we could but agree, Tada, if I could but see you retire with your wonted magnanimity, to Pongadin there with your wonted piety, to await the leadings from above, where is your wonted faith, that you do not see them now through the clouds that are about us. I cannot but see them now, said Toussaint, sighing, and to see is to follow if you are wholly resolved to make a truce for yourself and your division. I am wholly resolved to do so. Then you compel me to do the same. Without you I have not force sufficient to maintain an effectual resistance. Thank God, then, we shall see you again, l'ouverture, and no longer Toussaint the outlaw. You will hear me, Henry, you put this constraint upon me. What are you prepared to do if the French prove treacherous after our peace is made? To drive them into the sea, to be sure. You do not suppose I shall regard them as friends the more for making a truce with them. We will keep our eyes upon them. We will preserve an understanding with the whole island as to the vigilance which the blacks must exercise day and night over their invaders. The first treacherous thought in Leclerc's mind is a breach of the truce, and dearly shall he rue it. This is all well planned, Henry, if the cunning of Leclerc proves deeper than yours. Say ours, Toussaint. No, I have no part in this arrangement. I act under your compulsion, and under my own protest, as I require of you, Henry, to remember, if we are not deep enough, vigilant enough, active enough for Leclerc and his council, if he injures us before August, and Bonaparte ordains a second campaign after it, are you ready to endure the responsibility of whatever may befall? I am. Have you looked well forward into the future, and detected every mischief that may arise from our present temporizing, and resolved that it was a less evil than losing the rest of this season, putting a compulsion upon your best friend, and fettering the deliverer of your people? I have so looked forward, repudiating the charge of undutiful compulsion. I act for myself and those under my command, virtually compelling me to act with you by reducing me from being the general of an army to be the leader of a troop, and by exposing our cause to the peril greatest of Alaf, a declared division between you and me. I yield Christophe, but what I am going to do I do under protest order in the French prisoners. Yet one moment, said Henry, let me reason with you a little further. Be satisfied of the goodness of the act before you do it. I do not need satisfaction on that. I do not quarrel with the terms we are to make. I do not protest against any of the provisions of the treaty. I protest against the necessity of treating summon the prisoners. Can you, said Christophe, still delaying, can you improve upon the terms proposed? Can the conditions be altered so as to give more satisfaction to your superior foresight? I would not use flattering terms at this moment, Toussaint, you know I would not, but your sagacity is greater than mine or anyone's. I distrust myself about the terms of the treaty, I assure you. About anything more than the mere terms of the treaty? Asked Toussaint again, stopping in his walk. About the conditions, and about the conditions only. Your self-distrust is misplaced, and comes too late. Order the prisoners to be brought in. As Sabes and Martin entered l'ouverture, and Christophe renewed, by a glance, their agreement to speak and act with the utmost apparent sameness of views and intentions, it was but a poor substitute for the real coincidence which had always hitherto existed, but it was all that was now possible. I am going to send you back to your Captain General, gentlemen, said Toussaint. Not without apology, I trust, said Sabes, for having subjected to such treatment as we have undergone. Messengers sent to Parle bearing actually the necessary credentials from the Captain General. For 9 weeks have my companion and I been dragged from place to place, wherever it suited your purposes, to go in perpetual fear for our lives. I am sorry you have trembled for your lives, gentlemen, replied Toussaint. It was an unnecessary suffering, as I gave you my word on your capture that your persons were safe, considering that you were found crouching among the ferns, within hearing of my private conversation with my son respecting the affairs of the war. I think your complaints of your detention unreasonable, and I have no apology to make on that ground either to yourselves or your commander. I cannot hear another word of complaint, gentlemen. You know well that by any general in Europe, you would under similar circumstances have been hanged as spies. Now to public business. I am about to send you to General Leclerc, with proposals from General Christophe and myself, to bring this painful war to an end, according to the desire of the heads of both armies. We all know such to be the wish of the Captain General. No doubt it was never his desire, nor that of any true Frenchman, said Sabes, to be at war on the soil of this colony. You alone, General Toussaint, are responsible for the loss of lives and all the other miseries which it has occasioned. How so? Let him say on Lieutenant Martin. No one suffers by speaking his thoughts to me, be they what they may. On what consideration is it possible to impute this war to me? It would never have broken out if you had not despised the authority and thrown off the control of the mother country. This view cannot be new to you, General Toussaint, continued Sabes, on seeing the look of amazement with which l'Ouverture turned to Christophe. Indeed it is, replied Toussaint. The charge is as unexpected as it is untrue. You, sir, he said, appealing to Lieutenant Martin, are a naval officer. Tell me how you would act in such a case as this. Suppose you commanded a vessel of the state authorized and approved in your office. Suppose another officer came without notice, without your having heard a word of complaint, and leaped upon your deck with a crew double the number of your own, striking down and fettering your men. If you resisted their violence in such a case successfully or unsuccessfully, would you admit that you were the cause of the struggle, that you despised the government under which you held your command, that you threw off the control of your superiors? There was a pause. Such is my case, said Toussaint, and thus you must represent it, if you be men of honor. The purport of my letter to the Captain General, which will be ready by the time you are prepared for your journey, is to declare the willingness of General Christophe and myself to negotiate as the continuation of the war under the circumstances which have arisen appears to be without object. The terms which we require, and which it is supposed General Leclerc will agree to, are an amnesty for all who have ever fought or otherwise acted under our command, and the preservation of the rank of all black officers, civil and military. My friend Christophe and I will retire to our estates to pray for the peace and welfare of the colonized, peace and welfare which have, notwithstanding our prayers, been so unhappily broken up. Gentlemen, there can be little doubt that the Captain General will agree to these terms of pacification. We cannot answer for his replies, said Martin. Our representations shall be faithful. I doubt it not, said Toussaint, after experiencing your companion's courage and fidelity in rebuke, for which, though he is mistaken, in fact I honor him, nor can I doubt the readiness of the Captain General to treat with us on the terms I shall propose, for he must know that I shall always among my native fastnesses be strong to burn, ravage, and destroy. He must know that though my Negroes may be conquered, they will never more be subdued, and that entrenched in the Mournes, they can always effectually prevent an unfriendly settlement of the island. He must know that I am open to generous treatment, but otherwise ready and able to sell dearly a life which has done our country some service. The French officers assented, but waited as if to hear something more besides Christophe's declaration for his own part of agreement in what l'Ouverture had said. Sabes at length spoke, not without another cautionary sign from his companion. Your generous frankness, General Toussaint, said he, induces me to remind you of one more duty, which in case of the desired pacification you will owe to the Captain General. You will hold yourself indebted to France for all such treasure as in an hour of alarm you may have chosen to conceal. What does this mean, said Toussaint. General Christophe, do you know of any public treasure being concealed in any part of the island? None, said Christophe, public or private. Nor do Roman. One, you hear, gentlemen. You forget, General Toussaint, what we heard on the occasion of our capture. You forget your own words to us, said Lieutenant Martin, that we had seen and heard too much for you to let us go. I remember my words perfectly, and that they referred to my choice of a post in the Mournes, and a retreat for my family affairs long since made public enough. What else do you suppose you saw and heard? If I spoke of depositing my treasures in the Mournes, I was doubtless speaking of my household. Did you understand me to mean gold and silver? What was it that you suppose you saw and heard. We saw new-made graves and the tools that dug them after having heard shots. You are welcome to dig upon the plateaus, and to take whatever treasure you may find. You will find only the bones of the brave who fell in attacking and defending the post. And of those who, being there, can tell no tales. You forget that we heard their death shots before we saw their graves. The time is come for you to tell the secret that you buried with them. Christophe rarely laughed, but he laughed now. They believe, said he apparently, they believeth that you hid treasure in the morn, and then shot and buried the servants employed. We do, said the officers gravely. Were you really about to carry this story to the Captain General? Asked Toussaint, smiling. Tell him that the wealth of the colony, sufficient for the desires of its inhabitants, is dispersed through all its dwellings, to be enjoyed, not hidden by avarice, and sealed with blood. We are too well informed, said Sabes, concerning the wealth and splendor of the colony, to believe that any part of its treasure has met our eyes that can be concealed. Duty to France now requires that she should be put in possession of the whole wealth of the island. Let France cultivate an honorable peace, said Toussaint, and her authorities will assuredly see the wealth of the colony spread over all its fields, and amassed in every harbor. We can then present an overflowing public treasury. That is all I have to offer, and it ought to be enough. Sabes did not press the point further, because he saw it would be useless, but he and his companion were more and more persuaded of the truth of their notion of what they had seen, and heard. The more they recalled the tales told at the court of France of the plate, the gems, the bullion and coin, and the personal ornaments, which abounded even in the prosperous days of the old emigrants. Everyone knew, too, that the colony had been more prosperous than ever, since it is not known by whom the amount of the hidden treasure was at length fixed at 32 millions of francs. Sabes and Martin simply told their story and their ideas to Leclerc, adding the information that Toussaint L'Ouverture was an adept in dissimulation, that they had as nearly as possible been deprived of this piece of insight by the apparent frankness and candor of his manners, and that, but for the boldness of Sabes in pressing the affair of the buried treasure, they should actually have quitted the Negro chief after an occasional intercourse of 9 weeks, without any knowledge of that power of dissimulation which had been formerly attributed to him by those who it now appeared knew him well, and which must be the guiding fact in all the Captain General's dealings with him. His cunning must be met by all the cunning that Leclerc's united counsel could muster, or destruction would lurk under the pretended pacification. Accordingly, the whole of Leclerc's policy henceforth proceeded on the supposed fact of Toussaint L'Ouverture being the Prince of Dissemblers. Chapter 34. Receding. Leclerc was eager to receive proposals of peace, or a respite to dissimulation itself, rather than continue the war under his present difficulties. It was weary work keeping up a show before the eyes of the blacks, when of the 12,000 soldiers whom he had brought with him, 5,000 had fallen in battle, and 5,000 more were in the hospitals. 20,000 had arrived within a few weeks from France, and of these scarcely 11,000 remained fit for service. Happy, indeed, was Leclerc to receive replies to his overtures of peace, and anxious was he to testify every respect to the generals whom he had lately insulted and defied. He revoked their outlawry, commending them to the esteem and good offices of those to whom he had desired to deliver them as traitors. It is true, he transmitted to France magnificent accounts of the surrender of the blacks, of their abject supplications for their lives, and of the skill and prowess by which he had subdued the rebels and restored the colony to France. But these boastings were not known in Saint Domingo, though the true state of the case was whispered in Paris, as regarded the mortality among the white troops and the formidable influence still retained by the Negro leaders. Leclerc invited Toussaint to visit him at Cap, as well aware, doubtless, as Toussaint himself, that this open indication of amity was necessary to protect the army from the ill will of the blacks, who would not believe on any other authority than L'Ouverture's own that he had made peace with the invaders. It was a mournful though showy demonstration, and all parties were glad when it was over. As L'Ouverture rode from Ledondon to Cap Francaise followed by a guard of 350 horse. He was greeted by the inhabitants with the profoundest respect. Only in byplaces or from the depths of some wood did a few voices sing in Negro language the new song, which was spreading over the island in praise of August, exhorting to patience and peace till August. As he entered the town of Cap, the thunder of artillery reverberated from the heights. Around every fort along the coast, every vessel in the roads fired its salute, and the inhabitants of every color issued from their houses to pay honor to their adored L'Ouverture. Leclerc stood ready to receive him and to administer to him the oath of allegiance in the hall of Government House, the doors of which stood wide, and were carefully kept so by Toussaint's own guard, who would not for a moment let their commander be hidden from their sight. They formed in the walk, and in the court of Government House, remaining in fighting order with drawn sabers during the whole of the interview between the late and the present commander-in-chief. With an unaltered countenance, Toussaint took once more the oath of allegiance to France's oath, which it had never been his desire to break. He smiled when he heard this simple act proclaimed by another roar of artillery, such as might have greeted a victory. Leclerc frowned, for it was not followed, as he had hoped, by acclamations. The echoes died away into deep silence. It was an awkward moment. Leclerc hoped that Toussaint would lead the conversation, but Toussaint was deep in thought, gazing on the anxious and sickly face of the Captain General. He was grieving at heart that he and so many thousands more who might have lived long and useful lives at home should be laid low in the course of a bad enterprise against the liberties of the natives. The mournful gaze of his mild eyes confused the Captain General so that he said the first thing that occurred in order to break the silence. He observed that he understood there was some business yet standing over for settlement between the parties who had so happily met at last. He had no doubt that General Toussaint would see clearly that in his allegiance to France was involved the duty of accounting to the government for the wealth of the island, whether open to estimate or concealed in the Mournes or elsewhere. "I have heard something of this before," said Toussaint, "and are as ignorant as yourself of any buried treasure in this island. Nature is so perpetually bountiful that we have not the temptation which we are told exists elsewhere to amass wealth against a time of dearth. I have no treasure." "If so, how could you have proposed to remain out of the bounds of the law, as you did, till lately? Nature is not bountiful on the mountain peaks, which must then have been your abode. At least nature does not there bring forth arms and ammunition. Without treasure with which to purchase supplies, how would you have obtained arms and ammunition?" "I should have taken yours." Leclerc saw that even his own followers were more disposed to applaud than resent these words, and he therefore changed the topic. "It is fortunate, then, for all parties," said he, "that future struggles are avoided. We are friends. Let it go abroad through the whole island that we are friends." Toussaint made no reply. Leclerc continued, "You, General, and your troops will be employed and treated like the rest of my army. With regard to yourself, you desire repose." Looking round, he repeated the words emphatically, "You desire repose, and you deserve it after a man has sustained for several years the government of St. Domingo. I apprehend he needs repose. I leave you at liberty to retire to which of your estates you please. I rely so much on the attachment you bear the colony of St. Domingo as to believe you will employ what moments of leisure you may have during your retreat in communicating to me your ideas respecting the means proper to be taken to cause agriculture and commerce again to flourish. Respecting your forces and those of General Christophe, I hold full information. As soon as a list and statement of the troops under General Dessalines are transmitted to me, I will communicate my instructions as to the positions they are to take. I will send a messenger from my guard to General Dessalines this day," said Toussaint. "I shall be passing near his post on my way to my house at Pongadin, and he shall have your message." "This day," said Leclerc in a tone of some constraint. "Will you not spend this day with us?" "I cannot," replied Toussaint. "I must be gone to my home." As soon as it was believed that he was fairly out of hearing, the acts of the morning were proclaimed throughout Cap Francaise as the pardon of Generals Toussaint and Christophe. This proclamation was afterwards published by Leclerc's orders in the Gazette du Cap, where it was read by Toussaint in his study at Pongadin. "See," said he, pointing out the paragraph to Pascal with a smile, This is the way of men with each other. See the complacency with which one man pardons another for the most necessary or the best deed of his life. During a halt on the road to Pongadin, Isaac and Amy appeared. Amy was tearful, but her face was happy, so were her words. "Oh, Father," she said, "who could have hoped after what has happened that all would so soon be well? I am rejoiced to see you happy, my children. And you, Father, you are happy, honored, as you ereth colony at peaceful parties, friends know, more divisions know, more struggles in families. Father, answer me, is it not all well? No, my child. Are you unhappy, Father? Yes, my child. I am quite disappointed, quite grieved," said Amy, drawing back from his arms to look in his face. "Vincent gave us a glorious account on Tortuga," said Isaac, "of the welcome you had at Cap, we thought." "I did not see Vincent at Cap. He was not there, but he knew all." "But Father," said Amy, "you will see General Vincent, you will see him at Pongadin, now that you have done as he did, know that you are friends with the French, as he is, you will see him, Father." "I have never done as Vincent did, Amy, and my friendship with the French is what it ever was. If Vincent comes as your husband, I will see him as such. As a friend, I cannot. Is he your husband, my love?" "No. He is to be your husband." "If you would see him, if he were your friend. He urges me, Father, and Madame Leclerc and Isaac urge me, but I cannot marry him. Yet, Father, you do not know how much my heart is with you and my mother." "Are you happy, Amy?" "Madame Leclerc is very kind, and Vincent's love is everything that ought to make me happy, but—" "Will you go home with me, my child? How glad I should be if only you loved Vincent." "I cannot, Amy, would that I could." "Then when I have married him, you will see him as my husband. I cannot marry till my heart is more at ease. Still, I see everybody as friendly as Vincent said they were. But when we are married, we will come to Pongadin, may we? Come, my dear, when you will. Your parents' home and hearts will always be open to you. Meantime, write often to us, Amy." "Oh yes, I will write very often, and you will answer. I have heard perpetually of my mother and of poor Jennifer. But where is Placid? I thought we should have met him. Was not he at Cap?" "At Cap? No, indeed. He was too heartbroken to be at Cap today." "I wish I could understand it all," said Amy sadly. "I am sure there are many things that I do not know or comprehend. I thought all had been right now. And yet you and Placide are unhappy. I cannot understand it all." "Time will explain, my child. There will come a day when all doubts will be cleared up, and all woes at an end, when the wicked will cease from troubling love, and the weary be at rest." "Must you be going, Father, already? Oh, I wish—" And she looked at Isaac, as if purposing to go to Pongadin. Isaac had, however, promised Madame Leclerc to return by an appointed hour. There could be no difficulty, he said, in going to Pongadin any day. But today he had promised that they would both return to Madame Leclerc. Amy therefore bade her father farewell for the presently. For a very little while he must tell her mother that they should certainly meet very soon. In the piazza at Pongadin, Toussaint found Christophe. "I wish," said Christophe, "you would send to Dessalines not only the Captain General's message, but your own request that he will yield." "I cannot, Henry." "But he may spoil all by holding out." "I have done what I can in yielding myself. I can do no more." "You approve our act, surely you do not repent of what you have done." "I cannot repent of what I could not avoid. But enough of business for today, my friend. Where is Madame Christophe? Where are your children? Bring them here, and let us enjoy leisure and friendship once more while we can." "We will, but Toussaint, if you could only say that you are satisfied that we have done what is best, it would relieve me much." "I cannot, Henry, but be assured I fully acquiesce. One has not always the comfort of being able to acquiesce." "Can you say, then, that you forgive me in as far as you think me wrong?" "Can you doubt it?" replied Toussaint, turning upon him a countenance full of frank affection. "Are you not a friend of many years?" "God forgive me if I have misled you, Toussaint." Chapter 35. Suspense. Nature wrought with the blacks, this season for the fulfillment of their hopes and the defense of their precarious liberties, never within the remembrance of the young people at Pongadin. Had the heat set in so early, and the month of May been so sickly in the towns, to the eyes of such as Jennifer, who were ever on the watch for signs, it might almost seem that they saw pestilence floating on her poison-dropping wings beneath the clouds, which sailed from all quarters of the sky to the mountain peaks' clouds, muttering in thunder, and startling the intruders with terrific lightnings from night-night, the reports of fever having broken out here and there among the invaders became more and more frequent. At first those who were watching the times the most intently concluded that early as the season was the wish must be father to the thought, and believed little of what they heard. But before Toussaint had been 10 days at Pongadin, it was certain that disease was raging to such an extent among the French troops at Cap that the Captain General had retired to Tortuga to join his lady and others of the expedition, who were the most carefully guarded. The garrison at St. Mark was thinning. Therese sent word, and the country people conveyed to Pongadin the news that funerals were becoming daily more frequent at Limbe-le-Dauphin and other posts along the northern shore. Not for this, however, was there any relaxation of the vigilance with which L'Ouverture was watched by the foe. His mode of life was simple and open to the observation of any who chose to look on. He improved his gardens, he read much, he interested himself in Denis studies, he rode out daily, and conversed everywhere with the people by the wayside. He wrote many letters, sometimes with his own hand, and sometimes employing that of his friend Monsieur Pascal, who with his wife resided with the Ouvertures. Toussaint also received many letters and a perpetual succession of visitors, applicants about matters of business. As it seemed, the only mystery was how all his dispatches were sent to their destination. This was a mystery which grew out of the French practice of intercepting his correspondence. Accidents had happened to so many of his letters during the first week that he presently learned the necessity of some plan for securing the privacy of his correspondence, and some plan he did devise, which quite succeeded, as appeared from the French general having recourse to a new mode of surveillance, that of setting spies on the person and movements of the Black Chief. Toussaint's family were alarmed at finding his steps tracked, and his repose watched. They heard incessantly of his path being crossed in his rides, and they knew that many of the trifling messages which were brought at all hours of the day and night to be delivered into L'Ouverture's own ear were mere devices to learn whether he was at home. They saw that their grounds were never private, and felt that eyes watched them from the outer darkness when their saloon was lighted for their evening employments and amusements. Toussaint smiled at the alarms of his family, admitting the fact of this incessant espionage, but asking what harm it did, and pointing out that it was only an inconvenience of a few weeks' duration. He would not hear of any strengthening of his guard. To increase his guard would be to encourage and authorize the suspicions which he was now daily weakening. He had nothing to conceal, and the sooner the invaders satisfied themselves of this, the better for all parties. In answer to Madame L'Ouverture's frequent speculations as to what Leclerc could fix his suspicions on, Toussaint said he was probably supposed to be in communication with Dessalines. He thought so from his never approaching the Mornes in his rides, without finding French soldiers overlooking his proceedings from every point of the hills. He was not in communication with Dessalines. He did not know, and he wished not to know even where he was, whether with the Belaires or training his soldiers elsewhere for further warfare. Dessalines had never submitted, and while this was the case, it was obviously prudent for those who had made terms to know nothing of any plans of his to which they might wish success. Therese would not compromise the Ouvertures by living with them in the present state of affairs. She remained quietly on her husband's estate near St. Mark, only corresponding frequently with her friends at Pongadin in letters, which all the world might see. The chief subject of this correspondence was the fever hospitals preparing at St. Mark, as at all the other towns on the coast, for the reception of the sick whites. Whatever might be Therese's feelings towards the whites, her compassion towards sick persons of every color was stronger. Her gentle nature asserted itself whenever weakness and suffering appealed to it, and this season she began to inspire that affection in her neighbors, to establish that character for devoted charity which afterwards made her the idol of the people. If her husband had been with her, he would probably have forbidden her to save the lives of any of that race whom he desired to exterminate, But though she could perhaps have taken away life with her own hand on the battlefield, with the cry of liberty in her ear, she could form no compact with such an ally as pestilence in the season of truce and retreat in the absence of the sounds and sights of conflict. She became all the woman gentle spirito, whom the colony from this time looked up as sent to temper her husband's ferocity, and wisely to direct his strengthening passions. She who was so soon after the good empress was now the sister of charity, actually forgetting former wrongs, in present compassion for the helpless and ministering to the sick, without thought whether on recovery they would be friends or foes. It was matter of speculation to many besides the overtures, whether the invaders omitted the opportunity of making a hostage of her, because their sick needed her services, or because they were grateful for her offices, or because they knew Dessalines well enough to be aware that so far from such an act bringing him to submission, it would exasperate his ferocity and draw down new sufferings and danger upon the discouraged whites. One evening the household of the Ouvertures were where it was now their wont to be at sunset under the trees, on a grassy slope of the gardens fronting the west. There they usually sat at this hour, to see the sun sink into the ocean, the darkness following almost as quickly as if that great fire were indeed quenched in the waters. On this occasion the sun was still half an hour above the horizon when Madame Dessalines appeared in her riding dress, and as she said in haste, she spoke apart with Madame L'Ouverture and Toussaint, and presently called Jennifer to the conference. Therese had of late wanted help at St. Marchelp in directing the nursing of the sick. Now she must have it. Monsieur Papelier was ill. Very Roman 99. The people of the house where he lived insisted upon sending him into the hospital this very night, if good attendance were not provided for him. And now Therese did not yet seem quite clear why this event had determined the moment of her application for Jennifer's assistance. She was agitated. She could only say that Jennifer had nursed Dessalines well, and she must have her help again now. "You will go, Jennifer," said her father, "that Madame Dessalines may be at liberty to nurse Monsieur Papelier herself." "No, no," said Therese, trembling. Jennifer also said no. "You would not have me nurse him," said Therese. "Anyone else ask me to save Rochambeau, send me to Tortuga to raise Leclerc from the brink of the grave, but do not expect me to be his nurse again. I do hope it from you. I expect it of you when you have considered the tenfold mercy of nursing him with your own hands. Think of the opportunity you will give him of retrieving wrongs if he lives, and of easing his soul if he dies. How many of us would desire above all things to have those whom we have injured beside our dying pillow, to make friends of them. At last, let Monsieur Papelier die grateful to you if he must die, and give him a new heart towards you if he survives." "It was not this that I intended," said Therese. "Jennifer will do everything under my care. You shall have my help, Jennifer." "No," said Jennifer, "do not play the tempter with me. Find someone else. You will have much to answer for if you make me go." "What temptation?" Jennifer asked her mother. "Do not press her," said Toussaint, who read his child's mind. "You shall not be urged, Jennifer." "You do not know, I myself do not know," said Jennifer hurriedly to Madame Dessalines, "what might happen, what I might be tempted to do. You have read what some nurses did in the plague at Milan, the plague in London, the night with wet cloths. Do not speak of it. Stay here, Jennifer. I can do without you." "If," continued Jennifer, "they could do that for money, if the tempter moved their hands to that deed, with whispers of money, with the sight of mere rings and watches, what might not a wretched creature do at such a time, with revenge muttering for ever in her heart, 'My ear is weary of it here, and there I cannot go.'" "No, you cannot," said Therese. "Christ strengthen you, my child," said Toussaint. "As Therese is strengthening, she can already serve those whom she and you once hated alike, and she is about to save her foe of foes." "No, you will not save Monsieur Papelier," said Jennifer. "L'Ouverture is a prophet, as all men are in proportion as they are Christians," said Therese. "If he says, 'I shall save my enemy,' I believe I shall." "You will at least try, if your going. God's sun is setting," said Toussaint. "What escort have you?" "Old Dessalines, and another. I want no more." "Old Dessalines," said Toussaint, smiling. "Then he must have wine. I must see him." "He is here," said Therese, calling him. The old man was indeed lingering, near, preferring the chance of a word from l'ouverture, even to supper and wine within. He was ready enough to tell his story that he lived as butler at General Dessalines, and that though master and servant had changed places, he liked the new times better than the old. He was treated with more respect now by everybody than when he was a Negro tradesman, even though he then had a slave of his own. The place of butler suited him to General Dessalines, and his lady drank only water, and they left him to manage the wine cellar just as he liked, except at the present time, when a dreadful quantity of wine was wanted for the convalescents. It frightened him to think how soon the cellar might be emptied if they went on at this rate. Old Dessalines was glad he had come to Pongadin today. He had not only seen l'ouverture, but had heard from l'ouverture's own lips that General Dessalines' cellars should never be quite empty while there was wine at Pongadin. When Toussaint resumed his seat under the tree where the Pascals Euphrosyne Placide, and Denis remained the rest, having gone into the house with Therese, he found Denis discussing with Monsieur Pascal the principle and policy of nursing the sick, who were hereafter to be mown down on the battlefield. Denis had been reminded that this was a time of peace, and that he was not authorized to anticipate more battlefields, and his reply had shown that he had no faith in this peace, but looked forward, like others of his color, to August, and its consequences. He was not contradicted here, and he went on to ask whether the Crusaders, his favorite warriors, nursed the wounded and sick heathens whom they found on their road, and in the cities they took. They were no Christians if they did not, said Euphrosyne. It was a savage age, observed Placide. Still they were the representatives of the Christianity of their day, said Afra, and Christianity requires us to do good to those who use us, Roman 99. The Crusaders, said Toussaint, lived in the early days of that Christianity which is to endure as long as the race of man. Like others, they did their part in acting out one of its principles. That one was not love of enemies, which yet remains for us. I agree with you, said Pascal. There are many ways of warring for the cross. Theirs was one, ours is another. You always speak as if you were a black, Monsieur Pascal, said Denis. I would fain be a Negro in heart and temper, Denis, if what your father thinks of the vocation of Negroes be true. But about those ways of warring for the cross, inquired Afra. I mean an l'ouverture, I think means, said Pascal, that nothing can immediately alter the nature of men, that the glorious gospel itself is made to change the face of the world gradually, all the more surely, because slowly and naturally this seed of life was cast upon the flood of human passions, and the harvest must not be looked for till after many days. Meantime, it sprouts out now here, now there, proving that it is alive and growing, but the harvest is not yet. We find one trace of the gospel here and another there, said Toussaint, but a Christian nation or race or class of people who has seen. Not in the earliest days, asked Euphrosyne, were not the first confessors and martyrs a Christian class? They were so according to their intention, to their own idea, said Toussaint. They were votaries of the one Christian principle most needed in their time, the noble men, the courageous women who stood calm and resolved in the midst of the amphitheater, with the heathen altar behind them, the hungry tiger before them, and a careless or scoffing multitude ranged all around. These were strong witnesses to the great principle of faith, noble proofs of the power of living and dying for things unseen. This was their function. It was for others to show forth the humility and modesty in which as a class they failed. The anchorites, said Pascal, each in his cave, solitary, abstemious, showed forth in its strength the principle of devotion, leaving charity unthought of. And then the nun, said Toussaint. What possible grace of religion did the nun exhibit, asked Euphrosyne. The original nun Euphrosyne was inspired with the reverence of purity in an age of license. Those who were devoted to spiritual things were the salt of the earth, but in their worship of purity they outraged human love. The friar, said Pascal, was a perpetual emblem of unworldliness. He forced upon the admiration of a self-seeking world the peace of poverty, the repose of soul, which is troubled with no thought for the morrow. But for other teachers, however, industry would have been despised, the great law of toil would have remained unrecognized. The Crusaders worked hard enough, said Denis. Thousands and thousands of them died of their toils, besides the slain. They were the apostles of zeal, said Monsieur Pascal, for the honor of the gospel. They suffered and died. They overlooked all that it teaches of toleration and universal love of peace on earth and goodwill to men. None of these Christians, said Afra, appear to have had much concern for men. They seem to have lived for God and the faith without love or care for those for whose sake God gave the faith. Just so, said her husband, that part of our religion had not yet come into action. The first step taken towards this action was one which united with it the former devotion to God, the organization of the great Church of Christ, united in the intentions of those who formed it care for the glory of God and the salvation of men. It was a great step. But still, said Euphrosyne, there was not the charity, the living for the good of men's soul and body, which was what Christ taught and practiced. That Euphrosyne was a later fruit, but it is ripening now. We have more sisters of charity than contemplative nuns at this time. There are hospitals in every Christian land for the sick and the aged. It is remembered now, too, that Christ had compassion on the blind and the deaf and the insane, and charity to these is now the Christianity of a multitude. And what is their defect, asked Denis. What essential do they overlook, as the anchorite and the crusader overlooked this same charity? It may be liberality, regard to the Christian liberty of others, it may be. Let us not look too closely into their failures, said Toussaint. Let us not judge our brethren. These are too near our own time for us to be just judges. We see their charity brightest light, yet in the constellation of Christian principles, let us be thankful that our eyes have seen it. It is brightening too, so that day telleth today of its increase, and night is witness of it unto night. It is now not only the sick and infirm in body that are cared for, but I am told there has been a man in England who has taken such pity on those who are sick and deformed in soul as to have explored the most loathsome of European prisons in their behalf. There has been a Briton who pitied the guilty above all other sufferers, and devoted to them his time, his fortune, his all. He will have followers till Christendom itself follows him, and he will thus have carried forward the gospel one step. The charity which grieves more for the deformity of the soul than the evils of the body is so far higher a charity that it may almost be called a new principle. What remains, asked Euphrosyne. Do you see anything further to be done, father? Inquired Denis. With a mournful smile, Toussaint replied that mankind had advanced but a little way, yet the world was very far from being Christianized. In practice, said Euphrosyne, but supposing us all to fulfill what has been exemplified from the earliest days till now, do you suppose that many principles remain to be acted upon? No doubt, if I saw none, I should believe from all experience that revelations, or rather verifications, of what Christ revealed will succeed each other as long as men exist, but from the beginning till now individuals here and there have lived by the principles which classes and nations have overlooked. By a solitary ray shining here and there, we may foretell something of the new lights about to rise upon the world. There will be more privileged classes, Euphrosyne and Denis. These privileges are lying within our grasp. A new charity, father. A new charity, my boy, to solace the sick and infirm is good, to tend the diseased soul is better, but there is a higher charity still. To do good to those who hate us, said Monsieur Pascal, in doing good to conquer not only our love of ease and our fear of pain, but our prejudices, our just resentments, our remembrance of injuries, our disgust at oppression, our contempt of pride. To forget or conquer all these through the love of men as men is indeed a higher charity than any which classes have yet illustrated. The Negroes are the race that will illustrate it, said Toussaint with calm confidence. The gospel is for the whole world. It sprang up among the Jews. The white Gentiles hold it now, and the Negroes are destined to fulfill their share. They are to illustrate its highest charity, for tokens mark their meek and kindly natures, the softness and the constancy of their affections, and whenever tried their placability thus prepared, liberty is about to be opened to them in a region of civilization. When God has given them the strength of the free, it will exalt their meekness and their love into that highest charity of which we have spoken. I myself am old, And though I shall do what I can on this side the grave, I cannot see the great day, except in faith, but my children may witness at least its dawn. In those days wars will cease, said Euphrosyne, recalling the thoughts she had revolved on the day of the death of Moise. There will be no bloodshed, no violence, no punishment of injuries to others, while your people forgive their own. So will it be, I trust, said Toussaint. Why not then begin now? Why not act upon your whole principle at once? Because the nature of the Negro has been maimed, he has been made selfish, cowardly, and indolent, he must be educated back into a fair condition. And this necessary education circumstances have imposed, we are compelled to the self-denial toil and danger of warfare in order to obtain the liberty which is to carry us forward. I once hoped otherwise, Euphrosyne, but I now see the bracing process of defensive warfare to be inevitable and on the whole good for my people. Their liberties thus hardly won will be prized so as to shut out the future danger of war, if however one stroke is inflicted for other purposes than defensive. One life is taken for vengeance. We shall be set back long and far in our career. It shall not be under my rule, alas, for those who succeed me, if they permitted it, will not only make the first black empire a byword throughout the world, but it will render the Christian civilization of my people difficult and slow. Toussaint spoke like a rider, and he was virtually still a sovereign, as he had been for years past, nor were the tokens of sovereignty altogether wanting at this moment, as was continually happening. Dispatches arrived on affairs of great importance, on which he must think and act. See what these French commanders are doing, said he, handing his letters to Monsieur Pascal, at the very moment that they disclaim all intention of enslaving the Negroes. What are they doing yonder, but recommencing slavery? It must not be. Are you disposed for business? This moment, said Monsieur Pascal, springing up before he had finished the letters, will you provide a messenger? Slavery is restored, and there is not a moment to be lost. As in old days, lights were ordered into the library, and the royal-soiled Negro dictated his commands to his friendly secretary, who smiled at such an hour, at the thought of the exultation of the French court over the surrender and submission of the blacks. Chapter 36. Departure without retinue. Stand where you are, Therese, there, at the foot of the bed. Stir not an inch without my leave. I have let you have your own way too much of late. I call for hours, and you never come. I will not let you out of my sight again. So said Monsieur Papelier in the delirium of his fever, as Madame de Salins was nursing him in his chamber at St. Mark. It was a sad and dreary office, but she had motive to go through with it. The more he wandered back in his talk to the old days, the more strongly she felt herself called upon to use the present generously. The more imperious the tone of command with which he addressed her, the more easily could she pass over the error. There was a degree of pleasure in giving momentary case to him, while he could not recognize the hand that bestowed it. She dreaded, however, for the sake of both, an hour of sanity. If he slept for a short interval, she feared to hear him speak coherently on his waking, and the more because little or no chance of his recovery remained the thought of his carrying forward into the hour of death. The insolent temper of his life was terrible. She almost hoped that if he were to die, it would be without having been aware that he and his nurse were no longer master and slave. She was his sole nurse. There was no alternative between this and her not being with him at all. It was impossible to allow any servant, any stranger, to hear his talk of old times. To witness the mode in which he addressed her. Except the physician, no one but herself entered his chamber during his waking hours. She now sat, as he desired, full in his view, at the foot of the bed, encouraging repose by her stillness, and gladly turning from the ghastly countenance of the dying man to the scene without, visible in all its splendor, as the room had a north aspect, and the window stood wide to admit the breathing wind from the sea. The deep blue sea under the heaven of a lighter blue looked glorious from the shaded apartment. The rustle of the trees in the courtyard and the fall of water there spoke of coolness, and seemed to make themselves heard by the patient, even in the midst of the fever flames by which he was consumed. For he spoke of trees and fountains, and fancied himself at Araby. He asked Therese to sing, and told her what to sing. She did not wish to refuse. She would have indulged him, but there was a choking in her throat which forbade it. Papelier was not long peremptory. From commanding, his voice sank to complaining, from complaining to the muttering of troubled slumber, and at length into the silence of sleep. Therese sat still, as before, looking out upon the sea, till its brightness combined with the whispers of foliage and waters made her eyes heavy, and disposed her to sleep too, leaning back against the bedpost. She was dreaming that she was awake, when she heard her name so called that she awoke with a start. Papelier was himself again, and was demanding where he was, and what had been the matter. He felt the blister on his head. He complained of the soreness and stiffness of his mouth and tongue. He tried to raise himself, and could not, and on the full discovery of his state, he wept like a child. Gently but not tenderly did Therese endeavor to comfort him. He had irrecoverably forfeited her tenderness. Gentle, however, she was, as she told him that his state now, however painful, was better than an hour ago, when he was unconscious of it. Gentle was her hand when she wrapped fresh cool leaves round his burning head. Gentle was her voice when she persuaded him to drink. Gentle was the expression of her eye when she fixed its gaze upon his face, and by its influence caused him to check, like a child, the sobs that shook his frame. "Therese," said he, "I am dying. I feel that I am dying. Oh, what must I do?" "We must wait upon God's pleasure. Let us wait in quiet. Is there anything that can give you quiet of mind or body?" Tears stole again from the heavy closing eyes. "We are all familiar with the end of our lives, almost from their beginning," said Therese. "There is nothing strange or surprising in it. The great thing is to throw off any burden, any anxiety, and then to be still. An easy mind is the great thing, whether recovery is at hand or—" "Do not talk of recovery. I shall not recover. Can I do anything, listen to anything, so as to give you case? Shall I call Father Gabriel? You may find comfort in speaking to him." "I want to speak to you first. I have not half done the business I came for. I have not half secured my estates for my daughters." "I believe you have. I know that L'Ouverture fully intends—" "What does it matter what L'Ouverture intends? I mean no contempt to him. By saying so he intends very well, I dare say. But in the scramble and confusion that are at hand, what chance will my poor orphan girls have for their rights?" "Fear nothing for them. If there is to be a struggle, there is no doubt whatever as to how it will end. The French army will be expelled." "You do not say so. You cannot think so." "I am certain of it, but the white proprietors will be as safe in person and property as welcome to L'Ouverture as during the years of his full authority. You were not here to see it, but the white proprietors were very happy, perfectly satisfied during those years, at least all of them who were reasonable men. I can undertake for L'Ouverture that your daughters' income from their estates shall be sent to them at Paris, if you desire them to stay there, or the estates shall be sold for their benefit, or if you will trust them to my care." "No, no, impossible. I am the wife of a general, and second to no woman in the island," said Therese calmly. "I have power to protect your daughters, and in an hour like this you cannot doubt my sincerity when I say that I have the will." "It cannot be, Therese. I do not doubt neither your word nor your will, but it is impossible utterly. Is there strength, even in the hour of death, to trample on the dark race? Oh, better far to trample on the prejudices of race. Will you not do this?" "You talk absurdly, Therese. Do not trouble me with nonsense now. You will undertake, you say, that Toussaint shall secure to my daughters the estates I have left to them. By will, that is in case of the blacks getting the upper hand. If they are put down, my will secures everything happily. My will is in safe hands. Speak, Therese, you engage for what I have just said. As far as warranted by my knowledge of L'Ouverture and his intentions, I do. If through his death or adversity this resource should fail, your daughters shall not suffer, while my husband and I have property." "Your husband property? It is strange," muttered Papelier. "I believe you, however. I trust you, Therese, and I thank you, love." Therese started at that old word, that old name. Recovering herself, she inquired, "Have you more to ask of me? Is there any other service I can render you?" "No, no, you have done too much for me, too much, considering the new order of affairs. I have something to ask of you. I require an answer to one question." "You require—" "I do, by the right of an outraged mother. I require to know who destroyed my child." "Say nothing of that, Therese. You should know better than to bring such subjects before a dying man." Such subjects lie before the dead better to meet them prepared at and, for in as far as atonement is yet possible for your own sake, and by my own right, I require to be told who destroyed my child. I did not, Therese. You did not, is it possible? Yet in this hour you could not deceive me. I have accused you of the deed from that hour to this. Is it possible that I have wronged you? I do not say that I disapproved of it, that I did not allow it, but I did not do it. Then you know who did it. Of course I do. Who was it? I swore long ago that I would not tell, and I never will, but you may lay the blame on me, my dear, for as I told you I permitted the deed, it was necessary, our lives depended on it. May you not find your eternal death depend on it, said Therese, agonized by suspicions as to whose hand it was by which her child had died in a moment. She formed a resolve which she never broke, never again, to seek to know that which Papillier now refused to tell. A glance at the countenance before her filled her with remorse the next instant at what now seemed the cruel words she had just spoken. Let me bring Father Gabriel to you, said she. He will give you whatever comfort God permits. Do not suppose I shall tell Father Gabriel what you want to discover, replied Papillier. He has no business with more than my share of the affair, which is what you know already. I am too weak to talk to Father Gabriel or anyone else. But you need comfort. You will rest better afterwards. Well, in the evening perhaps. I must be quiet now. Comfort, indeed, he muttered. Yes, I want comfort enough in the horrid condition I am in, but there is no comfort till one lies dead. I wish I were dead. He fell into a restless doze, moved by his misery, and melted by the thought that she had wronged him all these years, by harboring the image of his hand on her infant's throat. Distracted, too, by the new doubts that had arisen, Therese prayed, and wept, and prayed on behalf of Papillier and all sinners again, and again. She implored that these wretched hatreds, those miserable strifes, might be all hushed in the grave, might be wholly dissolved in death. She was just stealing to the door, intending to send for Father Gabriel, that he might be in readiness for the dying man's confession, when Papillier started, cast his eyes round the room hurriedly, and exclaimed, "It is in vain to talk of attaching them, if one's eye is off them for one moment. Oh, you are there, Therese, I thought, after all I had done for you, after all I had spent upon you, I thought you would not go off with the rest. Don't go, Therese, Therese." "I am here," said she, perceiving that he no longer saw. "I knew you would stay," he said very faintly. "I cannot spare you, my dear." The last words he said were, "I cannot spare your remember, Therese." To the pang of the thought that he had died unconfessed, succeeded the question more painful. Could religious offices avail anything to a soul wholly unsanctified? Is there a promise that any power can put such a spirit into immediate congeniality with the temper of heaven among the many mansions? Is there one which would not be a prison to such to the proud one who must there feel himself poor and miserable and blind and naked? Chapter 37. June. Of the letters written by Toussaint and Pascal on the evening when news arrived of the imposition of compulsory labor on the Negroes, some reached their destination, but one did not. That one was to L'Ouverture's aide Fontaine at Cap Francais. It contained the following. It is said that General Leclerc is in a bad state of health at Tortuga. Of this you will inform me. If you see the Captain General, be sure to tell him that the cultivators are no longer disposed to obey me, for the planters wish to set them to work at Harriet, which they certainly ought not to do. I have to ask you whether anyone near the person of the Captain General can be gained to procure the release of D, who would be very useful to me from his influence at La Nouvelle and elsewhere. Acquaint Gingembre that he is not to quit the Bourgny, where the cultivators must not be set to work. This letter never reached Fontaine, but was instead made the subject of a consultation in the Captain General's quarters, amidst the boastings which he sent home, and by which France was amused. Leclerc felt that his 35,000 soldiers had made no progress whatever in the real conquest of Saint Domingo. He was aware that France had less power there than before she had alienated L'Ouverture. He felt that Toussaint was still the sovereign that he had been for 10 years past. He knew that a glance of the eye, a lifting of the hand from Toussaint wrought more than sheaves of ordinances from himself, and all the commendations and flatteries of the first consul Leclerc, and the officers in his confidence, could never take a morning ride, or give an evening partithy, could never hear a negro singing, or amuse themselves with children playing on the shore or in the woods without being reminded that they were intruders, and that the native and abundant loyalty of the inhabitants was all for their ouverture now that France had put him in opposition to herself. Leclerc and his confidential advisers committed the error of attributing all this to Toussaint's personal qualities, and they drew the false inference most acceptable to the first consul, that if Toussaint were out of the way, all would be well for the purposes of France. Having never seriously regarded the blacks as free men and fellow citizens, these Frenchmen omitted to perceive that a great part of their devotion to Toussaint was loyalty to their race. Proceeding on this mistake, Leclerc and his council, sanctioned by the first consul, ruined their work, lost their object, and brought irretrievable disgrace upon their names, some of which are immortalized only by the infamy of the act which ensued. From day to day they endeavored to entrap Toussaint, but he knew it. Surrounded as he was by faithful and vigilant friends, day by day he was warned of an ambush here, of spies there, or of an attempt meditated for such an hour. During a fortnight of incessant designs upon his person, he so baffled all attempts as to induce a sort of suspicion among the French soldiery that he was protected by magic. It was an anxious season for his family. Their only comfort was that it would soon be over, that this, like all other evils connected with the invasion, was to last only till August. The familiar words, which were the talisman of hope throughout the island, the household at Pongadin counted the days till August, but it was yet only the beginning of June, and the season passed heavily away. On one occasion, a faithful servant of Toussaint's was brought in dead shot from a thicket, which his master was expected to pass on. Another, the road home was believed to be beset, and all the messengers sent by the family to warn him of his danger were detained on some frivolous pretext, and the household were at length relieved by his appearing from the garden, having returned in a boat provided by some of his scouts now. And then someone mentioned retiring to the mountains, but Toussaint would not hear of it. He said it would be considered a breach of the treaty and would forfeit all the advantages to be expected from a few weeks' patience. The French were, he knew, daily more enfeebled and distracted by sickness. Caution and patience for 2 months more would probably secure freedom without bloodshed. He had foreseen that the present perils would arise from the truce, and still believed that it had better not have been made, but as he had agreed to it, the first breach should not be on his part. If Toussaint owed his danger to Christophe, he owed him the protection by which he had thus far been preserved, worn as he was by perpetual labor and anxiety. Henry seemed never to close his eyes in sleep. During this anxious season, he felt to the full his responsibility. From the hour of the first discovery of French treachery towards his friend by day, he was scouring the country in the direction of Toussaint's rides. By night, he was patrolling round the estate. It seemed as if his eye pierced the deepest shades of the woods, as if his ear caught up whispers from the council chamber in Tortuga. For Henry's sake, Toussaint ran no risks, but such as duty absolutely required. For Henry's sake, he freely accepted these toils on his behalf. He knew it to be essential to Henry's future peace that his personal safety should be preserved through this season, and that Henry himself should be his chief guardian. Henry himself did not ask him to give up his rides. It was necessary that his people should have almost daily proof that he was among them, safe and free. It was necessary that the French should discern no symptom of fear, of shrinking, of departure from the mode of life he had proposed on retiring to his estate. Almost daily, therefore, he rode, and exhilarating did he find the rapid exercise, the danger, and above all the knowledge he gained of the condition of his people in fortunes and in mind, and the confidence with which they hailed him, the constancy with which they appealed to his authority wherever he appeared. This knowledge enabled him to keep up more than the show of cooperation with the French in matters which concerned the welfare of the people. He pointed out gross abuses, and Leclerc hastened to remedy them. Leclerc consulted him occasionally in local affairs, and had his best advice. This kind of correspondence, useful and innocent, could not have been carried on to equal purpose but for Toussaint's rides. By such excursions, he verified a cause of complaint concerning which he had received applications at home. In dispersing his troops over the colony, Leclerc had taken care to quarter a very large proportion in the districts near Gonaives, so as to enclose the residents of Toussaint. With the best of the French forces, the canton of Hennery was overcharged with these troops, so that the inhabitants were oppressed, and the soldiers themselves suffered from scarcity of food, and from the fever which raged in their crowded quarters. Having ascertained this to be the fact, Toussaint wrote to represent the case to Leclerc, and received a speedy and favorable reply. By Leclerc's command, General Brunet wrote that this was an affair which came within his department, that he was necessarily ignorant of the localities of Saint Domingo and of their respective resources, and that he should be thankful for information and guidance from one who had a perfect knowledge of these circumstances. He proposed that General Toussaint should meet him in the center of the canton of Hennery and instruct him concerning the better distribution of the troops. "See these whites," said Toussaint, handing the letter to Monsieur Pascal. "Till they find they are wrong, they have no misgivings, they know everything, and they are obliged at last to come and learn of old Toussaint." "You will not meet General Brunet, as he proposes," said Monsieur Pascal. "You will not place yourself in the center of the canton among their troops." "No, no, you will not think of going," cried Madame L'Ouverture. "For once, Margaret, you bear ill will towards those who compliment your husband," said Toussaint, smiling. "But be easy, I shall not go to the canton of Hennery. If I walk into a pitfall, it shall not be after having seen it made. I must meet General Brunet, however. I shall invite him here with an escort of 20 soldiers, promising to limit my own guard to that number." "He will not come," said Monsieur Pascal. "I think he will not, because they trust me, for they know not what trust is, but because I could gain nothing by any injury to General Brunet and 20 soldiers that could compensate for a breach of the treaty. The gain from capture or violence would be all the other way, certainly," said Pascal in a low voice. "Henry will take care that General Brunet's is bona fide an escort of 20. There is reason for the meeting taking place here. Maps will be wanted, and other assistance, which we might not remember to provide elsewhere. General Brunet must be my guest, and Madame L'Ouverture will make him admire our hospitality." General Brunet immediately accepted the invitation, promising to present himself at Pongadin on the 10th of June. Chapter 38. A Fete. General Brunet brought with him no more than his allotted 20 soldiers, and a secretary. Christophe ascertained to his own satisfaction, and let the household know that not another French soldier breathed within a circuit of some miles, when the evening closed in, so that the ladies threw off constraint and fear together, as the two generals with their secretaries retired to the library after coffee. Placide had been with Christophe all day, and was the means by which the household had been assured of the tranquility of the neighborhood. He was of the patrol, which was to watch the roads during the night. It seemed improbable, however, that of all nights that should be chosen for an assault, when the ouvertures must be particularly roused to observation, and when a French general was in their hands, of all nights, this was probably the safest. Yet Placide, glad perhaps of an excuse to keep out of the way of a guest from Paris, chose to mount guard with Christophe. Denis was permitted to be in the library, as the business was not private, and to one who knew the country as well as he did very entertaining for a time. He found it so, while all the five were stooping over the maps, and his father was explaining the nature of the localities and the interests of the inhabitants, and while words dropped from General Brunet, which gave an insight into that object of Denis' strong curiosity, the French encampment on Tortuga. When all of this kind had been said, and the conversation turned upon points of military science or management, which he did not care about, Denis drew off to the window, and thence into the balcony, where he looked out upon the night vainly, for it was cloudy, and there was yet no moon. The air was cool and pleasant, however, and he remained leaning over the balcony, revolving what he had heard, and picturing to himself the little court of Madame Leclerc, so near, and yet out of his reach. While thus absorbed, it is probable that some distant voice of song instigated him to sing also, like his race. Generally Denis was almost always singing, always, when alone and meditative. it is probable that some notes of the air sung by those who looked to August for freedom sung by the whole Negro population caught his ear, for he began, hardly to sing, but to murmur this popular air. The words were not heard within, and it would not have mattered if they had been, for the words were in the Negro language. But the air was by this time intelligible enough to the invaders in the interest of conversation. Nothing escaped the eye of Toussaint. He saw an exchange of glances between General Brunet and his secretary, and a half-smile on the face of each, which he did not like. He thought it best to take no notice, but far from leaving off, Denis sang louder. As he sank deeper into reverie, Monsieur Pascal became aware of some embarrassment and of its cause. "Denis, you disturb us," he called out from the table. They heard no more of Denis, and their business proceeded, vexed partly with himself, and partly at having been rebuked in General Brunet's hearing. He went round the house by the balcony, and thence to the upper gallery, which commanded the finest sea view in the daytime and the freshest sea breezes at night. There, in a somewhat perverse mood, he sang for his own pleasure the air which he had been checked for singing unconsciously. He remained there a long while, did not know how long, till the moon rose. When he remembered that it must be midnight, as no one had called him, he supposed that the party in the library was still in consultation. As his eye rested on the bay, while he was considering whether he must not go in, he perceived something dark lying on the waters between the island and the shore. As he strained his sight, and as the wan moon rose higher, he discovered that it was a ship. It was strange, no ship ever had business there, though he had heard that there was a deep channel and good anchorage in that little bay. It was very strange, but something stranger still soon met his ear. Sounds first odd, then painful, horrible. There was some bustle below in the beach within the little gate. Thought even on the lawn it was a scuffle. There was a stifled cry. He feared the guard were disarmed and gagged attacked on the side of the sea, where no one dreamed of an assault, and where there was no Christophe to help. Denis knew, however, how to reach Christophe. He did the right thing lest his purpose should be prevented. If he entered the house, he clambered up the roof to its ridge and swung the heavy alarm bell. Its irregular clang banished sleep in a moment from a circuit of many miles. It not only startled the ladies of the family from their beds, but every fisherman rushed from his hut upon the shore. Christophe and Placide were galloping to Pongadin almost before they had drawn a breath. Every beast stirred in its lair, and every bird rustled in its roost. Rapid, however, as was the spread of sound, it was too late to save L'Ouverture. L'Ouverture himself had but a few moments of uncertainty to endure. In the midst of earnest conversation, suspicious sounds were heard. The two Frenchmen rushed to the door of the library, and Monsieur Pascal to the balcony. Monsieur Pascal re-entered in an instant, saying, "The house is surrounded, lawn is crowded, make no resistance, and they may spare your life." "Hark the bell, there is hope," said Toussaint. "No resistance, but let us gain time." The door was burst open, and with General Brunet entered a personage whom he introduced as Admiral Ferrari, followed by a file of grenadiers. "What can be your errand at this hour?" asked Toussaint. "I have orders from the Captain General to arrest you," replied Admiral Ferrari. "Your guards are disarmed and bound. Our troops are everywhere. You are dead. If you resist, deliver up your sword." "I shall not resist such a force as you have thought it necessary to bring against me," replied Toussaint, handing his sword to the Admiral. "Am I to be a prisoner here in my own house?" "No, indeed. I have orders to convey you and your family to Cap Francais. No delay to the boats. This moment you will find your family on board the frigate or on the way to it. Do what you will with me, but Madame L'Ouverture is in weak health. Suffer her and my children to remain at home. Lose no more time, General. March, or we must carry you." Voices of lamentation and of passion were heard in the corridor, which quickened L'Ouverture's movements more than threats or insults could have done. He left the library and found the ladies of the household in the corridor, Margaret weeping and trembling, and Jennifer addressing Monsieur Coussin in a tone of high anger. "You hear, Monsieur Coussin," said Toussaint, "and availing yourself once more of the weakness and woes of women, I perceive." "I came as guide," replied Monsieur Coussin. "The Admiral and his troops needed someone to show them the way, and as you are aware, I was qualified to do so. I have always felt, too, that I had a sort of appointment to fulfill, with this young lady, her kind expressions towards the whites on my last visit might be considered a sort of invitation to come again with such a train, as you see pointing to the stiff row of grenadiers who stood behind. Jennifer groaned. "Make yourself happy with your train," said Toussaint, as he seized the wretch by the collar, hurled him back among the grenadiers, and kicked him over as he lay, introducing great disorder into the formal arrangements of that dignified guard. This would have been the last moment of Toussaint if General Brunet had not drawn his sword and commanded everyone to stand back. His orders, he said, were to deliver his prisoner alive. "Come, my love," said Toussaint to Madame L'Ouverture, "we are to sleep on board a frigate this night. Come, Jennifer, we may sleep in peace. General Brunet will hardly be able to digest your hospitality, my Margot, but you may sleep." "Who else?" he asked, as he looked round upon his trembling household. "We are following," said Monsieur Pascal, who had his wife and Euphrosyne on either arm. "Pardon me," said General Brunet, "our orders extend only to General Toussaint and his family. You must remain, Reverend Father," he said to Father Laxabin. "You will remain also to comfort any friends of General Toussaint whom you may be able to meet with tomorrow. They will be all inconsolable, no doubt." Monsieur Cousin whispered to the Admiral, who said, in consequence, bowing to Euphrosyne, "I can answer for this young lady being a welcome guest to Madame Leclerc. If she will afford to a countryman the pleasure and honor of conveying her, it will give him joy to introduce her to a society worthy of her." "I do not wish to see Madame Leclerc," said Euphrosyne, speaking with surprising calmness, though her cheek was white as ashes. "I wish to be wherever I may best testify my attachment to these my honored friends in the day of their undeserved adversity." She looked from Monsieur Pascal to L'Ouverture. "Stay with those who can be your guardians," said Toussaint. "For our sakes," added Jennifer. "Stay with us," cried Monsieur Pascal and Effray. "Farewell, then," said Euphrosyne, extending her arms to Madame L'Ouverture. "We are losing time," said General Brunet, as the clang of the alarm bell was heard again. By his order, some soldiers went in search of the traitor who was ringing the bell, and others pushed the captive family before them towards the door. Monsieur Cousin thrust himself between the parting friends and began to count the family in order to tell who was missing. It would not do, he observed, to leave any behind. "Lose no more time," said the Admiral. "Those who may be left behind are cared for. I promise you we have 100 of them safe already." "100 of whom?" asked Toussaint as he walked. "Of your friends," replied Admiral Ferrari. This was too true. 100 of Toussaint's most attached adherents had been seized this night. No one of them was ever again heard of in the island. At the door of the mansion, Denis was brought forward, guarded. His eyes were flashing fire. "The country is up," he cried. "I got good service out of the old bell before they found me." "Right, my boy, thank you," said his father cheerfully. "Give Jennifer to me, father. My mother is ready to sink." Proudly he supported his sister to the boats, carrying her on so rapidly as to prevent the need of any soldier speaking to her. There was an array of boats along the shore of the bay. Distant firing was heard during the whole time that the prisoners and the troops were embarking. "They must be very much afraid of us," observed Denis, looking round as soon as he had taken his place beside his sister in the boat. "They have given us above 100 guards, I believe." "They are afraid of us," said Toussaint. "There is terrible fighting somewhere," murmured the weeping Margot. "I am afraid Placide is in the midst of it." "He is in his duty, if he be," said Toussaint. Placide had discharged this kind of duty, however, and now appeared to fulfill the other off, sharing the captivity of his parents. He leaped into the boat breathless after it had pushed off from the shore. "In time, thank God," gasped he. "He can hardly speak," exclaimed his mother. "He is wet, he is wounded, cruelly wounded." "Not wounded at all, mother, whole in heart and skin. I am soaked in the blood of our enemies. We have fought gloriously in vain, however, for tonight La Tortue is shot, and Jasmine, there are few left but Christophe, but he is fighting like a lion." "Why did you leave him, my son?" asked Toussaint. "He desired me to come again and again, and I fought on at last. I was cut off from him. I could not give any more help there. And I saw that my business lay here. They say this frigate is the Creole whither bound, I wonder. To cap, franchise, replied the officer in the stern, to join the heroes now in the roads there. The heroes are 7-4, I think, said L'Ouverture. A 7 you are correct, replied the officer. No one spoke again. Chapter 39. Truce no more. When Toussaint set foot on the deck of the heroes, on the evening of the next day, the commander stood ready to receive him, and not only the commander's soldiers also stood ready with chains, with which they lost no time in fettering the old man's ankles and wrists. While they were doing this, Toussaint quietly said to the commander, "By my overthrow, the trunk of the tree of Negro liberty is laid low, only the trunk it will shoot out again from the roots, and they are many and deep." The moment the soldiers stepped back and allowed access to him, Amy was in his arms, and Isaac, in great agitation, presented himself. "I will never leave you more, father," said he. "These fetters, nothing should have made me believe such treatment possible. I trusted Leclerc as firmly as I trusted you. I have been living with him while he meditated chains for you. I am humbled forever. All I can do now is to devote myself to you, as Placide did at the right time. Would I were Placide. I am humbled forever." "No, my son, not forever. It is a common lot to be humbled for the credulous confidence of youth. It is a safer and a nobler era, Isaac, than its opposite. It is better than unbelief in the virtue of man. You torture me with your goodness, father. I deal with you as with myself, Isaac. In the young days of my freedom, I trusted falsely. As you have done, I believed in Bonaparte. As you have believed in Leclerc. We have both received a lesson. But I do not feel humbled forever, nor must you." "Would I were Placide," was all that Isaac could say. "You are so good to Isaac and me," said Amy timidly, "that perhaps you would. Could you see Vincent?" "No, my child, Vincent is not like Isaac. He cannot be made wise by experience, and his folly is scarcely to be distinguished from treachery. I cannot see General Vincent." No choice was allowed, however. Vincent rushed forward, knelt before Toussaint, and clasped his knees, imploring in a convulsion of grief pardon for the past and permission to devote every hour of his future life to the family whom he had ruined. "My pardon," you have said, L'Ouverture. "I should rather say my compassion, for you never deliberately designed treachery, I am persuaded." "I never did, I never did." "Neither had you any good design. You have been selfish, vain, and presumptuous, as far from comprehending my purposes as from having criminal ones of your own. In the new circumstances in which Negroes are placed, many must fall, however firmly some may stand. You are among the infirm, and therefore, however I may mourn, I do not resent what you have done. Thank God you pardon me. Thank God. Henceforth, with Amy to watch over Mueth, you to guide me." "No, Vincent, you cannot be with me. Amy is free as she has ever been, but you cannot be with me. I go to martyrdom to fulfill what appears to be the solemn vocation of the Ouvertures. I go to martyrdom, and none but steady souls must travel that way with me." "You scorn me," said Vincent, springing from his knees. "Your acts show that you scorn me. You take that poor fellow," pointing to Mars Plaisir, "and you reject me." "My son's servant," said Toussaint, smiling. "He goes to his beloved France free to quit us for any other service. When ours becomes too grave for his light spirit, I would not insult you by taking you on a like condition. You must leave us." Vincent, pointing to the Creole's boat, now about to put off from the heroes. "We will pray for you. Farewell." "Amy," said her lover, scarcely daring to raise his eyes to her face. "Farewell, Vincent," Amy strove to say. In vain, Vincent endeavored to plead. Amy shook her head, signed to him to go, and hid her face on her father's shoulder. It was too much. Humbled to the point of exasperation, Vincent threw himself over the ship's side into the boat, and never more saw the face of an Ouverture. "I have nothing left, but you," sobbed Amy, "but you and my mother. If they kill you, my mother will die, and I shall be desolate." "Your brother's my child." "No, no, I have tried all I left you to try. I loved you always, but I thought I loved others more. But," said her father, When she could not proceed, you found the lot of woman to woman. The affections are all to men, even to brothers. They are not courage, Amy, courage. For you are an overture courage to meet your woman's martyrdom. Let me rest upon your heart, father, and I can bear anything. Would I could, my child, but they will not allow it, these jailers, they will part us. I wish these chains could bind me to these very links, that I might never leave you, cried Amy, kissing the fetters which bound her father's arms. Your mother's heart, Amy, that remains. I will keep it from breaking, father, trust me. And the mother and daughter tasted something like happiness, even in an hour like this in their reunion. It was a strange kind of comfort to Amy to hear from her mother how long ago her father had foreseen at Pongadin that the day might come when her heart would be torn between her lover and her family. The impending blow had been struck, struggle had taken place, and it only remained now to endure it. Father, said Jennifer, appealing to Toussaint with a grave countenance, you say that none but brave and steady souls must go with you on your way to martyrdom. You know me to be cowardly as a slave and unstable as yonder boat now tossing on the waves. Do you see that boat, father? Surely it is Paul, said Toussaint, looking through his glass. Paul is coming to say farewell. Let me return with him, father. Let me become his child. I am unworthy to be yours, and he and I are so forlorn. Her father's tender gaze encouraged her to say more. Drawing closer, she whispered, I have seen Moise, I have seen him more than once in the morn, and I cannot leave this place. Let me stay. Stay, my child, seek consolation in your own way. We will all pray for you. We will all console your mother for your absence. We shall not meet again on earth, Jennifer. I know it, father, but the time of rest, thou long it is in coming. My child, our rest is in the soul. It lies not either in place or time. Do not look for it in the grave, unless you have it first in the soul. Then would I had never been born. How different will be your cry when you have been a daughter to Paul for a while. When you see him consoled and reposing upon your care, you will say, I thank God that I have lived for this. A great duty lies before you, my dear child, and in the heart of duty lies restad deeper than that of the grave. Shall I give you a duty to discharge for me? Oh yes, I will take it as your blessing. Convey to Christophe my last message. Bid him rejoice for me that my work is done. My work is now his. Bid him remember how we always agreed that freedom is safe. I bequeath the charge of it to him with my blessing. He shall know this if he lives before the moon rises. If he does not live, let Dessalines hear what was my message to Christophe. He will know how much to take to himself. It was well that this message was given without further delay. Toussaint was summoned to speak with some officers of Leclerc's council in the cabin below. At the clank of his chains upon the deck, all eyes were upon him, except those of his own family, which were turned away in grief. Before your departure, said one of the officers in the small cabin to which Toussaint was conducted, we would urge you to do a service to the colony which yet remains in your power. You must not refuse this last service. I have never refused to serve the colony, and I am as willing today as ever. No doubt reveal to us then the spot in the morn's dew chaos in which your treasures lie buried, and state their amount. I have before said that I have buried no treasures. Do you disbelieve my word? We are sorry to do so, but facts are against you. You cannot deceive us. We know that you caused certain of your dependents to bury treasure near the plateaus de la Ravine, and that you afterwards shot these servants to secure your secret. Is it possible? You see, we have penetrated your counsels. The time for concealment is past. You take your family with you, and none of you will ever return. Your friends are most of them disposed of. A new order of things has commenced. You boast of your patriotism. Show it now by giving up the treasure of the colony to the uses of the colony. I have already devoted my all to the colony. I reply once more that I leave behind me no treasure, but that which you cannot appreciate as grateful hearts of my people. The investigation was pressed, inquiry made under every form of appeal that could be devised, and in vain. Toussaint disdained to repeat his reply, and he spoke no more. The officers left him with threats on their lips. The door was locked and barred behind them, and Toussaint found himself a solitary prisoner. During the night, the vessel got under way. What at that hour were the secrets which lay hid in the mountain passes, the forest shades, and the sad homes of the island, whose true ruler was now borne away from its shores. Pongadin was already deserted Monsieur, and Madame Pascal had by great activity obtained a passage for France in the ship, which was freighted with Leclerc's boastings of his crowning feat. They were already far on the sea before the heroes spread its sails. Leclerc's announcement of Toussaint's overthrow was as follows. I intercepted letters which he had written to one Fontaine, who was his agent at Cap Francaise. These afforded an unanswerable proof that he was engaged in a conspiracy, and that he was anxious to regain his former influence in the colony. He waited only for the result of disease among the troops. Under these circumstances, it would be improper to give him time to mature his criminal designs. I ordered him to be apprehended, a difficult task, but it succeeded through the excellent arrangements made by General Brunet, who was entrusted with its execution, and the zeal and ardor of Admiral Ferrari. I am sending to France with all his family this deeply perfidious man, who by his consummate hypocrisy has done us so much mischief. The government will determine how it should dispose of him. The apprehension of General Toussaint occasions some disturbances. 2 leaders of the insurgents are already in custody, and I have ordered them to be shot. About 100 of his confidential partisans have been secured, of whom some are on board the Murin frigate, which is under orders for the Mediterranean, and the rest are distributed among the different ships of the squadron. I am daily occupied in settling the affairs of the colony with the least possible inconvenience, but the excessive heat and the diseases which attack us render it an extremely painful task. I am impatient for the approach of the month of September, when the season will renovate our activity. The departure of Toussaint has produced general joy at Cap Francaise. The commissary of Justice Montpesson is dead. The colonial prefect Benezech is breathing his last. The adjutant commandant Dampier is dead. He was a young officer of great promise. I have the honor, etc. Signed, Leclerc. On board the vessel which carried these tidings was Pascal, prepared to give a different version of the late transactions, and revolving with Afra the means by which he might best employ such influence as he had on behalf of his friend. Theirs was a nearly hopeless errand, they well knew, but the less hopeful the more anxious were they to do what they could. Was Euphrosyne with them? No, she never forgot the duty which she had set before her to stay near Le Bosquet in hopes of better times, when she might make reparation to the people of the estate for what they had suffered at her grandfather's hands. A more pressing duty also detained her on the island. She could be a daughter to Monsieur Raymond in Afra's stead, and thus make their duty easier to the Pascals. Among the lamentations and prayers which went up from the morning island were those of the old man and the young girl, who wept together at Le Zephyr, scarcely attempting yet to forgive the enemies whose treachery had outraged the deliverers. He was henceforth called more fondly than ever. They were not wholly wretched. They dwelt on the surprise and pleasure it would be to the ouvertures to find the Pascals in France. Before them, Euphrosyne had also the satisfaction of doing something, however indirectly, for her unfortunate friends, and she really enjoyed the occupation, to her so familiar and still so dear, of ministering to the comfort of an old man who had no present dependence but on her. Her cares and duties were soon increased. The habitations of the Plain du Nord became so disgusting and so dangerous as the pestilence strewed the land with dead, and the survivors of the French army became, in proportion to the visitation, desperate and savage, that Madame Auge was at length, like all her neighbors, driven from her home. She wished to take refuge with one of her own color, and Monsieur Raymond, at Euphrosyne's suggestion, invited her to Le Zephyr to await better days. With a good grace did Euphrosyne go out to meet her. With a good grace did she welcome and entertain her. The time was past when she could be terrified with evil prognostications. In the hour of the earthquake, no one heeds the croak of the raven. Among the nuns at St. Mark, there was trembling which the pale abbess herself could not subdue by reason or exhortation. Their ears were already weary with the moans of the dying, they had now to hear the shrieks and curses of the kidnapped. Blacks, the friends of El Uvacharujo's homes, were made desolate. The terrified women could not but ask each other, who next, for they all loved El Uvacha, and had declared their trust in him. No one injured the household of the abbess, however, and the sisters were all spared in safety and honor to hear the proclamation of the independence of Haiti, and to enjoy the protection and friendship of its beloved empress. And where was she there? Suhan St. Mark was resounding with the cries of her husband's betrayed companions and friends. She was on the way to the fastnesses, where her unyielding husband was preparing a tremendous retribution for those whom he had never trusted. She rejoiced solemnly, but mournfully, that he had never yielded. She could not wonder that the first words of Dessalines to her, when he met her horse on the steep, were a command that she would never more intercede for a Frenchman, ever more hold back his strong hand from the work which he had now to do. She never did, till that which in a chief was warfare became in an emperor vengeance. Then she resumed her woman's office of intercession, and by it won for herself the title of the good empress. The eyes which first caught sight of the receding ship heroes at dawn were those of Paul El Uvacha and Jennifer. They had sent messengers more likely than themselves to reach Christophe and Dessalines with the last message of Toussaint, and they were now at leisure to watch from the heights above their hut, their home, henceforth the departure of all who bore their name. They were left alone, but not altogether forlorn. They called each other father and daughter, and here they could freely and forever mourn Moise. Christophe received the message. It was not needed to rouse him to take upon himself or to share with Dessalines the office of him who was gone. The thoughts of his heart were told to none. They were unspeakable, except by the language of deeds. His deeds proclaimed them, and after his faithful warfare during his subsequent mild reign, his acts of liberality, wisdom, and mercy showed how true was his understanding of the mission of El Uvacha. There were many to share his work today. Dessalines was the chief, but leaders sprang up wherever soldiers appeared asking to be led, and that was everywhere from the moment of the report of the abduction of Toussaint. Clervaux revolted from the French and visited on them the bitterness of his remorse. Maurepas also repented, and was putting his repentance into action when he was seized, tortured, and murdered with his family Belair, and his wife conducted with new spirit from this day a victorious warfare which was never intermitted, being bequeathed by their barbarous deaths to their exasperated followers. It was true, as Toussaint knew and felt in his solitary prison on the waters, that the groans which went up from the heights and hollows, the homes and the fastnesses of the island, were such as could not but unite in a fearful war cry. But it was also true, as he had known and felt during the whole term of his power, that in this war victory could not be doubtful. He had been made the portal of freedom to his race. The passions of men might gather about it and make a conflict more or less tremendous and protracted, but the way which God had opened and guarded by awakened human hearts, no multitude of rebellious human hands could close. Chapter 40. Mating Winter. It was a glorious day, that 12th of June, when the heroes sailed away from the shores of St. Domingo. Before the heroes could sail quite away, it was compelled to hover, as it were, about the shadow of the land, to advance and retreat, say farewell apparently, and then to greet it again. The wind was northeast, so that a direct course was impossible, and the Uvacha family assembled, with the exception of Toussaint himself, upon deck, gave vent again and again to their tierce, again and again strained their eyes, as the mountains with their shadowy sides, the still forests, the yellow sands, and the quiet settlements of the lateral valleys came into view or faded away. El Uvacha's cabin, to which he was strictly confined during the voyage, had a window in the stern, and he too had therefore some change of prospect. He gazed eagerly at every shifting picture of the land, but most eagerly when he found himself off Cap Samana. With his pocket-glass he explored and discovered the very point of rough ground on the height where he stood with Christophe less than 6 months before to watch the approach and observe the rendezvous of the French fleet. He remembered, as his eye was fixed upon the point, his naming to Henry this very ship in which he was now a prisoner, sailing away, never more to return. Be it so, he thought, according to his wont, my blacks are not conquered and will never more be slaves. The wind soon changed, and the voyage was a rapid one, short, as it was tedious for, with the exception of Mars Plaisir, who was appointed to wait on him, the prisoner saw no one again. And again, he caught the voices of his children singing upon deck, no doubt, in order to communicate with him. But in every instance, almost before he had begun to listen, the song ceased. Mars Plaisir explained that it was silenced by the captain's order. No captain's order had power to stop the prisoners singing every night. Was Amy consoled amidst her weeping by the solemn air of her father's favorite Latin hymn to Our Lady of the Sea every morning? Was Margaret roused to hope by her husband's voice, singing his matin prayer? Whatever might be the captain's apprehensions of political danger from these exercises, he gave over the opposition which had succeeded so well with the women. My father crossed this sea, thought Toussaint, and little could he have dreamed that the next of his race would cross it also, a prince and a prisoner. He, the son of a king, was seized and sold as a slave, his son raised to be a ruler by the hand of him who creates princes, whether by birth or royalty of soul, is kidnapped and sacrificed to the passions of a rival. Such is our life. But in its evil there is good. If my father had not crossed this sea as a slave, Saint Domingo would have wanted me, and in me perhaps its freedom and civilization. If I had not been kidnapped, my blacks might have lacked wrath to accomplish the victory to which I have led them. If my father is looking back on this world, I doubt not he rejoices in the degradation which brought elevation to his race. And as for me, I lay the few years of my old age a ready sacrifice on the altar of Africa. Sometimes he amused himself with the idea of surveying at last the Paris of which he had heard so much. Oftener, however, he dwelt with complacency on the prospect of seeing Bonaparte off, meeting his rival mind to mind. He knew that Bonaparte's curiosity about him was eager, and he never doubted that he should be called to account personally for his government in all its details. He did not consider that the great captain of the age might fear to meet his victim, might shrink from the eye of a brother soldier, whom he had treated worse than a felon. Time and disappointment taught the prisoner this. None of his dreams were verified in Brest Harbor. He was hurried from the ship-a-load, a parting embrace of his family upon deck. No more, not a sentence of conversation, though all the ship's crew were by to hear. Mars Plaisir alone was allowed to accompany him too. Hurried whispers alone were conveyed to his ear. Placide assured him, yet how could it be that Monsieur Pascal was in France and would exert himself? And Margaret told him amidst her sobs that she had done the one only thing she could. She had prayed for Bonaparte, as she promised that night of prophetic woe at Pongadin. Nothing did he see of Paris, but some of the dimly lighted streets, as he was conveyed at night to the prison of the Temple. During the weeks that he was a prisoner, there he looked in vain for a summons to the presence of the first consul, or for the first consul's appearance in his apartment. One of Bonaparte's aides, Caffarelli, came indeed and brought messages, but these messages were only insulting inquiries about the treasurer's treasures. Buried in the Mornesfer, ever these treasures, this recurring message with its answer, was all the communication he had with Bonaparte, and the hum and murmur from the streets were all that he knew of Paris. When Bonaparte nettled with the reply, "The treasures I have lost are far other than those you seek," was convinced that no better answer would be obtained. He gave the order which had been impending during those weeks of confinement in the Temple. When Bonaparte found his first leisure after the fetes and bustle occasioned in August by his being made first consul for life, he issued his commands regarding the disposal of his West Indian prisoner, and presently Toussaint was traversing France with Mars Plaisir for his companion in captivity, with an officer as a guard inside the closed carriage, another guard on the box, and one, if not two, mounted in their rear. The journey was conducted under circumstances of great mystery. The blinds of the carriage were never let down, provisions were served out, while the party was in full career, and the few baitings that were made were contrived to take place either during the night or in unfrequented places. It was clear that the complexion of the strangers was not to be seen by the inhabitants. All that Toussaint could learn was that they were traveling southeast. "Have you mountains in your island?" asked the officer, letting down the blind just so much when the carriage turned a corner of the road as to permit to himself a glimpse of the scenery. "We are entering the Jura. Have you mountains in your island?" Toussaint left it to Mars Plaisir to answer this question, which he did with indignant volubility, describing the uses and the beauties of the heights of St. Domingo from the loftiest peaks, which intercept the hurricane, to the lowest, crested with forts, or spreading their blossoming groves to the verge of the valleys. We too have fortresses on our heights, said the officer. Indeed, you will be in one of them before night. When we are on the other side of Pontarlier, we will look about us a little. Then on the other side of Pontarlier, we shall meet no people, observed Mars Plaisir. People, oh yes, we have people everywhere in France. When Pontarlier was passed, and the windows of the carriage were thrown open, the travellers perceived plainly enough why this degree of liberty was allowed. The region was so wild that none were likely to come hither in search of the captives. There were inhabitants, but few likely to give information as to who had passed along the road. There were charcoal burners up on the hillside. There were women washing clothes. In the stream which rushed along far below in the valley, the miller was in his mill niched in the hollow beside the waterfall, and there might still be inmates in the convent, which stood just below the firs on the knoll to the left of the road. But by the wayside there were none who with curious eyes might mark, and with eager tongue report the complexion of the strangers who were rapidly whirled along towards Jew. Toussaint shivered as the chill mountain air blew in. Perhaps what he saw chilled him no less than what he felt. He might have unconsciously expected to see something like the teeming slopes of his own mountains, the yellow ferns, the glittering rocks shining like polished metal in the sun. Instead of these, the scanty grass was of a blue-green, the stunted firs were black, and the patches of dazzling white intermingled with them formed a contrast of color hideous to the eye of a native of the tropics. "That is snow," exclaimed Mars Plaisir to his master, with the pride of superior experience. "I know it," replied Toussaint quietly. The carriage now labored up a steep ascent. The brave Ham, who drove, alighted on one side and the guard on the other, and walked up the hill to relieve the horses. The guard gathered such flowers as met his eye, and handed into the carriage a blue gentian, which had till now lingered on the borders of the snowser, a rhododendron, for which he had scaled a crag. His officer roughly ordered him not to leave the track. "If we had passed this way 2 or 3 months earlier," he said complacently to his prisoners, "we should have found cowslips here and there all along the road. We have a good many cowslips in early summer. Have you cowslips in your island?" Toussaint smiled as he thought of the flower-strewn savannas, where more blossoms opened and perished in an hour than in this dreary region all the summer through. He heard Mars Plaisir, compelled to admit that he had never seen cowslips out of France. At length, after several mountings and dismountings of the driver and guard, they seemed on entering a defile to apply themselves seriously to their business. The guard cast a glance along the road and up the sides of the steeps, and beckoned to the horsemen behind to come on, and the driver repeatedly cracked his whip. Silence settled down on the party within the carriage, for all understood that they drew near the fortress in silence. They wound through the defile, till all egress seemed barred by a lofty crag. The road, however, passed round its base, and disclosed to view a small basin among the mountains, in the midst of which rose the steep which bore the fortress of Jew. At the foot of this steep lay the village, a small assemblage of sordid dwellings. At this village 4 roads met from as many defiles, which opened into this center. A mountain stream gushed along, now by the roadside, now winding and growing quieter among the little plot of green fields which lay in the rear of the castle rock. This plot of vivid green cheered for a moment the eye of the captives, but a second glance showed that it was but a swamp. This swamp, crags, firs, and snow, with the dirty village, made up the prospect. As for the inhabitants, the carriage stopped short of the village. None were to be seen but a girl with her distaff amidst a flock of goats, and some soldiers on the castle walls above. There appeared to be but one road up the rock, a bridle or foot road to the right, too narrow and too steep for any carriage. Where this joined the main road, the carriage stopped, and the prisoners were desired to alight. "We must trouble you to walk up this hill," said the officer, "unless you prefer to mount and have your horse led." Before he had finished speaking, Toussaint was many paces in advance of his guards, but few opportunities had he enjoyed of late of exercising his limbs. He believed that this would be the last, and he sprang up the rocky pathway with a sense of desperate pleasure, panting, and heeded the most active of the soldiers, reached the summit some moments after him. Toussaint had made use of those few moments he had fixed in his memory the loading points of the landscape towards the east, the bearings of the roads, which opened glimpses into two valleys, on that sideth patches of enclosure nooks of pasture, where cows were grazing and children were at play. These features of the landscape he eagerly comprehended, partly for use in case of any opportunity of escape, partly for solace, if he should not henceforth be permitted to look abroad. A few and but a few more moments he had, while the drawbridge was lowered, the portcullis raised, and the guard sent in with some order from his officer. Toussaint well knew that that little plot of fields with its winding stream was the last verdure that he might ever see. The snowy summits which peered over the fir-tops were prophets of death to him, for how should he who had gone hither and thither under the sun of the tropics, for 60 years live chained among the snows, well did he know this, yet he did not wait to be asked to pass the bridge. The drawbridge and the courtyard were both deserted, not a soldier was to be seen. Mars Plaisir muttered his astonishment, but his master understood that the presence of Negro prisoners in the fortress was not to become known. He read in this incident a prophecy of total seclusion. They were marched rapidly through the courtyard into a dark passage where they were desired to stop in a few moments. Toussaint heard the tramp of feet about the gate and understood that the soldiers had been ordered back to their post. The commandant, the officer, announced to his prisoners, and the commandant Roubaud entered the dim passage. Toussaint formed his judgment of him to a certain extent. In a moment Roubaud endeavored to assume a tone of good-humored familiarity, but there appeared through this a misgiving as to whether he was thus either letting himself down on the one hand, or on the other encroaching on the dignity of the person he addressed. His prisoner was a Negro, but then he had been the recognized commander-in-chief of St. Domingo. One symptom of awkwardness was that he addressed Toussaint by no sort of title. "We have had notice of your approach," said he, "which is fortunate, as it enables me to conduct you at once to your apartment. Will you proceed this way? A torch, Bellines. We have been looking for you these 2 days, which happens very well, as we have been enabled to prepare for you torches, Bellines. This way. We mount a few steps. You perceive we are not taking you underground, though I call for lights. But this passage to the left, you perceive, is rather dark. Yes, that is our well, and a great depth it is, deeper, I assure you, than this rock is high. What do they call the depth? Chalot. Well, never mind the depth. You can follow me, I believe, without waiting for a light. We cannot go wrong through this apartment to the left." Toussaint, however, chose to wait for Bellines and his torch. He chose to see what he could of the passages of his prison. If this vault in which he stood were not underground, it was the dreariest apartment from which the daylight had ever been built out. In the moment's pause, occasioned by his not moving on when desired, he heard the dripping of water as in a well. Bellines appeared, and his torch showed the stone walls of the vault shining with the trickling of water. A cold steam appeared to thicken the air, oppress the lungs, and make the torch burn. Roman 1499. To what apartment can this be? The passage, thought Toussaint. The grave is warm compared with this. A glance of wretchedness from Mars Plaisir seen in the torchlight as Bellines passed on to the front showed that the poor fellow's spirits, and perhaps some visions of a merry life among the soldiers, had melted already in the damps of this vault. Roubaud gave him a push which showed that he was to follow the torchbearer. Through this vault was a passage, dark, wet, and slippery. In the left-hand wall of this passage was a door studded with iron nails thickly covered with rust. The key was in this door. During the instant required for throwing it wide, a large flake of ice fell from the ceiling of the passage upon the head of Toussaint. He shook it off, and it extinguished the torch. "You mean to murder us," said he, "if you propose to place us here. Do you not know that ice and darkness are the Negros' poison? Snow too." He continued, advancing to the cleft of his dungeon wall, at the outward extremity of which was his small grated window. "Snow piled against this window. Now we shall be buried under it in winter." "You will have good fires in winter." "In winter, yes, this night, or I shall never see winter." "This night, oh, certainly, you can have a fire, though it is not usual with us at this season. Balance a fire here immediately." He saw his prisoner surveying by the dim light from the deep window the miserable cell, about 28 feet by 13, built of blocks of stone, its vaulted ceiling so low that it could be touched by the hand, its floor, though planked, rotten and slippery with wet, and no furniture to be seen but a table, 2 chairs, and 2 heaps of straw in opposite corners. "I'm happy," said the commandant, "to have been able to avoid putting you underground. The orders I have had from the first consul himself, as to your being meso secret, are very strict, notwithstanding that I have been able, you see, to place you in an apartment which overlooks the courtyard, and which too affords you other objects pointing through the gratings to the few feet of the pavement without, and the few yards of the perpendicular rock opposite, which might be seen through the loophole. How many hours of the day and night are we to pass in Till's place?" "How many hours? We reckon 24 hours to the day and night, as is the custom in Europe," replied Roubaud. Whether in ignorance or irony, his prisoner could not in the dim twilight ascertain. He only learned too surely that no exit from this cell was to be allowed. Firewood and light were brought. Roubaud, eager to be busy till he could go and to be gone as soon as possible, found fault with some long-deceased occupant of the cell for having covered its arched ceiling with grotesque drawings in charcoal, and then with Belaines for not having dried the floor. Truly, the light gleamed over it, as over a pond. Belaines pleaded in his defense that the floor had been dried twice since morning, but that there was no stopping the melting of the ice above. The water would come through the joints till the winter frosts set in. "Either winter frosts they will set all to rights. They will cure the melting of the ice, no doubt." Turning to his prisoners, he congratulated himself on not being compelled to search their persons. The practice of searching was usual, but might he rejoice to say be dispensed with on the present occasion. He might now therefore have the pleasure of wishing them a good evening. Pointing to the 2 heaps of straw, he begged that his prisoners would lay down their beds in any part of the cell which pleased them best. Their food and all that they wanted would be brought to the door regularly. As for the rest, they would wait upon each other. Having thus exhausted his politeness, he quitted the cell, and lock, bolt, and bar were fastened upon the captives. By the faint light, Toussaint then perceived that his companion was struggling with laughter. When Mars Plaisir perceived by his master's smile that he had leave to give way, he laughed till the cell rang again, saying, "Wait upon each other. His Excellency wait upon me. His Excellency wait upon anybody. There would be nothing new in that. I have endeavored to wait upon others all my life. Rarely does Providence grant the favor to wait upon so many." Mars Plaisir did not comprehend this, and therefore continued, "These whites think that we blacks are created to be serving, always serving. And they are right. Their mistake is in not seeing that the same is the case with all other men." In his incessant habit of serving those about him, Toussaint now remembered that it would be more kind to poor Mars Plaisir to employ him than to speak of things which he could not comprehend. He signed to him, therefore, to shake down the straw on each side. The fireplace. Mars Plaisir sacrificed some of his own bundle to wipe down the wet walls, but it was all in vain during the silence while his master was meditating. At the window, the melancholy sound of falling water, drip, drip, lash, plash, was heard all around within and without the cell. When he had wiped down the walls from the door in the corner round to the door again, the place from which he had set out was as wet as ever, and his straw was spoiled. He angrily kicked the wet straw into the fire, the consequence of which was that the cell was filled with smoke, almost to suffocation. "Ask for more," said Toussaint. Mars Plaisir shouted, knocked at the door, and used every endeavor to make himself heard, but in vain. No one came. "Take some of mine," said Toussaint. "No one can lie on this floor." Mars Plaisir shook his head. He proceeded mournfully to spread the other heap of straw, but a large flake of ice had fallen upon it from the corner of the walls, and it was as wet as that which he had burned. This was too much for poor Mars Plaisir. He looked upon his master, now spreading his thin hands over the fire, his furrowed face now and then lighted up by the blaze, which sprang fitfully through the smoke. He thought of the hall of audience at Port-au-Prince of the Gardens, at Pongadin of the Place d'Armes, at Cap Francaise on review days of the military journeys and official fêtes of the commander-in-chief, and he looked upon him. Now he burst into tears, as uncontrollable as his laughter had been before. Peeling his master's hand upon his shoulder, he considered it necessary to give a reason for his grief, and sobbed out, "They treat your Excellency as if your Excellency were nobody. They give your Excellency no title. they will not even call you general." Toussaint laughed at this cause of grief in such a place, but Mars Plaisir insisted upon it. How would they like it themselves? What would the first consul himself say if he were a prisoner, and his jailers refused him his titles? I do not suppose him to be a man of so narrow a heart, and so low a soul, as that such a trifle could annoy him. Cheer up, if that be all. Mars Plaisir was far from thinking this all, but his tears and sobs choked him in the midst of his complaints. Toussaint turned again to the fire, and presently began to sing one of the most familiar songs of St. Domingo. He had not sung a stanza before, as he had anticipated. His servant joined, in rising from his attitude of despair, and singing with as much animation as if he had been on the haut du cap. This was soon put a stop to by a sentinel who knocked at the door to command silence. "They cannot hear us if we want dry straw," said Mars Plaisir passionately, "and yet we cannot raise a note, but they must stop us. We are caged birds, and you know Dennis Canary might sing only when it pleased his master. Have I not seen even you cover up the cage, but sing softly, and they may not hear you?" When supper was brought, fresh straw and more firewood were granted at his master's bidding, and under the influence of these comforts Mars Plaisir composed himself to sleep. Toussaint sat long beside the fire. He could not have slept the weeks that had passed since he left St. Domingo, had not yet reconciled his ear to the silence of a European night. At sea the dash of the waves against the ship's side had lulled him to rest. Since he had landed he had slept little, partly from privation of exercise, partly from the action of overbusy thoughts, but also in part from the absence of that hum of life which to the natives of the tropics is the incentive to sleep, and its accompaniment. Here there was but the crackle of the burning wood, and the plashing of water renewed from minute to minute, till it became a fearful doubt, a passing doubt, but very fearful, whether his ear could become accustomed to the dreary sound, or whether his self-command was to be overthrown by so small an agency as this. From such a question he turned, by an effort, to consider other evils of his condition. It was a cruel aggravation of his sufferings to have his servant shut up with him. It imposed upon him some duties, it was true, and was in so far a good, but it also imposed most painful restraints. He had a strong persuasion that Bonaparte had not given up the pursuit of his supposed treasures, or the hope of mastering all his designs, real or imaginary, and he suspected that Mars Plaisir would be left long enough with him to receive the overflowings of his confidence, so hard to restrain in such circumstances as theirs, and would then be tampered with by the agents of the first consul. What was the nature and efficacy of their system of cross-examination he knew, and he knew how nothing but ignorance could preserve poor Mars Plaisir from treachery. Here therefore her, in this cell, without resource, without companionship, without solace of any kind, it would be necessary perhaps through long months to set a watch upon his lips as strict as when he dined with the French commissaries at Government House, or when he was weighing the report of the Central Assembly regarding colonial constitution. For the reserve which his function had imposed upon him at home, he had been repaid by 1,000 enjoyments. Now no more sympathy, no more ministering from his family, no more could he open to Margaret his glory in, placate his hopes from Denis, his cares for his other children, to uphold them under a pressure of influences which were too strong for them. No more could he look upon the friendly face of Henry and unbosom himself to him in sun or shade. No more could he look upon the results of his labors in the merchant fleets on the sea, and the harvests burdening the plains. No more could happy voices from 1,000 homes come to him in blessing and enjoy. No more music, no more sunshine, no more fragrance, no more certainty, either that others were now enjoying what he had parted with for ever. Not only might he never hear what had ensued upon the truce till August, but he must carefully conceal his anxiety to hear his belief that there were such tidings to be told in the presence of Mars Plaisir. He could scarcely even think of that which lay heaviest at his heart, of what Henry had done in consequence of his abduction of his poor oppressed blacksweather. They had sunk under the blow for the time, and so delayed the arrival of that freedom which they must at length achieve, or whether they had risen like a multitudinous family of bereaved children to work out the designs of the Father who had been snatched from them. Of all this there could be no speech, scarcely a speculation in his secret soul, in the presence of one who must, if he heard, almost necessarily become a traitor, and then his family from them he had vanished, and he must live as if they had vanished from his very memory. They were doubtless all eye all ear, forever watching to know what had become of him for their personal safety. Now that he was helpless, he trusted there was little cause for fear, but what peace of mind could they enjoy while in ignorance of his fate he fancied them imploring of their guardians tidings of him in vain, questioning the four winds for whispers of his retreat, pacing every cemetery for a grave that might be his, gazing up at the loopholes of every prison, with a fear that he might be there, keeping awake at midnight for the chance of a visit from his injured spirit, or seeking sleep in the dim hope that he might be revealed to them in a dream. And all this must be but a dim dream to him, except in such an hour as this, a chance hour, when no eye was upon him. The reconciling process was slow, but it was no less sure than usual. Be it so was as usual his conclusion, be it so, for as long as heaven pleased, though that cannot be long the one consolation of being buried alive, soul or body, both as in this case that release is sure, and near this poor fellow's spirit will die within him, and his body will then be let out, consummation most necessary for him, and my body already failing will soon die, and my work be done to die, and to die thus is part of my work, and I will do it as willingly as in the field hundreds, thousands of my race have died for slavery, cooped up pining, suffocated in slave ships in the wastes of the sea. Hundreds and thousands have thus died without knowing the end for which they perished. What is it then for one to die of cold in the wastes of the mountains for freedom, and knowing that freedom is the end of his life and his death? What is it if I groan, if I shrink? May my race curse me and my God cast me out. A warmer glow than the dying embers could give passed through his frame, and he presently slept, basking till morning in dreams of his sunny home. Chapter 41. Half free. Autumn faded, and the long winter of the Jura came on, without bringing changes of any importance to the prisoner. Sunless it were that, in addition to the wood fire, which scarcely kept up the warmth of life in their bodies, they were allowed a stove. This indulgence was not in answer to any request of theirs. Toussaint early discovered that Roubaud would grant nothing that was asked for, but liked to bestow a favor spontaneously now and then. This was a clear piece of instruction, by which, however, Mars Plaisir was slow to profit, notwithstanding his master's explanations and commands, and his own promises fervently given when they were alone. He could never see the commandant without pouting out all his complaints and asking for everything relating to external comfort that his master had been accustomed to at Pongadin. A stove not being among the articles of furniture there was not asked for, and thus this one comfort was not intercepted by being named books, where another Mars Plaisir had been taught to read and write in one of the public schools in the island. But his tastes did not lie in the direction of literature, and he rarely remembered that he possessed the accomplishment of being able to read, except when circumstances called upon him to boast of his country, and his race books were therefore brought two at a time, with the commandant's compliments two at a time, for the rule of treating the prisoners as equals was exactly observed. This civility brought great comfort to Toussaint. Greatest except solitude, he always chose to suppose that Mars Plaisir was reading when he held a book, and he put a book into his hands daily. When he opened his own, many an hour did he thus obtain for the indulgence of his meditations, and while his servant was wondering how he could see to read by the dim light which came in at the window, more dim each day as the snow heap there rose higher by the fitful flame of the fire, his thoughts were far away, beating about amidst the struggle, then probably going on in St. Domingo, or exploring with wonder and sorrow the narrow and darkened passages of that mind which he had long taken to be the companion of his own, or springing forward into the future, and reposing in serene faith on the condition of his people when, at length, they should possess their own souls, and have learned to use their human privileges. Many a time did Mars Plaisir, looking off from a volume of the philosophical dictionary, which yielded no amusement to him, watch the bright smile on his master's face, and suppose it owing to the jokes in the Racine he held, when that smile arose from pictures formed within of the future senates, schools, courts, and virtuous homes, in which his dusky brethren would hereafter be exercising and securing their lights. Not ungratefully did he use his books the while he read and enjoyed, but his greatest obligations to them were for the suggestions they afforded, the guidance they offered to his thoughts, to regions amidst which his prison and his sufferings were forgotten. At times, the servant so far broke through his habitual deference for his master as to fling down his book upon the table, and then beg pardon, saying that they should both go mad if they did not make some noise, when he saw the snow falling perpetually noiseless, as the dew he longed for the sheeted rains of his own winter splashing, as if to drown the land here there was only the eternal drip-drip, which his ear was weary of months ago. Cannot you fancy it raindrops falling from a palm leaf? Shut your eyes and try, said his master. It would not do. Mars Plaisir complained that the commandant had promised that this drip should cease when the frosts of winter came. So it might, but for our stove. But then our ears would have been frozen up too. We should have been underground by this time, which they say we are not now, though it is hard sometimes to believe them. However, we shall hear something by and by that will drown the drip among these mountains. There must be thunder in the summer. Mars Plaisir, we may hear thunder. In the summer, exclaimed Mars Plaisir, covering his face with his hands. That is not you, but Roman one. I hope they will let you out long before the summer. Does your excellency hope so? Cried Mars Plaisir, springing to his feet. Certainly, my poor fellow, the happiest news I expect ever to hear is that you are to be released, and this news I do expect to hear. They will not let you go home to tell where I am, but they will take you out of this place. Oh, your excellency, if you think so, would your excellency be pleased to speak for me? To ask the commandant to let me out, if you will tell him that my rheumatism will not let me sleep. I do not want to go home. I do not want to leave your excellency. Except for your excellency's good, I would say all I could for you and kneel to the first consul, and if they would not set you free, I would hear his voice faltered, but he spoke the words, I would come back into your excellency's service in the summer when I had got cured of my rheumatism, if you would speak a word to the commandant. I would, if I were not sure of injuring you by doing so. Do you not see that nothing is to be granted us that we ask for? Speak not another word of liberty, and you may have it. Ask for it, and you are here for life. For my life, remember. Mars Plaisir stood deep in thought. You have never asked for your liberty, said his master. No, I knew that for my sake you had not. Has no one ever mentioned liberty to you? I understand. He continued, seeing an expression of confusion in the poor fellow's face. Do not tell me anything, only hear me. If freedom should be offered to you, take it. It is my wish, it is my command. Is there more wood? None but this. None but this damp wood that chokes us with smoke. They send us the worst wood, the green damp wood, that the poorest of the whites in the castle will not use, cried Mars Plaisir, striving to work off his emotions in a fit of passion. He kicked the unpromising log into the fireplace as he exclaimed, They think the worst of everything good enough for us, because we are blacks. Oh, here. His wrath was aggravated by a twinge of rheumatism. They think anything good enough for blacks. Let them think so, said his master kindly. God did not think so when he gave us the soil of Africa, and the son of Saint Domingo, when he planted the gardens of the world with palms. It was for the blacks. When he spread the wide shade of the banyan, he made a tent for the blacks. When he filled the air with the scent of the cinnamon and the cacao, was it not for the blacks to enjoy the fragrance? Has he not given them music? Has he not given them love? And a home, what has he not given them? Let the whites think of us as they will. They shall be welcome to a share of what God gave the blacks, though they return us nothing better than wet wood to warm us among their snows. It is true, said Mars Plaisir, his complacency completely restored. God thinks nothing too good for the blacks. I will tell the first consul so. If the first consul would rather hear something else from you, and you know, Mars Plaisir, the whites laugh at us for our boastings. However, tell the first consul what you will. Again was Mars Plaisir silenced, and his countenance confused perpetually. From this hour did he drop words which showed an expectation of seeing the first consul, words which were never noticed by his master. Every time that the increasing weakness and pain under which Toussaint suffered forced themselves on his servant's observation, whenever the skeleton hands were rubbed in his own to relieve cramps and restore warmth, or the friendly office was returned, in spite of the shame and confusion of the servant at finding himself thus served with, every drift of snow which blocked up the window, and every relaxation of frost, which only increased the worse evil of the damp Mars Plaisir, avowed, or muttered the persuasive things he would say to the first consul. Toussaint felt too much sympathy to indulge in much contempt for his companion. He, too, found it hard to be tortured with cramps, and wrung by spasms to enjoy no respite from vexations of body and spirit. He, too, found the passage to the grave weary and dreary. And as for an interview with Bonaparte, for how long had this been his first desire, how distinctly had it of late been the reserve of his hope, reminding himself too of the effects on the wretched of an indefinite hope, such as the unsettled mind and manners of his servant, convinced him more and more had been held. But he could not, in the very midst of scenes of increasing folly and passion, despise poor Mars Plaisir. He mistrusted him, however, and with a more irksome mistrust continually, while he became aware that Mars Plaisir was in the habit of lamenting Saint Domingo chiefly for the sake of naming Christophe and Dessalines, the companies in the morns, the fever among the whites, and whatever might be most likely to draw his master into conversation on the hopes and resources of the blacks. He became more and more convinced that the weakness of his companion was practiced upon, and possibly his attachment to his master, by promises of good to both on condition of information furnished. He was nearly certain that he had once heard the door of the cell closed gently as he was beginning to awake in the middle of the night, and he was quite sure that he one day saw Mars Plaisir burn a note as he replenished the fire, while he thought his master was busy reading. Not even these mysterious proceedings could make Toussaint feel anything worse than sorrowing pity for Mars Plaisir. The commandant had ceased to visit his prisoners during the rest of the winter. He never came. He sent books occasionally, but less frequently. The supply of firewood was gradually diminished, and so was the quantity of food. The ailments of the prisoners were aggravated from day to day, and if the commandant had favored them with his presence, he would have believed that he saw two dusky shadows amidst the gloom of their cell rather than men. One morning Toussaint awoke slowly, and with difficulty, from a sleep which appeared to have been strangely sound for one who could not move a limb without pain, and who rarely therefore slept for many minutes together. It must have been strangely long too, for the light was as strong as it had ever been at noon in this dim cell. Before he rose, Toussaint felt that there was sunshine in the air, and the thought that spring was come sent a gleam of pleasure through his spirit. It was true enough. As he stood before the window, something like a shadow might be seen on the floor. No sky, not a shred. The breadth of his hand was to be seen. For 6 months past, he had beheld neither cloud nor star nor the flight of a bird, but casting a glance up to the perpendicular rock opposite, he saw that it faintly reflected sunshine. He saw, moreover, something white moving, some living creature, upon this rock. It was a young kid, standing upon a point, or ledge imperceptible below its action, browsing upon some vegetation, which could not be seen so far off. Mars Plaisir, cried Toussaint, spring is come, the world is alive again, even here Mars Plaisir. There was no answer. He has slept deeply and long like myself, said he, going, however, into the darker corner of the cell, where Mars Plaisir's bed was laid. The straw was there, but no one was on it. The stove was warm, but there was no fire in the fireplace. The small chest allowed for the prisoners' clothes was gone. Everything was gone, but the 2 volumes in which they had been reading the night before. Toussaint shook these books to see if any note had been hidden in them. He explored them at the window to discover any word of farewell that might be written on blank leaf or margin. There was none there, nor any scrap of paper hidden in the straw or dropped upon the floor. Mars Plaisir was gone, and had left no token. They drugged me hence my long sleep, thought Toussaint. They knew the poor fellow's weakness, and feared his saying too much. When it came to parting, I hope they will treat him well, for thanks to my care for him, he never betrayed me to them. I treated him well in taking care that he should not betray me to them, while they yet so far believed that he might as to release him. It is all well, and I am alone. It is almost like being in the free air. I am almost as free as yonder kid on the rock. My wife, my children, I may name you all now, name you in my thoughts, and in my song placid. Are you rousing the nations to ask the tyrant where I am? Henry, have you buried the dead whites yet in Saint Domingo? And have your reigns done weeping the treason of those dead against freedom? Let it be. So, Henry, your reigns have washed out the blood of this treason, and your dews have brought forth the verdure of your plains to cover the graves of the guilty and the fallen. Take this lesson home, Henry, forget not me, for you must remember me in carrying on my work, but forget how you lost me. Believe that I fell in the morns, and that you buried me there. Believe this, rather than shed one drop of blood for me. Learn of God, not of Bonaparte, how to bless our race. Poison their souls no more with blood. The sword and the fever have done their work, and tamed your tyrants. As, for the rest, act with God for our people. Give them harvests to their hands, and open the universe of knowledge before their eyes. Give them rest and stillness in the summer heats, and shelter them in virtuous and busy homes from the sheeted rains. It is enough that blood was the price of freedom, a heavy price, which has been paid. Let there be no such barter for vengeance. My children, hear me, wherever you are, in the court of our tyrant, or on the wide sea, or on the mountain-top, where the very storms cannot make themselves heard. So Harriet, let your father's voice reach you from his living grave. No vengeance, freedom, freedom to the last drop of blood in the veins of our race. Let our island be left to the wild herds and the reptiles rather than be the habitation of slaves. But if you have established freedom there, it is holy ground, and no vengeance must profane it. If you love me and my race, you must forgive my murderers. Yes, murderers, he pursued in thought, after dwelling a while on the images of home and familiar faces. Murderers they already are, doubtless in intent. I should have been sent hence long ago, but for the hope of reaching my counsels through Mars Placier from the eyes of the world, I have already disappeared, and nothing hinders the riddance of me. Now feeble as I am, the waiting for death may yet be tedious, if tedious for him who has this day done with me. How tedious for me who have done with him, and with all the world done with them, except as to the affections with which one may look back upon them from the clear heights on the other side of the dark valley. That I should pine and shiver long in the shadows of that valley would be tedious to him who drove me there before my time, and to me he has never submitted to what is tedious, and he will not now. The door of the cell was here softly opened. A head showed itself, and immediately disappeared. Toussaint silently watched the kid as it moved from point to point on the face of the rock, and it was with some sorrow that he at last saw it spring away. Just then Bellines entered with the usual miserable breakfast. Toussaint requested fire, to which Bellines assented. He then asked to have the window opened that the air of the spring morning might enter. Bellines shrugged his shoulders and observed that the air of these March mornings was sharp. The prisoner persisted, however, and with the fresh air there came in upon him a fresh set of thoughts. Calling Bellines back, he desired in a tone of authority to see the commandant. It was strange to him. He wondered at himself on finding his mind filled with a new enterprise, with the idea of making a last appeal to Roubaud for freedom, an appeal to his justice, not to his clemency. With the chill breeze there had entered the tinkle of the cowbell, and the voices of children singing. These called up a vivid picture of the valley as he had seen it on entering his prison. Small green level, the gushing stream, the sunny rock, the girl with her distaff, tending the goats. He thought he could show his title to at least a free sight of the face of nature, and the impulse did not immediately die. During the morning he listened for footsteps without. After some hours he smiled at his own hope, and nearly ceased to listen. The face of the rock grew dim, the wind rose, and sleet was driven in at the window, so that he was compelled to use his stiff and aching limbs in climbing up to shut it. No one had remembered or had chosen to make his fire, and he was shivering as in an ague fit, when late in the afternoon Bellines brought in his second meal and some fuel. The commandant is not in the castle. He is absent today. Where? They say the first consul has business with him. With me rather, thought Toussaint. He said aloud, then he is gone with my servant. May be so. They went the same road, but that road leads to many places. The road from Pontarlier. Any road, all our roads here lead to many places, said Bellines as he went out. Poor Mars Placier, thought Toussaint, as he carefully placed the wood, so as to tempt the feeble blaze. Our road has seemed the same for the last 8 months, but it leads to widely different points. I rejoice for him that his has parted off today, and for myself, though it shows that I am near the end of mine. Is it this soldier with comrades who is to end me, or is it this supper better drugged than that of last night, or will they wait to see whether solitude will kill a busy, ambitious commander-in-chief, as they think me? Chapter 42. Free. Day after day passed on, and the prisoner found no change in his conditions, far at least as it depended on his jailers. He was more ill as he became enveloped in the damps of the spring, and he grew more and more sensible of the comfort of being alone. Death by violence, however, did not come. He did not give over his concern for Mars Plaisir, because he was glad of his absence. He inquired occasionally for the commandant, hoping that if he could see Roubaud, he might learn whether his servant was still a prisoner, and whether his release from his cell had been for freedom, or for a worse lot than he had left behind. There was no learning from Belines, however, whether the commandant had returned to the fortress, or who was his lieutenant. If he had not, in the middle of April, the doubt was settled by the appearance of Roubaud himself in the cell. He was civil unusually. Sabot declared himself unable to give any information about Mars Plaisir. He had nothing more to do with his prisoners when they were once taken out of his charge. He had always business enough upon his hands to prevent his occupying himself with things and people that were gone by. He had delivered Mars Plaisir into proper care, and that was the last he knew of him. The man was well at that time, as well as usual, and pleased enough to be in the open air again. Roubaud could remember no more concerning him, in fact, had not thought of him again from that day to the present. And this is the kind of answer that you would give concerning me, if my sons should arrive hither in search of me, some days after my grave had been closed. Come, no foreboding, said Roubaud. Foreboding is bad. If my sons should present themselves, proceeded Toussaint. They will not come. Harriet cannot come here, interrupted Roubaud. No one knows that you are here, but some 3 or 4 who will never tell. How, thought Toussaint, have they secured Mars Plaisir, that he shall never tell for the poor man's sake? However, he would not ask this aloud. Roubaud continued, the reason why we cannot have the pleasure of giving you the range of the fortress is that the first consul thinks it necessary to keep secret the place of your abode for the good of the colony. As he says, with one of our own countrymen, this seclusion might not be necessary, as the good people of the village could hardly distinguish features from the distance at which they are, and they have no telescopes, no idea of playing the spy upon us, as we can upon them. They cannot distinguish features so high up. But they could complexion. Exactly so, and it might get abroad that some one of your color was here. And if it should get abroad, and some one of my sons or my wife should come, your answer would be that you remember nothing, that you cannot charge your memory with persons and things that are gone by, that you have had prisoners of all complexions, that some have lived and some have died, and that you have something else to do than to remember what became of each. I hope, however, and as it would be for the advantage of the first consul, I believe that you would have the complaisance to show them my grave. Come, no foreboding. Foreboding is bad, repeated Roubaud. Toussaint smiled and said, What other employment do you afford me than that of looking into the past and future, in order to avoid the present, if, turning from the sickening view which the past presents of the treachery of your race, to mine of the abuse of my brotherly trust in him, by which your ruler has afflicted our hearts, if turning from this mournful past I look the other way, what do I see before me but the open grave? You are out of spirits, said Roubaud, building up the fire. You wear well, however. You must have been very strong in your best days. You wear extremely well. I still live, and that I do so is because the sun of my own climate and the strength of soul of my best days shine and glow through me, now quenching in part even these damps. But I am old, and every day heaps years on me. However, I am as willing as you that my looking forward should be for others than myself. I might be able to forebode for France and for its ruler. Roubaud folded his arms and leaned, as if anxious to listen, against the wall beside the fire, but it was so wet that he quickly shifted his position, still, however, keeping his eyes fixed on his prisoner. And what would you forebode for France and for her ruler? He asked. That my country will never again be hers. Her retribution is as sure as her tyranny has been great. She may send out fleet after fleet, each bearing an army, but the spirit of freedom will be too strong for them. All their bodies will poison the air and choke the sea, and the names of their commanders will one after another sink in disgrace before they will again make slaves of my people in Saint Domingo. How stands the name of Leclerc at this moment in France? Leclerc is dead, said Roubaud, repenting the next moment that he had said so much. Toussaint saw this by his countenance, and inquired no further. He is dead, and 20,000 Frenchmen with him, who might at this hour have been enjoying at home the natural wealth of my country. The fruits of our industry, the time was when I thought your ruler, and I the ruler, in alliance with him of my race, in Saint Domingue our brothers in soul, as we were apparently in duty and in fortune. Brothers in soul we were not, as it has been the heaviest grief of my life, to learn I spurn brotherhood of soul, with one whose ambition has been for himself. Brothers in duty we were. And if we should yet be brothers in fortune, if he should fall into the hands of a strong foe, but you are saying in your heart, no foreboding, foreboding is bad. Roubaud smiled and said foreboding was only bad for the spirits, and the first consul's spirits were not likely to be affected by anything that could be said at Jew. To predict bad fortune for him was like looking for the sun to be put out at noonday. It might pass the time, but would not dim the sun. So was it said of me, replied the prisoner, and with the more reason, because I made no enemies. My enemies have not been of my own making. Your ruler is making enemies on every hand, and alas for him, if he lives to meet the hour of retribution, if he, like myself, should fall into the power of a strong foe, if he should pass his remaining days imprisoned on a rock, may he find more peace than I should dare look for if I had his soul. There is not a braver man in Europe or the Indies either than the first consul. Brave towards foes without and sufferings to come, but bravery gives no help against enemies harbored within, and evils fixed in the past. What will his bravery avail against the images of France, corrupted, of Europe, outraged, of the blacks betrayed and oppressed, of the godlike power which was put into his hands, abused to the purposes of the devil? But perhaps he would not view his affairs as you do. Then would his bravery avail him no better if he should be so blind as to see nothing higher and better than his own acts. Then will he see no higher nor better hope than he has lost. Then will he suffer and die under the slow torment of personal mortifications and regrets. You say you are sinking under your reverses. You say you are slowly dying. I shall die of the sickening and pining of sense and limbath, the wasting of bone and muscle day by day. Is my eye more dim and my right arm more feeble? But I have never complained of evils that the bravery you speak of would not meet. Have I ever said that you have touched my soul? Roubaud saw the fire in his eye, glanced at his emaciated hand, and felt that this was true. He could bear the conversation no longer now, that no disclosures that could serve the first consul seemed likely to be made. You are going, said Toussaint. Yes, I looked in today, because I am about to leave the fortress for a few days. If you see the first consul, tell him what I have now said, and add that if, like him, I had used my power for myself, he would have had a power over me, which he has not now. I should not then have been here, nay, you must hear me, I should not then have been here, crushed beneath his hand. I should have been on the throne of Saint Domingue, flattered as he is by assurances of my glory and security, but crushed by a heavier weight than that of his hand by his image, as that of one betrayed in my infidelity to his country and nation. Tell him this, tell him that I perish willingly, if this consequence of my fidelity to France may be a plea for justice to my race. How people have misrepresented you to me, said Roubaud, bustling about the cell and opening the door to call Belines. They told me you were very silent, rarely spoke. That was true when my duty was to think, said Toussaint. Today my duty has been to speak. Remember that yours in fidelity to your ruler is to repeat to him what I say. More would, Belines, said Roubaud, going to the door to give further directions. In a low voice. Returning, he said with some hurry of manner that as he was to be absent for 2 or 3 days, he had sent for such a supply of wood and flambeaux as might last some time. More books should also be brought. When shall we meet again? Asked Toussaint. I don't know indeed. I do not know, said the commandant, looking at his watch. By the firelight, his prisoner saw that his hands trembled and that he walked with some irresolution to the door. Au revoir, said Toussaint. Roubaud did not reply, but went out, leaving the door standing wide, and apparently no one to guard it. Toussaint's heart beat at the thought that this might give him one more opportunity of being abroad in the daylight. Perhaps in the sun he rose to make the attempt, but he was exhausted by the conversation he had held. First, for so long his aching limbs failed him, and he sank down on his bed, from which he did not rise till long after Belines had laid down his loads and left the place. The prisoner rose at length to walk, as he did many times in the day from corner to corner of his cell. At the first turn by the door, he struck his foot against something, which he upset. It was a pitcher of water, which with a loaf of bread had been put in that unusual place. The sight was as distinct in its signification as a yawning grave. His door was to open upon him no more. He was not again to see a human face. The commandant was to be absent a while, and on returning to find his prisoner dead. He used all means that he could devise to ascertain whether it were indeed so. He called Belines from the door in the way which Belines had never failed to reply to since the departure of Mars Plaisir. Belines did not come. He sang aloud, as he had never before been allowed to sing unchecked. Since he entered the fortress, he now sang unchecked. The hour of the afternoon meal passed, and no one came. The evening closed, and no bolt had been drawn. The case was clear. The prisoner now and then felt a moment's surprise at experiencing so little recoil from such a fate. He was scarcely conscious even of repugnance. His tranquillity was doubtless owing, in part, to his having long contemplated death in this place as certain to life, having now little left to make its continuance desirable, and to his knowing himself to be so reduced that the struggle could not be very long. But he himself believed his composure to be owing to another cause than any of these. He who appointed me to the work of such a life as mine thought the dying man is making its close easy to his servant. I would willingly have suffered to the extremity of his will, but my work is done. Men's eyes are no longer upon me. I am alone with him, and he is pleased to let me enter already upon my everlasting peace. If Father Laxaban were here, would he now say, as he has often said, and as most men say, that looking back upon life from its close, it appears short as the time of the early rains. Instead of this, how long appear the 60 years that I have lived? How long, how weary now teems the life. When I was a Slavitho much was done, and it was the schooling of my soul for the work preparing for my hand, my Margaret, my children. How quietly did we then live, as if no change were ever to come, and we were to sit before our door at Breda every evening, till death should remove us one by one, while I was composing my soul to patience by thought and by reading. How little did I dream that I was so becoming prepared to free my race to reign, and then to die of cold and hunger, such as the meanest slave never knows. Then the next 8 years of Tolthi seemed longer than all that went before. Doubtless they were lengthened to me to make my weak powers equal to the greatness of my task, for every day of conducting war and making laws appeared to me stretched out into a year. These late seasons of reverse have passed over more rapidly, for their suffering has been less, while all, even to Henry, have pitied me during these latter years. They knew not that I was recovering the peace, which I shall now know more. Lucid is true that I erred according to the common estimate of affairs in not making myself a king, and separating my country from France, as France herself is compelling her to separate at last. It is true, I might now have been reigning there instead of dying here, and what is more worthy of meditation, my people might now have been laying aside their arms and beginning a long career of peace. It might possibly have been so, but at what cost? Their career of freedom, if freedom it could then have been called, would have begun in treason and in murder, and the stain would have polluted my race for ever. Now they will have freedom stealthy, cannot but have it though it is delayed, and upon this freedom will rest the blessing of heaven. We have not fought for dominion, nor for plunder, nor, as far as I could govern the passions of men, for revenge. We began our career of freedom in fidelity, in obedience, and in reverence towards the whites, and therefore may we take to ourselves the blessing of him who made us to be free, and demands that we be so with clean hands and a pure heart. Therefore will the freedom of Saint Domingo be but the beginning of freedom to the Negro race. Therefore may we hope that in this race will the spirit of Christianity appear more fully than it has yet shown itself among the proud whites. Show itself in its gentleness, its fidelity, its disinterestedness, and its simple trust. The proud whites may scorn this hope, and point to the ignorance and the passions of my people, and say, is this your exhibition of the spirit of the gospel? But not for this will we give up our hope. This ignorance, these passions are natural to all men, and are in us aggravated and protracted by our slavery. Remove them by the discipline and the stimulus of freedom, begun in obedience to God and fidelity to men, and there remain the love that embraces, all meek faith that can bear to be betrayed, but is ashamed to doubt, the generosity that can forgive offenses 77 times, reneweth simple, open, joyous spirit, which marks such as are of the kingdom of heaven. Lord, I thank thee that thou hast made me the servant of this race. Never during the years of his lowliness or the days of his grandeur, had Toussaint spent a brighter hour than now, while the spirit of prophecy twin-angel with death visited him, and showed him the realms of mind which were opening before his race, that countless host, whose van he had himself led to the confines. This spirit whispered something of the immortality of his own name, hidden lost, as he was in his last hours. Be it so, thought he, if my name can excite any to devotedness, or give to any the pleasure of being grateful, if my name live the goodness of those who name it will be its life, for my true self will not be in it, no one will the more know the real Toussaint, the weakness that was in me when I felt most strong, the reluctance, when I appeared most ready, the acts of sin, from which I was saved by accident alone, the divine constraint of circumstances, to which my best deeds were owing. These things are between me and my God. If my name and my life are to be of use, I thank God that they exist, but this outward existence of them is nothing between him and me. To me henceforward they no more belong than the name of Epaminondas, or the life of Tell man stands naked on the brink of the grave, his name stripped from him, and his deeds laid down as the property of the society he leaves behind. Let the name and deeds I now leave behind be a pride to generations, yet to Camille more innocent pride than they have sometimes, alas, been to me. I have done with them. Toussaint had often known what hunger was in the morns he had endured it, almost to extremity. He now expected to suffer less from it than then, from being able to yield to the faintness and drowsiness which had then to be resisted from time to time during his meditations. He felt its sensations visiting him, and felt them without fear or regret. He had eaten his loaf when first hungry, and had watched through the first night, hoping to sleep his long sleep the sooner, when his fire should at length be burned out during the day. Some faint sounds reached him from the valley, some tokens of the existence of men. During the 2 last nights of his life, his ear was kept awake only by the dropping of water, the old familiar sound, and the occasional stir of the brands upon the hearth. About midnight of the second night, he found he could sit up no longer. With trembling hands he laid on such pieces of wood as he could lift, lighted another flambeau, and lay down on his straw. He raised himself, but once hastily and dizzily. In the dawn dawned to him. But sunrise abroad his ear had been reached by the song of the young goatherds as they led their flock abroad into another valley. The prisoner had dreamed that it was his boy Denis singing in the piazza at Pongadin. As his dim eye recognized the place by the flicker of the expiring flambeau, he smiled at his delusion and sank back to sleep again. The commandant was absent 3 days. On his return, he summoned Belines and said in the presence of several soldiers, "How is the prisoner?" They're pointing in the direction of Toussaint's cell. "He has been very quiet this morning, sir." "Very quiet? Do you suppose he is ill?" "He was as well as usual the last time I went to him." "He has had plenty of everything, I suppose?" "Oh yes, sir, wood, candle, food, water, everything." "Very well, get lights, and I will visit him." Lights were brought. A boy who carried a lantern shivered as he saw how ghastly Belline's face looked in the yellow gleam in the dark vault on the way to the cell, and was not sorry to be told to stay behind till called to light the commandant back again. "Have you heard anything?" asked Roubaud of the soldier in a low voice. "Not for many hours. There was a call or two, and some singing just after you went, but nothing since." "Hush, listen." They listened motionless for some time, but nothing was heard but the everlasting plash which went on all around them. "Unbar the door, Belines." He did so, and held the door wide for the commandant to enter. Roubaud stalked in, and straight up to the straw bed. He called the prisoner in a somewhat agitated voice, felt the hand raise the head, and declared that he was gone. The candle was burned completely out. Roubaud turned to the hearth, carefully stirred the ashes, blew among them, and raised a spark. "You observe," he said to Belines, "his fire was burning when we found him." "Yes, sir." "There is more wood and more candle." "Yes, sir, the wood in this corner, and the candle on the table just under your hand, sir." "Oh, I hear, put on some wood and blow up a flame. Observe, we found his fire burning." "Yes, sir." They soon reappeared in the courtyard and announced the death of the prisoner. Roubaud ordered a messenger to be in readiness to ride to Pontarlier by the time he should have written a letter. We must have the physicians from Pontarlier observed the commandant allowed to examine the deceased, and declare what he died of. The old man has not been well for some time past. I have no doubt the physicians will find that he died of apoplexy or something of the kind. No wonder, poor soul, said a sutler's wife to another woman. No wonder indeed, replied the other. My husband died of the heat in St. Domingo, and they took this poor man, don't tell it. But he was a black, I got a sight of him, and he came from St. Domingo. You may depend upon it they took him out of all that heat, and put him into that cold, damp place there. No wonder he is dead. Well, I never knew we had a black here. Don't say I told you then. I have no doubt we found his fire burning, said Bellines to the inquirers round him. They will find it apoplexy or some such thing, I have no doubt of it. And so they did, to the entire satisfaction of the first consul. Yet it was long before the inquiring world knew with certainty what had become of Toussaint L'Ouverture. Appendix. Those who feel interest enough in the extraordinary fortunes of Toussaint L'Ouverture to inquire concerning him from the biographical dictionaries and popular histories of the day will find in them all the same brief and peremptory decision concerning his character. They all pronounce him to have been a man of wonderful sagacity, endowed with a native genius for both war and government, but savage in warfare, hypocritical in religion, using piety as a political mask, and in all his affairs the very prince of dissemblers. It is true that this account consists neither with the facts of his life, the opinions of the people he delivered, nor the state documents of the island he governed, yet it is easy to account. For the first notices of him were French, reported by the discomfited invaders of St. Domingo to writers imbued with the philosophy of the days of the Revolution, and later accounts are copies of these earlier ones. From the time when my attention was first fixed on this hero, I have been struck with the inconsistencies contained in all reports of his character which ascribe to him cruelty and hypocrisy, and after a long and careful comparison of such views with his words and deeds, with the evidence obtainable from St. Domingo, and with the temper of his times in France, I have arrived at the conclusion that his character was in sober truth, such as I have endeavored to represent it in the foregoing work. I do not mean to say that I am the first who has formed an opinion that Toussaint was an honest, a religious, and a mild and merciful man. In an article in the Quarterly Review No. 17 on the past and present state of Haiti, so interesting an account is given of the great Negro as to cause some wonder that no one has till now been moved by it to present the facts of his life in the form of an historical novel. In that article it is justly observed that the onus rests with those who accuse Toussaint of hypocrisy to prove their allegation by facts. I would say the same of the other charge of cruelty. Meanwhile, I disbelieve both charges for these reasons, among others. The wars of St. Domingo were conducted in a most barbarous spirit before the time of Toussaint's acquisition of power, and after his abduction. During the interval, the whole weight of his influence was given to curb the ferocity of both parties. He pardoned his personal enemies, as in the instance of the mulattoes in the church, and he punished in his followers, as the most unpardonable offense they could commit, any infringement of his rule of no retaliation. When it is considered that the cruelties perpetrated in the rising of 1791 and renewed after the fall of Toussaint were invented by the whites and copied by the Negroes, who were wont to imitate their masters in all they did, it is no small evidence of L'Ouverture's magnanimity that he conceived, illustrated, and enforced in such times such a principle as that of no retaliation. All the accounts of him agree that from his earliest childhood he was distinguished by a tenderness of nature which would not let him hurt a fly he attached to himself, the cattle and horses which were under his charge when a boy, to a degree which made him famous in a region where cruelty to animals at the hands of slaves was almost universal. A man who lived till 50, remarkable for a singular gentleness and placability, ought not to be believed sanguinary from that time forward, on the strength of the unsupported charges of his disappointed enemies. Piety was also his undisputed early characteristic. A slave, bringing to the subject of religion the aptitude of the Negro nature early treated with kindness by a priest, evincing the spirit of piety from his infant years, finding in it the consolations required by a life of slavery and guided by it in a course of the strictest domestic morality while surrounded by licentiousness, may well be supposed sincere in his religion under a change of circumstances occurring after he was 50 years of age. The imputation of hypocrisy is not, however, much to be wondered at when it is considered that at the time when the first notices of Toussaint were written at Paris, it was the fashion there to believe that no wise man could be sincerely religions. As for the charge of general and habitual dissimulation, it can only be said that while no proof of the assertion is offered, there is evidence in all the anecdotes preserved of him of absolute frankness and simplicity. I rather think that it was the incredible extent of his simplicity which gave rise to the belief that it was assumed in order to hide cunning. The Quarterly Review quotes an anecdote thoroughly characteristic of the man, which is not introduced into my story, because abundance of my materials, I found it necessary to avoid altogether the history of the English transactions in St. Domingo. It was only by confining my narrative to the relations between Toussaint and France that I could keep my tale within limits and preserve the clearness of the representation. There are circumstances, however, in his intercourse with the British as honorable to Toussaint's character as any that I have related, and among them is the following which I quote from the Quarterly Review. General Maitland, previous to the disembarkation of the troops, returned the visit at Toussaint's camp, and such was his confidence in the integrity of his character that he proceeded through a considerable extent of country full of armed Negroes, with only 3 attendants round the French commissary, wrote a letter to Toussaint on this occasion, advising him to seize his guest as an act of duty to the Republic on the route. General Maitland was secretly informed of Bourne's treachery, but in full reliance on the honor of Toussaint, he determined to proceed. On arriving at headquarters, he was desired to wait. It was some time before Toussaint made his appearance. At length, however, he entered the room with 2 open letters in his hand. "Their general," said he, "before we talk together, read these. One is a letter from the French commissary, the other is my answer. I could not see you till I had written my reply, that you might be satisfied how safe you were with me, and how incapable I am of baseness." Quarterly Review, Volume 21, page 442. The charge of personal ambition is above all contradicted by facts. If anything is clear in Toussaint's history, it is that his ruin was owing to his loyalty to France, his misplaced trust in Napoleon, and his want of personal ambition. He did not, as he might have done, make himself a sovereign when France was wholly occupied with European warfare. He did not, as he might have done, prepare his people to resist the power of the mother country when she should at length be at liberty to reclaim the colony. He sent away the French commissaries only when by their ignorance and incompetency they imperiled the peace and safety of the colony. He cherished the love of the mother country in the hearts of the Negroes to the very last moment, till the armament which came to re-establish slavery appeared on the shore. Still, it was too late to offer that resistance which would have made him a king. Christophe's view of this part of his conduct is given in a manifesto dated in the 11th year of the independence of Haiti. Toussaint L'Ouverture, under his paternal administration, had reinstated in full force law, morals, religion, education, and industry. Agriculture and commerce were flourishing. He favored the white colonists, particularly the planters. Indeed, his attentions and partialities had been carried to such a length that he was loudly blamed for entertaining more affection for them than for those of his own color. Nor was this reproach without foundation. For a few months before the arrival of the French, he sacrificed his own nephew, General Moyse, who had disregarded the orders he had given for the protection of the colonists. That act of the governor, added to the great confidence he had placed in the French authorities, was the principal cause of the feeble resistance the French encountered in Haiti. Indeed, his confidence in these authorities was such that he had discharged the greater part of the regular troops and sent them back to the tillage of the soil. Haitian Papers, page 158. Such conduct is a sufficient answer to the allegation that Toussaint was actuated by a selfish ambition, cunning in its aims and cruel in its use of means. Some light is thrown upon the character of his mind by the record of the books he studied. While yet a slave, Rainsford gives a list which does not pretend to be complete, but which is valuable as far as it goes. It appears that in his years of comparative leisure he was completely engrossed. By one book at a time, reading it at all spare moments, meditating its contents while in the field, and quoting it in conversation for weeks together, one of the first authors whose works thus entirely possessed him was Raynal, afterwards Epictetus, in a French translation, then others as follows. Scriptures de Re Militari. Caesar's Commentaries, French translation by de Chris. Desclassens' History of Alexander and Caesar. D'Orleans' History of Revolutions in England and Spain. Marshal Saxe's Military Reveries. Guichard's Military Memoirs of the Greeks and Romans. Herodotus. Lebine's Memoirs of the Academy of Inscriptions and Bell's Letters. Lloyd's Military and Political Memoirs. English Socrates, Plutarch, Cornelius Nepos, etc., etc. Great mystery hangs over the tale of Toussaint's imprisonment and death. It appears that he was confined in the temple only as long as Napoleon had hopes of extorting from him information about the treasures absurdly reported to have been buried by him in the Morne's Note 1 under circumstances of atrocious cruelty. It has been suggested that torture was employed by Bonaparte's aide Caffarelli to procure the desired confession, but I do not know that the conjecture is founded on any evidence. As to the precise mode of L'Ouverture's death, there is no certainty. The only point on which all authorities agree is that he was deliberately murdered, but whether by mere confinement in a cell whose floor was covered with water, and the walls with ice, a confinement necessarily fatal to a Negro, or by poison, or by starvation in conjunction with disease, may perhaps never be known. The report, which is, I believe, the most generally believed in France, is that which I have adopted, that the commandant, when his prisoner was extremely ill, left the fortress for 2 or 3 days with the key of Toussaint's cell in his pocket, that on his return he found his prisoner dead, and that he summoned physicians from Pontarlier who examined the body, and pronounced a serious apoplexy to be the cause of death. It so happened that I was able in the spring of last year to make some inquiry upon the spot, the result of which I will relate. I was traveling in Switzerland with a party of friends with whom I had one day discussed the fortunes and character of Toussaint. I had then no settled purpose of writing about him, but was strongly urged to it by my companions on the morning of the 15th of May, when we were drawing near Payerne from Freiburg on our way to Lausanne. I remembered and mentioned that we were not very far from the fortress of Joux, where Toussaint's bones lay. My party were all eager that I should visit it. There were difficulties in the way of the scheme, the chief of which was that our passports were not so signed as to enable us to enter France, and the nearest place where the necessary signature could be obtained was Bern, which we had left behind us the preceding day. I had, however, very fortunately, Secretary of State's passport besides the Prussian consul's, and this second passport made out for myself, and a femme de chambre had been signed by the French minister in London. One of my kind companions offered to cross the frontier with me as my femme de chambre, and to help me in obtaining access to the prison of Toussaint, an offer I was very thankful to accept. At Payerne, we separated ourselves, a very small portion of luggage from our party, whom we promised to overtake at Lausanne in 2 or 3 days. We engaged for the trip a double charabanc with 2 stout little horses, and a brave ham of a driver, as our courteous landlady at Payerne assured us. Passing through Yverdun, we reached Orbe by 5 in the afternoon, and took up our quarters at the Guillaume Tell, full of expectation for the morrow. On the 16th we had breakfasted, and were beginning the ascent of the Jura before 7 o'clock. The weather was fine, and we enjoyed a succession of interesting objects till we reached that which was the motive of our excursion. First, we had that view of the Alps, which, if it were possible, it would be equally useless to describe to any who have, and any who have not stood on the eastern slope of the Jura on a clear day. Then we wound among the singular defiles of this mountain range, till we reached the valley which is commanded by Jougny. Here we alighted, climbing the slope to the gate of the town. While the carriage was slowly dragged up the steep winding road, our appearance obviously perplexed the 2 custom-house officers who questioned us, and peeped into our one bag and our one book, the Handbook of Switzerland. With an amusing air of suspicion, my companion told them that the aim of our journey was the fortress of Joux, and that we expected to pass the frontier again in the afternoon on our return to Orbe. Whether they believed us, or believing thought us very foolish, is best known to themselves. but I suspect the latter by their compliments on our cleverness on our return at Jougny. We supplied ourselves with provisions, and then proceeded through valleys, each narrower than the last, more dismal with pines, and more checkered with snow, the air of desolation here and there rendered move striking by the dreary settlements of the charcoal burners, would have been impressive enough if our minds had not been full of the great Negro, and therefore disposed to view everything with his eyes. The scene was exactly what I have described in my story, except that a good road made since Toussaint's time now passes round and up the opposite side of the rock from that by which he mounted. The old road narrow and steep remains, and we descended by it. We reached the courtyard without difficulty, passing the 2 drawbridges and portcullis. Described, the commandant was absent, and his lieutenant declared against our seeing anything more than the great wheel and a small section of the battlements, but for great perseverance we should have seen nothing more, but we obtained at last all we wanted. We passed through the vault and passages I have described, and thoroughly examined the cell. No words can convey a sense of its dreariness. I have exaggerated nothing. Dim light, the rotten floor, shining like a pond, the drip of water, the falling flakes of ice, were all there. The stove was removed, but we were shown where it stood. There were only 3 persons who pretended to possess any information concerning the Negro prisoner. The soldier, who was our principal guide, appeared never to have heard of him. A very old man in the village, to whom we were referred, could tell us nothing, but one fact which I knew before, that Toussaint was deprived of his servant some time before his death. A woman in the sutler's department of the fortress pretended to know all about him, but she had never seen him, and had no further title to authority than that her first husband had died in the St. Domingo invasion. She did us the good service of pointing out the grave. However, the brickwork which surrounds the coffin now forms part of a new wall, but it was till lately within the church. This woman's story was that which was probably given out on the spot to be told to inquirers, so inconsistent is it in itself, and with known facts. Her account was that Toussaint was carried off from St. Domingo by the ship in which he was banqueted by Leclerc, the last of a line of 200 weighing anchor, without his perceiving it, while he was at dinner. The absurdity of this beginning shows how much reliance is to be placed upon the rest of her story. She declared that the Commandant Roubaud had orders from the government to treat the prisoner well, that his servant remained with him to the last, that he was well supplied with books, allowed the range of the fortress, and accustomed to pass his days in the house of the commandant, playing cards in the evenings, that on the last night of his life he excused himself from the cartable on the plea of being unwell, that he refused to have his servant with him, though urged not to pass the night alone, that he was left with fire, fauteuil, flambeaux, and a book, and found dead in his chair in the morning, and that the physicians who examined the body declared his death to have been caused by the rupture of a blood vessel in the heart. This last particular is known to be as incorrect as the first, as, for the rest, this informant differs from all others in saying that Mars Plaisir remained with his master to the last day of his life, and we may ask why Toussaint's nights were to be passed in his horrible cell if his days were so favored, and how it was that no research availed to discover to the eager curiosity of all Europe and the West Indies the retreat of L'Ouverture, if he, a Negro, was daily present to the eyes of the garrison of the fortress, and to those of all the inhabitants of the village, and of all the travelers on that road who chose to raise their eyes to the walls. Our third informant was a boy, shrewd and communicative, who could tell us the traditions of the place, and of course, young as he was nothing more, it was he who showed us where the additional stove was placed. When winter came on, he pointed to a spot beside the fireplace, where he said the straw was spread on which Toussaint lay. He declared that Toussaint lived and died in solitude, and that he was found dead and cold lying on that straw, his wood fire, however, not being wholly extinguished. The dreary impressions of the place saddened our minds for long after we had left it, and glad, as we were on rejoining our party at Lausanne, to report the complete success of our enterprise, we cannot recur to it to this day without painful feelings. How the lot of Toussaint was regarded by the generous spirits of the time is shown in a sonnet of Wordsworth's written during the disappearance of L'Ouverture. Every one knows this sonnet, but it may be read by others, as by me, with a fresh emotion of delight, after having dwelt on the particulars of the foregoing history. Toussaint, the most unhappy man of men. Whether the whistling rustic tend his plough, within thy hearing or thy head be now, pillowed in some deep dungeon's earless den. O miserable chieftain, where and when wilt thou find patience, yet die not do thou? Wear rather in thy bonds a cheerful brow, though fallen thyself, never to rise again. Live and take comfort thou hast left behind, powers that will work for the air, earth, and skies. There's not a breathing of the common wind that will forget thee. Thou hast great allies. Thy friends are exultation's agonies, and love and man's unconquerable mind. The family of Toussaint were first sent to Bayonne and afterwards to Agen, where one of the sons died of a decline. The two elder ones, endeavoring to escape from the surveillance under which they lived, were embarked for Belle Isle and imprisoned in the citadel, where they were seen in 1803. On the restoration of the Bourbons, not only were they released, but a pension was settled on the family. Madame L'Ouverture died, I believe, in the south of France in 1816, in the arms of Placide and Isaac. What Napoleon afterwards thought of the dungeon of Toussaint is known through an anecdote which I have received from high authority. The next occupant of Toussaint's cell was the Duc de Rivière, afterwards the first French ambassador to Constantinople. The Duc, then Marquis, was a young man on the point of marriage with Mademoiselle de la Ferte, when for some unknown offense he was thrown into prison at Dieu, and apparently forgotten there. He wasted 3 of the best years of his life. Mademoiselle de la Ferte never relaxed in her efforts to obtain his liberation, but she was told at length that Napoleon was weary of her solicitations, and that further efforts on her part would have no better result than increasing the displeasure of the emperor in the hour of her despair. The kind-heartedness of Josephine came to her aid. The ladies caused a model of the cell at Dieu to be prepared, bearing the most exact resemblance to the horrible abode, and this model Josephine placed with her own hands on the bureau of the emperor. "Ah, fi donc quel est si lu abominable," said the emperor. The empress informed him that it was one of His Majesty's state prisons, to which he replied that it was impossible, that no man could live 24 hours in such a den. This brought out the information that the Marquis de Rivière had lived 3 years in it, and was still lying there by His Majesty's commands. "Otes moi ka," cried the emperor, "tartly set vu me fate fremure." The model was removed. The Marquis was presently afterwards liberated. He retired to Germany, where he was met by Mademoiselle de la Ferte, whom he there married in after years. He was fond of relating the anecdote, which I have given as nearly as possible in his method and language. For some years I have read whatever came within my reach on the subject of my present work, so that it would not now be easy to assign my authority for every view and every statement. It contains the authorities which I have principally consulted while actually writing. I will, however, give they are Rainsford's historical account of the Black Empire of Haiti, the above-mentioned article in the Quarterly Review Brian Edwards, Saint Domingo, the article Toussaint L'Ouverture in the Biographie Universelle, and the Haitian papers edited by Prince Sanders. Of these, Brian Edwards, who did not live to complete his history, barely names my hero, and the reports he gives of the revolution of Saint Domingo are useful chiefly as representing the prejudices as well as the interests of the planters. The article in the Quarterly is valuable as being an able and liberal digest of various narratives, some derived from Haiti itself. Rainsford's book is nearly unreadable from the absurdity of its style, but it is truly respectable in my eyes, notwithstanding, from its high appreciation of L'Ouverture's character. It contains more information concerning Toussaint than can be found, I believe, anywhere else, except in the biography, and it has the advantage of detailing what fell under the writer's own observation. The biography furnishes many valuable facts, but appears from the inconsistency of various parts and the confused impression which it conveys as a whole to be a compilation in which the workman has been more careful to record dates and other facts correctly than to understand the personage, whose portrait he professes to give. The Haitian papers are the most valuable of all authorities as far as they go. Of my other personages, all had a real existence, except Monsieur Revel Euphrosyne and their servants, some of the planters mentioned in the second chapter, the children of Belair the abbess and her establishment, and some of the visitors at Toussaint's levee, with a few other subordinate characters. Of the real personages, several were probably very unlike what I have represented them. I knew the names of some without knowing their characters, as in the instances of Placide and Isaac Messieurs, Pascal and Molière Mars, Plaisir Madame, Auge the Marquis de Hermona, Laxaban Vincent and Paul. Of others I knew the character and history without being able to ascertain the names, as in the instances of Madame de Salines and Madame Belair. Since the issue of my first edition, I have learned that the name of Madame de Salines was Marie and her second name. Before marriage, Claire or Clerk, I have not thought it advisable to substitute Marie for Therese in this edition, as nothing could be thereby gained which would compensate for disturbing the associations of my readers in regard to one of the chief personages of the story. Of others, such as the wife, daughters, and third son of Toussaint Monsieur Papelier, and the tutors Azua and Loisier, I knew only that they existed without being able to learn their names or characters, the only character designed to be fully and faithfully accordant with history is that of Toussaint himself. Those which have much, but less absolute pretension to historical truth, are those of Jean Francaise Christophe de Salines, and the other Negro generals Old de Salines, Belair Raymond, the French commissaries and envoys Bayou and Moyse.